The moment I dumped the 2 wild boars in the yard, my whole body felt lighter, like I'd set down 2 small mountains. Bro, you took these down all by yourself. My little sister, shall we, gaped so wide her mouth went round. She was pushing 5'3", and when she got excited and jumped up, she was half a head taller than me. Dad, sis-in-law, bro hauled home 2 wild boars. She bolted into the back room, hollering, "Silly girl, grab something to lay them on first." I snapped, half annoyed. She went, "Oh, oh," and scrambled to fetch a straw mat. "Ah chow, you really brought these down alone?" Dad's eyes went wide as saucers. I grinned. "Hey, pretty impressive, huh? That's my boy. My son's amazing." Before the words had even settled, villagers looking to buy meat had already crowded around the yard. "Dad, keep 1/2. Sell the rest, 40 cents a pound." I dropped the words and headed back inside for tea and to check on my wife. Come on, come on. Which cut do you want?" No fair grabbing, only the fatty pieces." Dad's face was stacked with smiles. It wasn't the meat he was selling, it was that swagger. Shall we collected the money beside him, grinning so hard her eyes disappeared. In that moment, she was the little boss. The whole family stayed busy until 5. Dad cut 16 portions, a pound each. The folks who'd helped me find a wife before, I owed them. And when it came time to build the house down the road, I'd need hands to help. Bro, why not send a portion to Sister Shochuan and Sister Honglian? Shall we pouted, standing up for them. That big bow was Sister Shochuan's, and Sister Honglian was such a good person. "I know, my dear little sister." I pinched her cheek hard. "Little money grubber." She spun around and pattered off to count cash again. Seeing the co-op was about to let out for the day, I slung a dozen-plus portions of meat over my back and headed out. Once I turned down a spot with nobody around, I pulled out the deer blood and tipped my head back, chugging several big gulps. The blood hit my stomach and my whole body went hot. Strength surged into my limbs like floodgates thrown open, building up my reserves for a hard fight. Outside Hu Shochuan's yard, she'd just come back from the fields, a bunch of dandelion greens clutched in her hand. That was her makeshift supper. If sister-in-law Koei hadn't thought to bring her a bit of coarse grain, she'd have been eating wild greens meal after meal these past few days, probably too weak to walk straight. A while back, her mother had carted off every last thing worth anything in her house. The grain, the cloth, all of it. She shut the door, washed up, then went to the outer room to grab a winnowing basket. Her thigh bumped into the lid of the water vat, and when she reached out to steady it, there seemed to be something inside. Too dark to see, and she didn't dare stick her hand in. When she raised the kerosene lamp and shined it in, a big, heavy sack appeared before her eyes. She understood at once. Ah Chow had put it there. Her eyes went red on the spot. So there was still someone who cared for her, someone who thought of her. Just then, footsteps sounded outside. She couldn't make out who it was, but a familiar voice reached her first. "Sister Shochuan, what's wrong?" The lamp lit the tear tracks on her face, plain as day. "Ah Chow." I strode over in a few steps, set down those 2 pounds of meat, and gently brushed her cheek with my hand. "What are you crying for? Who's been bullying you?" My voice dropped low. If some lowlife like Lu Ermi had come around bothering her, I'd make him regret ever being born. That one bit of concern shattered the last of her composure. She threw herself into my arms and sobbed. I didn't ask anything more, just stroked her back, over and over. "Ah Chow, thank you," she said, her voice choking up. I'd meant to ask exactly what had happened, but the deer blood was burning through my veins, and my body was no longer mine to command. "Thank me? So how do you plan to pay me back?" She rubbed her tears away against my chest, stepped back half a pace, and our eyes met. She rose up on her toes, pecked me quick on the lips, and said, blushing, "Next time we go up the mountain, I'll really." Before she could finish, I'd already kissed her. The door slammed shut with a bang. Her little protests, "It's not a good time right now, someone might come," all got choked back down her throat. After a while, a knock came at the door. "Shochuan, what's wrong? Don't scare me now." It was sister-in-law Koei, bringing the coarse grain. Hu Shochuan threw a coat over herself and came out, both hands clutching her collar tight, breathing hard, opening the door just a crack. "Sister Koei, you're here." She swallowed, wiping the sweat from her forehead. "Shochuan, why's your face so red? Are you feeling unwell?" I just washed up with hot water." She smoothed back her loose hair and smiled awkwardly. "Looking like that, can you even cook? Let me make you a meal," Sister Koei said, moving to push the door open. "No need, no need." who Xiuchuan braced her whole body against the door, refusing to let her in no matter what. The two of them tugged at the door for a good 5 minutes before she finally talked Sister Kuei into leaving. The door shut, and I scooped her up again. She was still clutching that little half-sack of borrowed grain. My heart sank. If the things I'd sent over before were still here, why would she have had to bow her head and borrow grain from anyone? Sister Xiuchuan, all that stuff I gave you, who did you give it to? I. She was flustered and angry both. Let me put the grain down first. Explain it now, or you're in for it. She truly was like a mute eating bitter herbs. That suffering was swallowed deep in her gut, impossible to voice. The He household. The sky had gone fully dark, and I still wasn't back. Dad smoked in the yard. Xiaowei sat on a little stool with her chin propped in her hands, her stomach growling with hunger. My wife, Liao Xiaoman, stood by the stove, hands wrung together at her waist, eyes fixed on the yard gate. Ah Chow, you're back. The instant she spotted that dark figure at the gate, she limped over to meet me. When she saw it was me, the light in her eyes flared bright. I hurried to steady her, and my heart lurched. I'd been out having a fine time while my whole family stayed here worrying sick over me. Your legs still hurt, and you're walking all over? Get inside, quick. I was worried about you. That one line hit harder than anyone's fist, slamming straight into my chest. I cursed myself for a bastard, then silently added a vow. From now on, I'd treat her twice as well. Bro, where'd you go? You're drenched in sweat. Shall we put her hands on her hips? Help someone haul something. Got held up. I really had hauled something. It just happened to be a person. Take it easier next time. Don't wear yourself out. Xiaoman's face was full of tender concern. Don't worry, I know my limits. I quickly changed the subject. Wow, smells great, my wife cooked. The whole family gathered around the lamp, eating and laughing. This warm, homey glow, it nourished a man better than dear blood ever could. Early the next morning, I woke again to the sound of Xiaoman quietly slipping off the Kong. Wife, where do you think you're sneaking off to? I tucked her hand into my palm, propped myself up, and looked down at her with a wicked grin. It doesn't hurt anymore. She turned her face away, not daring to look at me. Really? Then I might just. Ah Chow, can it wait till tonight? Her face went red enough to bleed. It's broad daylight. I flicked the tip of her nose and softened my voice. You're not fully healed yet. How could I bear to put you through it? I got up and dressed. Summer had arrived, and clothes were thin. I've got the housework covered these next few days. You just lie there and rest. Before heading out, I planted a kiss on her forehead. Right after breakfast, an uninvited guest showed up outside the yard. Dad had his farm tools on his back, about to head to the fields. When the two of us looked up, it was Mother Liao. Well, I hadn't gone to settle the score with her, and here she delivered herself right to my door. In-law, haha. Mother Liao put on a fawning smile, but that face, beaten into a pig's head, looked worse smiling than crying. Dad's brow furrowed, but before the words left his mouth, a small, thin figure came shooting out of the house, leaving nothing but an afterimage. Shall we? She snatched up the flail leaning against the wall, raised it high, and advanced on Mother Liao step by step. You home-wrecking hag, what are you here for now? Yesterday hadn't scratched her itch. Today was the perfect chance to make up for it. In-law, save me. Mother Liao whipped around to beg Dad for help. She'd guessed wrong. Crack. The flail landed square on her body. Mother Liao hopped around, hands clutching her head. But a person's only got two hands. Which spot could she possibly protect? Crack, crack, crack. I'll beat you to death, you home wrecker. The more Xiaowei swung, the smoother her rhythm got. Little squirt, stop, Dad called out. And only then did Xiaowei plant the flail on the ground, glaring murderously at the woman howling on the dirt. I stood there dumbstruck. This was nothing like that little crybaby who'd tear up at the drop of a hat. Not the same person at all. Fierce as a tiger. Mother Liao, what exactly are you here for? Dad lit a cigarette and ambled over slowly, not even bothering with in-law anymore. Mother Liao climbed to her feet, fresh wounds layered over old ones, sniveling and weeping. How can you treat me like this? I'm Xiaoman's own mother, at least. Crack. Xiaowei had zero patience and swung the flail again. Mother Liao scrambled and rolled out of the way. Ahem, say what you came to say quick. Dad kept his temper down. Not daring to babble further, Mother Liao shook a blood-stained white cloth out of her bundle, a small patch of red in the center, glaring to the eye. This was the evidence she'd stayed up all night making. hidden from her elder daughter Xiaofeng. And she'd come to East Village today, keeping it from Xiaofeng too. Her aim was singular, to drag in a scapegoat to take the fall with Zhou Daong. She was terrified Zhou Daong would come collect Xiaofeng, discover she was no longer a virgin, and then turn around and come after the Liao family. I'll keep it short. Mother Liao spread out the cloth. That night, my elder daughter and Ah Chao already had relations. That's a fact that can't be erased. The whole family turned in unison to look at me. In the back room, Xiaomin held her breath too. I spread my hands. What are you all looking at me for? I didn't do a thing. Mother Liao held up 4 fingers, spitting out her conditions one by one. First, I take Xiaomin back, and you marry Xiaofeng. Xiaoyi's flail nearly came up swinging again, but Dad held her down hard. In the back room, Xiaomin's body gave a violent shudder. Second, you marry them both. I won't ask for a cent of bride price, but I get to move into your household. This was what she was really after. Her eyes had already darted to those 2 fresh boar hides in the corner of the yard, gleaming. If she moved in, wouldn't she have meat at every meal? Third, if you agree to neither, then compensate me 100 yuan. Fourth, if you won't give me 100 either, I'll take this cloth and shout it all over the village. Let everyone know what kind of scum you, he Night Cao, really are, and I'll report you to the police and have you arrested too. This whole chain of schemes had been cooked up for her by that team leader over in West Village, who thought it foolproof. Dad pulled me aside and lowered his voice. Ah Chao, tell Dad the truth. That night, did you and Xiaofeng actually do that? I paused for a second. No. Then, Dad leaned in closer. I sighed and muttered a couple of words in his ear. Dad's old face went red in a flash, and he coughed dryly a few times. Probably never imagined his son played it that wild. Bro, is what she said true? Xiaoyi looked up at me and asked. Of course not. Oh, that was all she said. If Bro said no, then it was no. If Bro was right, then this homewrecker was here to stir up trouble. Once that clicked into place, she grabbed the flail and went at Mother Liao again, and nobody could stop her. The key thing was, nobody tried to. Yuhi family, just you wait. I'm going straight to the police to have every last one of you arrested. Mother Liao wailed as she fled. She had no choice but to run, with Xiaoyi chasing and beating her from behind. It's not that you run fast. It's that I'm afraid I'll actually beat you to death. Xiaoyi tossed out the line, then turned and headed inside to find her sister-in-law. Dad and I looked at each other, and the same thoughts surfaced in both our minds. This girl, she's not one to cross from now on. Ah Chao, you and my sister she. Xiaomin sat on the edge of the Kong, while I crouched on a little stool, changing her dressing. Wife, where's your mind wandering off to? That night, I had no idea it was her on the Kong. She and I are clean as a whistle. I didn't do a thing. I looked up at her, my gaze clear as a mountain spring. Ah Chao, I believe you. To her, if I said the sun rose in the west, she'd nod along. She lowered her head, then suddenly said softly, If you like her, I wouldn't mind. Wouldn't mind what? She hemmed and hawed. Yeah, wouldn't mind us having a few more kids, is that it? I teased her. Then let's have 6 down the road. No, 8. Ah Chao, let's not have that many. Why not? 8 would eat too much, and I'm afraid it'd wear you out. I froze. This silly girl. She never spared a thought for herself, yet worried over me first. I'm just teasing you, my silly wife. The rarest thing in this world, it turned out, wasn't sweet talk poured on thick like oil on a fire. It was having someone who always put your exhaustion ahead of their own. Ah Chao, sounds like someone's come outside. I'll be out as soon as I've got you bandaged up. Almost done. The yard. I hadn't even made it out of the house before trouble broke out. Wang Lizhou, that precious son of Wang Xiyong's, big and burly, throwing his weight around East Village on the strength of his father being the labor foreman, came storming in right then, gripping a club, fuming. Wang Lizhou, what do you think you're doing? Xiaoyi blocked the doorway, flail raised. But facing him, her nerve had shrunk more than a little. Where's that idiot brother of yours? Hiding. Xiaoyi had been afraid. She was only 14. But the second she heard him call her brother an idiot, some courage came out of nowhere. Her small, thin frame hoisted the flail and pointed it right at the tip of his nose. Who are you calling an idiot? Whoosh. She lashed out with the flail. Clack. Wang Lizhou knocked it aside with his club, the force so great it left the base of her thumb numb and sent the flail flying from her grip. Xiaoyi, you're asking for death, aren't you? She swallowed, her chest heaving. It was her first real, weapon-in-hand fight, and all the blood in her body was on fire. She sidestepped and snatched up a sickle. Wang Lizhou's heart jumped, and he lunged to grab it away. The club came slicing down. She dodged, and the club slammed solidly across her back. Ugh! She let out a stifled grunt. But as if she couldn't even feel the pain, she whipped the sickle around in a backhand slash. SHHK? The blade tore through the cloth of his forearm, drawing a line of blood. Not deep, but red all the same. Seeing his own blood, Wang Lizhou's eyes went bloodshot. Baring his teeth, he raised the club and charged. In the back room, I heard something was wrong, dropped the bandage in my hands, and rushed out. Whoosh thud. I drove a side kick, both feet planting square in his chest. He stared, eyes wide, watching my foot come at him, then went flying 3 or 4 meters, crashing to the ground, clutching himself and groaning. Shall we? Are you okay? I grabbed hold of her. Bro, my back hurts so bad. I helped her onto the Kong, lay her face down, and lifted her clothing to look. A 20-centimeter welt, purple-red, swollen, and shiny. My face sank all the way to the bottom. I'd thought it was just a guest arriving. Figured I'd finish bandaging my wife before heading out. That 10 extra seconds wouldn't matter. Who'd have known those 10 seconds would cost my sister this mark across her back? Bro, he insulted you too. Xiaoyi's eyes reddened, trembling with rage. My chest ached, and rage shot straight to the top of my skull. I drew a basin of the coldest water from the vat, brought it in along with a towel. Cold compress works best in the first moments after a bruise. Wife, put the compress on, shall we? Dropping those words, I grabbed that arm-thick club and walked, step by step, toward Wang Lizhou, still rolling on the ground. Right then, Wang Xiong charged into the yard leading a pack of people. The instant he saw me raise the club to strike, he shouted sharply, "Ah chow! Stop! Stop!" Thwack! I paid him no mind and brought the club down on Wang Lizhou's back. You hit my sister once, I return it tenfold. This debt is only right and just. Ah chow! You wouldn't dare. Wang Xiong rushed at me, while Auntie Wang shrieked off to the side, yelling for someone to fetch the militia, fetch the brigade leader, whoever was faster. Ah! Wang Lizhou's head jerked up high from the pain, gasping. Second blow, third, fourth. As the fifth came down, Wang Xiong had lunged right up to me. Ah chow, you've gone mad. I've gone mad. I shoved him backhanded, and he went flying 2 or 3 meters. Thwack! The fifth blow landed, and Wang Lizhou passed out cold on the spot. Passed out, and it's over? Not that easy. Sixth blow, Auntie Wang threw herself over her son to shield him. Seventh blow, I let her have it too. As I raised the eighth, Wang Xiong charged again. You son of a bitch, you'd even hit my woman. Thwack! One blow across his back, and he stood there, head up, gripping his waist, so winded he couldn't get a word out for a long while. Ah chow! Stop hitting them. Any more, and someone's going to die. The onlookers rushed in to plead. I dropped my voice low, but the sheer force of my presence pressed down on the whole scene. Nobody comes near me. I don't care who you are. One of you steps up, I take one of you down. My face was grim, the club heavy in my hands. This was a world apart from the giggling, grinning idiot they knew, and not a single person dared step forward. They'd only come to watch the spectacle anyway. Who'd want to wade into this mess? I pulled back my gaze and delivered another blow. The unconscious Wang Lizhou's body twitched. Stop it! Auntie Wang, enduring the searing pain on her own back, clung tight, shielding her son. I raised the club. Wang Xiong roared. The world's turned upside down. You just try hitting one more time. I didn't even glance at him. One kick sent Auntie Wang tumbling aside, and this blow was heavier than any before. Thwack! You! Wang Xiong never expected I wouldn't give him an ounce of face. I stopped. The Wang couple immediately threw themselves over their son. Lifting his clothes, flesh split open, a swath of black and purple. Quick, cold water. Someone gave the order. Someone made to rush into the outer room of my house to scoop water, but one line from me stopped them. There's no water in my house. The person shrank right back. Ah chow, that's too vicious. What kind of grudge is this? Yeah, just yesterday you were selling meat at 40 cents a pound. How'd you turn into this today? I gave a cold snort. When he was beating my sister, why didn't any of you see that? The crowd looked at one another. Wang Lizhou did nothing wrong. So I just beat him for no reason? Use your brains for a second. 2 sentences, and they were struck dumb. In this world, the kind get bullied. Without some backbone in your hands, you don't even have the right to protect your own family. Wang Xiong hurried to have people carry his son off to find the barefoot doctor. He knight Cao. If anything happens to my son, I'll have your life. Andy Wang chased after them, crying. Once his son was gone, Wang Xiong turned and glared at me, chest heaving. Ah Chow, my son acted rashly. But you can't beat a man half to death either. If anything happens to him, I'll make sure you pay the price. I narrowed my eyes. If the setting were right, your son would have been tossed into that unseen dimension no one could ever find long ago. I wouldn't be letting you stand here yapping. Pay what price? Go on, say it. You've got some nerve, Ah Chow, calling me by my name. Just then Dad came running back, feet caked in mud, drenched in sweat. Someone had gone and told him I'd beaten a man to death. What's going on? Old he, look at what your son's done. He beat my son into serious condition. Wang Xiong raged. He hit me and my woman along with him. Is your son's heart made of iron? Dad pulled me aside and got the full story first. After I laid it out in a few words, his face darkened enough to wring water from it. Old Wang. Dad turned around. Your son came to my house with a club in hand. What for? My son's been beaten this badly. Dad raised a hand and cut him off. I'm asking you, why did your son come to my house? And beat my little squirt bloody besides? That shout rang out like a bell. The dozen-odd gawkers all turned in unison to look at Wang Xiong. They tagged along without the faintest idea what this was even about. Wang Xiong flushed red to the ears and pulled us father and son over to the corner of the wall, lowering his voice. Xiaofeng, you know her, right? Mother Liao's elder daughter, my Wang family's future daughter-in-law. I already gave Mother Liao the bride price. Don't believe me? Go ask her. Get to the point, I said, impatient. Fine, I'll lay it bare. Ah Chow, you defiled my family's future daughter-in-law. If word gets out, how are my Wang family and the Liaos supposed to face people from now on? And now you've beaten my son into serious condition on top of it. Dad and I exchanged a glance. Round and round, and it came right back to Mother Liao's mess. So what do you want? I wanted to see just what this old bastard was hiding up his sleeve. Wang Xiong thought I'd gotten scared, and a shrewd glint flashed in his eyes. As long as you hand over that genuine ginseng root, we'll call it all even. Otherwise, old he, you know the consequences. Your son goes off to reform through labor. I came in good faith to buy the ginseng, never expecting you'd treat my son this way. Humph. Now, you're he family. The ginseng has to be handed over, my son's medical bills have to be paid, and you'll apologize to my Wang family in front of everyone. Just as I figured. After all that runaround, what this dog had his heart set on, from start to finish, was that ginseng root. What's going on here? The militia captain shouldered his rifle and squeezed out of the crowd, 2 soldiers behind him. Wang Xiong kept his face cold, hands clasped behind his back. Ask them. He tossed the question off, giving us a step to climb down on. Whether we could keep our footing on it was another matter. Uncle He, I heard Ah Chow beat up Liz Ho. The captain was around 30 and courteous enough before the 2 elders. I did it, I said, stepping straight forward. He gave me an extra look, the idiot of before, now with a bit of backbone. Ah Chow, right? Tell me what happened. Dad and I ran through the whole thing. So, why exactly did Liz Ho come to Uncle He's house? Why beat, shall we? The captain turned to look at Wang Xiong. Wang Xiong's face went a shade uglier. The step down we'd offered him, he refused to take it. Fine. Very fine. He no longer even cared about the ginseng. What he wanted was to send me off to reform through labor and watch me die. Hi. Before we get to that, let me bring up another matter first. The captain was named Tian Yuanhai, a man who couldn't stand a speck of grit in his eye. Go ahead, Uncle Wang. I couldn't be bothered to listen. Nothing but Xiaofeng's rotten business again. To this day, I couldn't figure it out. Xiaofeng was clearly pure and untouched. How could they keep gnawing at this thing over and over? Unless, a thought suddenly shot up. What made them so certain I was the one who defiled her? Could it be Xiaofeng had someone else behind my back and was pinning the filth on me? If that were true, the trouble would be enormous. If I couldn't get past this hurdle, how many people would I have to bury in that unseen dimension? Never mind. Since I'm here, I'll see it through. I ducked behind the fence, and from the storage space, I pulled out a handful of bruise-clearing herbs. The little bit I had stored would run dry after one application. Wife, I'm coming in. I called out before going in. My sister was, after all, a girl. Ah Chow, are you all right? Xiaomin had a towel in hand, tucking in the corner of the blanket for Xiao Wei. I'm fine. I walked over to the edge of the Kong and patted the head of my face-down sister. Still hurt. Shall we turned her face. Bro, did you avenge me? What do you think? Hee hee, bro, you're the best. Her smile was radiant, but her face was pale. Then she suddenly asked, Bro, why aren't you pinching my cheek? When you're better, I'll pinch it. Warmth spread through my chest. This little girl, just how much did she look up to her big brother? Such a shrimp, and still so feisty. I smeared the herb pulp on her face. Next time, remember to yell for bro, you hear? If something ever happened to you, Dad and your sister-in-law would be heartbroken. I just couldn't stand him insulting you. She pouted. Outside, the shouting grew fiercer. I retied Xiaomin's half-finished dressing, dropped a put the medicine on shall we, and turned to head out. It was your son who beat mine into serious condition. Wang Xiong's face was red, neck straining. Dad wouldn't yield an inch. If your son hadn't struck my little squirt first, would my Ah Chow have beaten anyone for no reason? Huh. So your son defiled my family's daughter-in-law, and you still want to weasel out of it. Wang Xiong yanked Mother Liao over and shook out that white cloth. Everyone look. The He family lured off my daughter-in-law and took her by force that very night. A whole family bullying one girl. Are they even human? Bullshit. Dad's voice grew louder still. It was Mother Liao who came up with the rotten scheme, sending Xiaofeng sneaking into my house. My son dotes on his wife. He didn't so much as touch her while she was hurt. You're the ones pulling a switcheroo and framing us. Enough, enough. Tian Yuanhai's head was throbbing. I came out just in time. Brother Yuanhai, start from the beginning. One thing at a time, get it all straight. Ah Chow, you son of a bitch, you're the one who ruined my daughter's virtue. Mother Liao cursed from behind the soldiers. Everyone quiet. Tian Yuanhai barked. Let Ah Chow finish. I pushed past him, walked up to Mother Liao, and backhanded her across the face. Crack. She clutched her cheek, not daring to breathe a word. Tian Yuanhai was taken aback. He'd underestimated me. I went back to my spot. First, it was Wang Lizho who barged into my house, injured my sister with a weapon in hand. I pointed at the arm-thick club on the ground. Ah Chow, my son's unconscious right now, so you can say whatever you. Thwack. Before he finished, I kicked him. Wang Xiong, can you stop interrupting me? Hey, Uncle Wang, let him finish. Tian Yuanhai was helpless too. He probably wanted to throw a punch himself long ago, only that wouldn't solve anything. Wang Lizho is big and burly. My sister's thin as a stick of kindling. I swept my eyes over the crowd. That blow, if I hadn't blocked it, you tell me, would she still be breathing right now? Only then did everyone understand why I'd struck so hard. Beating him, that was going easy. Off to the side, Dad clenched his fists, regretting he hadn't been there. My sister's still inside getting the herbs applied. How bad her injury is, just send any woman in to take a look and you'll know. Tian Yuanhai actually sent a female comrade in. She returned before long and nodded at him. Bad. But my son, Wang Xiong, tried to play the victim again, and one glare from me made him swallow it. Uncle Wang, your son's in the wrong. That's plain as day. Tian Yuanhai had someone take down a statement. Given Xiaowi's injuries, you pay the He family 3 yuan in medical costs. What? Then my son's injuries. That's enough, Uncle Wang. Go home and keep Lizho in line. Don't let him go barging into people's yards. If someone really ends up dead, he'll have died and deserved it. Tian Yuanhai meant every word. You're in the wrong and still yapping. Can't you see the man's handing you a step down? Then what about Ah Chow defiling my daughter-in-law? We can't just let that slide. Wang Xiong's face was full of resentment. A bloodstained cloth and a few empty words prove nothing. Tian Yuanhai shook his head. The party in question isn't even here. There's no way to settle this on the spot. What's more, Liao Xiaofeng isn't Uncle Wang's daughter-in-law. Your two families have no connection to begin with. Shouting this all over the village before it's been verified, at the least it ruins the He family's name. At worst it makes someone a rat that everyone chases and beats. He looked around at the crowd. Before this is cleared up, anyone who dares embellish it or spread it maliciously. If I find out, I'll deal with you severely, report you to the police, and send you off to reform through labor. The crowd exchanged glances, and nobody dared make a sound. Put that way, it was the He family in the right, and the Wang family that was sick in the head. Mother Liao shrank behind the crowd, not daring to make a peep. Wang Xiong was choked into silence. The ginseng knot in hand, the daughter-in-law scheme washed away, his son beaten, himself and his woman beaten too, and his reputation thrown in besides. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Dad's fists were clenched tight too. I laid a hand on his shoulder. Old man, go in and check on shall we? Right? How's the little squirt doing? The anger on his face instantly melted into worry, and he hurried toward the house. At the door he paused, then doubled back to wash the mud off his feet. Only then did he dare knock and go in. Everyone clear out. And remember, don't spread rumors. Tian Yuanhai chased the crowd off. Wang Xiong and Mother Liao left too. Only the 3 militiamen and I remained in the yard. Ah Chow, this business with your sister, let's just let it go. He'd read the ferocity in me and worried I'd do something over the line. Brother Yuanhai, it's already in the past. Past on my lips, not in my heart. They beat my sister this time. What about next time? The time after that? Only a dead man is entirely no longer a threat. On top of which they'd smeared me with the filth of rape. If I'd actually done it, I'd own it. But I never even set foot inside, and I'd become the violator anyway. That was a grudge I couldn't swallow. I forced out a smile. Thanks for today, Brother Yuanhai. Whatever else, he judged this case fairly. Anyone else would likely have leaned toward the wealthy Wang Xiong long ago. Just doing my job. He clapped my shoulder, a hint of gratification in his eyes. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I honestly wouldn't have believed your idiocy was cured. Just got lucky. We chatted a bit, and then he suddenly asked, I heard you haven't joined the co-op yet? Any interest in joining the militia? Rifle in one hand, hoe in the other, patrolling and farming both. Not a cushy job. Brother Yuanhai, let me think it over. I fetched 2 pounds of wild boar from the house and stuffed it into his hands. You worked hard to catch this game. I can't take it. If it weren't for you, who knows how long this would have dragged on today. I pressed it into his hands, then passed each of them a cigarette. No sooner had the militia squad left than Sister Honglian arrived. Ah Chow, are you all right? She grabbed my hands, looking me up and down. I'm fine. What brings you here, Sister Honglian? I heard something happened over here during work, so I came to check. I patted the back of her hand. Only then did she notice our hands had been resting together the whole time, and she hastily pulled hers back. Where shall we? She got hurt. She's lying down inside. Go in and see her. Once she'd gone inside, I strolled out of the yard and looked toward a spot not far off. Half a figure was exposed there. If my eyes hadn't been sharper than most people's, I'd never have spotted it. I walked over slowly. When I saw who it was clearly, I froze. Sister Xiuquan, what are you doing here? I heard you'd gotten into a fight, so I came to check. Only after seeing there was nobody around did she quickly step forward, looking me over head to toe to see if I was hurt. You took the day off? She gave a slight nod. Then come up the mountain with me. I left her no room to refuse. Wait here, I'll go let my family know. I needed to gather more herbs up the mountain for shall we. The little I had stored was only enough for one application. Ah Chow, let me go up the mountain with you. Honglian mulled it over and decided to stop avoiding me for the time being. Most of the medicine her mother, Li Sanmei, took, I'd gathered from the mountain. She'd always kept that debt of gratitude in mind. No need. You go fetch Auntie. Tonight we'll stew hazel grouse with ginseng and deer antler. Give you all a good tonic. I handed her 4 ginseng root fibers. The buyer was in a hurry, so the appearance shouldn't matter much, as long as the main body wasn't marred, so I'd pulled off a few of the fibrous roots. She still wanted to say something, but I leaned close to her ear and murmured, We'll be one family sooner or later, so why so formal? With you here, I feel at ease. If the Wang family really came to make trouble, she and Dad would be the 2 pillars holding down the fort at home. Remember to bring back some medicinal liquor when you come, I reminded her as I left. My sister's bruises needed the medicinal liquor, and Honglian could shoulder some of the household chores for Xiaomin too. 3 birds with 1 stone. Honglian watched my retreating figure, repeating that line, one family sooner or later, to herself, and started letting her mind wander again. The Wang household. Old Kuei, how's my son? Wang Xiong stared at his son lying face down on the Kong, his back a swath of purple-black. Wang Lizho was still unconscious. Old Kuei waved a hand. Nothing serious. Half a month of bed rest and some recuperating, and he'll be fine. He was sister-in-law Kuei's husband, the village barefoot doctor. He left behind medicinal liquor and a prescription, took his fee, and went. Mother, those he family sons of bitches. Wang Xiong slammed the table. Mother Liao flinched, not daring to make a sound. Mother Liao, Are you certain Xiaofang was defiled by that idiot? The more he thought about it, the less it added up. If Ah Chow really had done it, how could the He family stand so righteous and unafraid? Certain. I'm absolutely certain. The word was already out. She could only stick to the story to the end. In truth, she wasn't sure herself. She'd never actually examined her daughter's body. The first thing she'd do when she got back was to check for certain. Mother Liao secretly resolved. That one word from you is enough. Wang Xiong's eyes turned sinister. Money or no money, he no longer cared. This foul rage of his had to be vented. He immediately ordered his wife to bypass the militia squad and go straight into town to file a report. No sooner had Mother Liao left than two more people showed up outside the yard. Head of house, a pair of shabby, poor-looking siblings have come. They say they're here to buy ginseng. Buy ginseng. The first person Wang Xiong thought of was that buyer who was in such a hurry for the big ginseng root. When he got to the gate and looked, sure enough, Uncle Wang, we finally found you. Lin Weijuan's face was full of relief. He and Rulon wore patched clothes, looking every bit like two down-and-out drifters, a precaution against being waylaid by bandits on the road. They'd originally planned to arrive yesterday, but Rulon had wanted to ask around a few more villages along the way to try their luck. In the end, they'd learned nothing and gotten themselves noticed, which was how they'd been delayed until today. Why are you dressed like that? Just to throw people off. Lin Weijun smiled and followed Wang Xiong inside. After a few pleasantries, he cut straight to the point. Uncle Wang, that ginseng root you mentioned, have you dug it up yet? Not yet. A big ginseng root has a spirit of its own. You can't just break ground on a whim. You have to pick an auspicious day. Coming from the foreman, this sounded perfectly reasonable. They half believed it. Settle in for now and wait a few days. Wang Xiong meant to stall as long as he could, still thinking he could squeeze that root out of my hands. He'd made up his mind. Tomorrow he'd use the excuse of another 5 yuan in medical fees to go to the He house and lay it all out. Make Ah Chow know what was good for him. And if I still wouldn't come to my senses, in a couple of days he'd bring Xiaofang over, and once the police arrived, we'd see how the He family talked their way out of it. Woman, get a guest room ready. Uncle Wang, could it be 2 rooms? Rulon asked. Before they were married, she wouldn't share a Kong with Lin Weijun. This, you can just bunk with my son. Wang Xiong told Lin Weijun. The latter looked thoroughly reluctant. Such a good opportunity, and yet a wall stood in the way. Big Timber Mountain. Ah Chow, your aim is amazing, Hu Xiuchuan praised. I lowered the slingshot, thoroughly pleased with myself. I leaned close to her ear and muttered a couple of things, and her face flushed instantly. Ah Chow, you have no shame. Stop it. She wriggled free and ran off under the trees to pick up a gray squirrel. I watched her slender figure from behind, and the pent-up rage from earlier today gradually melted away, bit by bit. Ah Chow, what a big one. She held up a half-pound gray squirrel, grinning ear to ear, and stuffed it into the hemp sack. This was her first time hunting up the mountain. That sense of taking part, that sense of accomplishment, it was something she'd never had in her past life. Whoosh. Another clay pellet, another gray squirrel dropped. She pattered over to pick it up. We tussled and horsed around on the grass. She laughed until she trembled like a swaying flower, begging for mercy over and over. Ah Chow, I'm begging you, spare your sister. The wind brushed through her long tresses, and the birds in the woods chirped and twittered like they were playing a tune. An hour or so passed. Ah Chow, what if your wife finds out? She pressed against me, cheeks flushed crimson. If you don't tell her, how would she know? I truly did love Xiaomin. But this sort of thing, I just couldn't hold myself back. All I could say was that I'd treat her even better going forward. But what if? If there really is a what if, then I'll bring you into my home too. I smiled. And you could help her share the housework. Huh? Ah Chow, are you serious? What else? You think I'd just abandon you and not care? I wrapped an arm around her waist. I wasn't the kind who used a woman and tossed her aside. People have hearts. If it really came to that, I'd own up to Xiaomin, ask how she felt, and handle it properly. But in these times, one husband with 2 wives was taboo. Handle it wrong, and you'd end up charged with hooliganism. So this arrangement for now was the safest. And if worse came to worst, we could only keep it hidden. But if I'm like this, I'll bring harm to you both. Her voice suddenly dropped low. Ah Chow, let's not do this anymore from now on, okay? As she spoke, she wrapped both arms tightly around me, as if to sear this moment into memory, this moment when Ah Chow belonged to her. These past days, She'd realized she was growing more and more unable to leave me. Perhaps she'd been lonely too long. Perhaps it was that I truly treated her with all my heart. But it was precisely because I was good to her that she feared it most. Feared that one day she'd sink in completely and do something reckless. She didn't want to break apart someone else's family. Coming to me in the first place had been a fluke of crossed wires, and she hadn't even known I already had a wife. Had she known earlier, she'd never have taken that step, no matter what. And yet, the very things she least wanted to happen were all coming true, one after another. Ah Chow promised me, okay? She sat astride me, looking down, a film of mist gradually welling in her eyes. Sister Xiaochuan, what's wrong? Seeing her tears, I was startled for a moment. Ah Chow, thank you. She recited it silently in her heart, bent down, and kissed me, and once more the two of us were locked in an embrace. She quietly made up her mind. This was the last time. 5 in the afternoon. I came back to the yard alone, carrying 4 gray squirrels and 2 sand grouse, a hemp sack of herbs on my back. Xiaochuan had kept me company gathering herbs the whole way, chatting and laughing. But I could tell she was carrying something on her mind. When I tried to give her the game, she flat out refused, until I scared her with, if you don't take it, I'll come do this 3 more times. Only then did she blush and accept 2 squirrels and 2 grouse. Bro, a familiar voice reached my ears, only much softer than usual. Bro, what did you bring back this time? Xiaowei propped herself up to stand, forgetting the injury on her back, and knit her brow. Easy. Xiaoman quickly steadied her. Xiaoman's foot was mostly fine now. She could get around, just couldn't walk fast. That's right. Xiaowei, take it slow. Your brother's not going anywhere. Honglian, Li Sanmei, and Dad were gathered around a pile of wild greens and seasonings, getting tonight's dinner going. Several smiling faces turned to greet me. This warm, bustling glow was what I loved most. It felt like a home. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed there was an extra person in the yard. It was a beautiful woman covered in patches, a cloth wrapped around her head, but I recognized her at a glance. She was that buyer in such a rush for the big ginseng, Lin Weijuan's fiancée. All of this I'd heard from Uncle Wei. As for her name, I still didn't know it. I just found it strange. How had this woman managed to find her way here? By the time I got back to the yard, Rulon was already seated among Dad, Honglian, and Li Sanmei, all of them fussing over the wild greens together, and the atmosphere was surprisingly warm. Only later did I piece together the sequence of events. An hour ago, she'd used the excuse of going out for a walk, leaving Lin Weijun to rest at the Wang house. She'd been born a young lady of means and had never seen farm work. If not for her grandfather's illness, she'd never have plunged 1,000 li into this mountain gully. Asking around about ginseng along the way, she'd actually learned the He family had some. While looking for the way, she'd gotten lost and run into Xiaoman, who was digging wild greens with her still hobbled leg. The 2 girls dug and chatted, and hit it off surprisingly well. Entering the yard, she then unexpectedly ran into the tall girl who'd clashed with Lin Weijun that day, Honglian. Honglian knew she was the customer for the big ginseng, and knew I meant to sell, so there was nothing to hide. And just like that, the group of them had grown friendly. Bro, what's in the sack? Xiaowei clung to my shoulder, peering inside. Silly sister, herbs to dress your wound. I shook the sack open. Here, and a few gray squirrels and sand grouse. Hee. She scooped up the sand grouse and went to pluck the feathers. She was saving them up, saying she wanted to make her brother a big padded jacket lined with bird feathers. Old man, these are yours. I tossed the gray squirrels to Dad. Ah Chow, let me wash these. Xiaoman reached out to take the sack, but I didn't let her. You go keep Xiaowei company, I'll handle this. My foot doesn't hurt anymore. The moment she got injured, she felt uneasy all over, always thinking she was useless. I leaned close to her ear. When you lie, you don't dare look at me, and you fiddle with your fingers. She pressed her lips together, her face reddening, caught in the act. Once you're better, I'll leave all the work to you, deal? Only then did she slowly shuffle over to Xiaowei's side. 2 invalids. I crouched down to wash the herbs, and Rulon came over. Comrade Ah Chow, hello. My name is Qin Rulon. Thank you for showing mercy the other day. Her smile was gentle, impossible to dislike. I still remembered how she'd looked that day, in a cheap how, her figure graceful and slender. Don't remember it, I said flatly. In any case, thank you. Sister Honglian says you have old mountain ginseng? Her fair hand paused, and she tilted her head to look at me, her face full of hope. Really? Could I take a look? She got so excited she grabbed my arm with both wet hands, then hastily drew back. I'm sorry. I really just got too excited. A thing she'd searched 3 months for. To say she wasn't excited would be a lie. I had no intention of hiding it. I meant to sell it anyway, and a buyer coming to my door was a good thing. In a moment, I fetched a piece of birch bark from behind the house, opened it, and showed her. She leaned in for a close look. Over 3 months, she'd examined plenty of ginseng, and she could tell at a glance it was genuine, only that a few of the fibrous roots were missing. But this one was big enough, old enough, its potency ample. Comrade Ah Chow, this is exactly what I've been looking for. She carefully covered it back with the moss and bark, her tone carrying a plea. Will you sell it to me? I'll pay a high price. If the price is high enough, of course I'll sell. 800 yuan. Is that all right? She stared at me without blinking. My heart jolted. Well now, 800 right out of the gate. No wonder that beast Wang Xiong kept coming around to chisel it out of me. He'd turn around and pocket a 300 profit. I shook my head. For such an innocent girl, if I didn't carve off a couple extra slices, it'd be a disservice to all the grief I'd swallowed these past days. I nearly lost my life for this ginseng. 900, is that all right? She was breathing in big gulps now, all her earlier composure gone. Her grandfather needed this ginseng too badly. I stared at her blankly. Who raises a price like this, 100 at a time? 1,000 yuan. She grabbed my hand. Comrade Ah Chow, this is all I have. I beg you, sell it to me. Now I felt a little embarrassed. This root weighed about 50 grams. The supply co-op would sell it for 250 at most. Here, that was nearly quadruple. Seeing me stay silent, she gritted her teeth. I'll give you everything on me. It should be a few dozen more. Is that okay? A few seconds of silence, and she tacked on a few dozen more. Not a bad round for me. All right. I agreed. I could have pushed for more, but from the look of her words and manner, she'd likely been drained dry. Do you have cash on you? Little gold bars I didn't dare take. In 1955, the black market ran deep, and exchanging them required proof of origin. If the origin was unclear, at best it'd be confiscated, at worst you'd face a serious investigation. A thankless, exhausting affair. I wouldn't touch it. I do, it's right on me. She was utterly unguarded, blurting out everything. I gave up. Comrade Rulon, laying it all out to me like this. Aren't you afraid my whole family are bad people? She froze. Right. If we were bad people, stripping her bare would be no trouble at all. 1,000 yuan was no small sum. I believe you're not bad people. She let go of my hand, her voice dropping. Even she wasn't sure she believed the words as she said them. Don't worry. We're poor, but we don't steal or rob. Then do I give you the money now? Of course. Once I've given you the goods, you can be on your way. She glanced over at Xiaoman, who was laughing and plucking feathers with Xiaowei. Her money was sewn into her undergarments. She'd have to go inside and cut the stitches. I'd guessed most of it. She had nothing on her, and the only places to hide money were up top or down below. I was hoping it was up top, or else taking this money would feel a little off. Wife, come here. I called Xiaoman. Take Comrade Rulon inside. She has something to tell you. The two of them went in. But the more I thought about it, the less it sat right. Rulon had come alone? Given how protective Lin Weijun was of his fiancée, he'd never let her go out on her own. I walked to the door and knocked. Wife, I won't come in. Have Comrade Rulon come over a moment. I've got something to ask her. A rustling came from inside, and Rulon, a coat thrown over her, answered through the door. Comrade Ah Chow, go ahead and ask. Where are you staying right now? At Wang Xiong's house. I came with my fiancée. My heart sank. Just as I thought, Wang Xiong knew everything. Then this absolutely couldn't get back to him. That the ginseng had changed hands for me. Black market rules. A deal never asks where the goods came from. Given his temperament, if he really found out, there was no telling what he'd stir up. Comrade Rulon, there are some things I need to make clear to you. I leaned my head close to the door and peered through the crack. My eyes went wide. This door plank was pale and thick, and the crack was wide. Well, a vacuum sliver of a sight line, clear as day. Comrade Ah Chow. Oh, it's like this. This business of you buying the ginseng, nobody can be told, including your fiancé. If anyone asks, you can't admit to it either. Huh? What? She shook her head, and the sight of it left me stunned for a beat. Zoned out again. This is probably a universal male failing, this fascination with such things. I'd already looked, and here I was still putting on airs, asking questions. Wasn't I having it both ways? Never mind. I'd already looked. Ahem. If this kind of deal gets out, I'd take a big loss. So our transaction can't be told to anyone. Oh, I understand. There's also Wang Xiong. I told her about his recent doings, reminding her to keep her guard up. So this ginseng, should I not carry it on me? She leaned in close to the door to ask. Right. Leave it with me for now. When you're ready to go, I'll give it to you. Or I'll find a place to bury it, and you can retrieve it yourself. Either works. The point is, before you leave East Village, don't let a single soul in the village lay eyes on it. Then, could I stay at your house? Sure, no. Then your fiancé would know. Then how do I find you when the time comes? Walking mountain roads at night was too dangerous. It had to be daytime. 6 tomorrow morning, the first big bend on the main road. I'll wait for you. Okay. Then first thing in the morning wheel. Before she finished, Xiaoyi's voice popped up outside the door. Bro, your head's shoved right up against it. What are you looking at? Ahem, silly sister, what nonsense are you talking? I'm discussing business with Comrade Rulon. I glanced through the crack. The person was gone. Been found out. I turned to glare at Xiaoyi. If she weren't already injured, I'd have to smack her behind for sure. After a while, the door opened. The moment I stepped inside, Rulon's big eyes glared at me, wet and glistening, like she was glaring at someone utterly detestable. I swallowed, really got caught. But so what? I'd looked out in the open, upright and above board, with a clear conscience. Comrade Ah Chow, tomorrow morning at the Big Bend. Cash for goods, hand to hand. She stared at me, her tone 10 degrees colder than before. I was thick-skinned, wearing a righteous, upstanding air. All right. The more she looked at me, the angrier she got, her breathing quickening. Xiaoman, I'll be going now. Come find me in the county town from now on. Stay for dinner. It's almost ready. She shook her head. My fiancé must be getting worried. As she left, she shot me another vicious glare, a film of mist over her eyes, and the tears she couldn't hold back rolled down. She ran off the whole way, not even saying goodbye to the others. Everyone exchanged glances. Bro, did you bully Sister Rulon? Xiaoyi looked at me suspiciously. Nothing of the sort. My wife can vouch for me. Maybe she thought of something upsetting. Xiaoman came to my rescue. Exactly, my wife is so clever. In front of everyone, I planted a big kiss on her cheek. Ah Chow, Dad and the others are all watching. She ducked her head and hid behind me, thumping me lightly with her little fist. The whole room burst out laughing. The more she laughed, the redder her face got. But inwardly, she didn't mind at all. The laughter held delight, not mockery. Xiaoman, come pluck the scallions with us. Li Sanmei beckoned, like she'd grabbed a lifeline. She lowered her head and shuffled over in little steps. She loved this home. Nightfall. I ladled a bowl of hazel grouse stewed with deer antler and ginseng for each of the 4 female comrades, and portioned out the grouse meat too. Thanks, bro. Xiaoyi was still the family's little joy-bringer. Drink it slow, it's hot. Here, wife. I ladled for Xiaoman. Ah Chow, let's split one bowl between us. She saw there was no soup left in the pot. How could we? You drink more and get more nourishment. The faster you heal, the sooner you can work. I coaxed her. Oh, right. The thought that she'd soon be able to do more work made her happy. Such a silly girl. Ah Chow, seeing you like this, I'm truly gratified. Li Sanmei pressed her palms together and bowed a few times toward the sky. Thank heaven for its blessing. I raised my liquor bowl. This is all thanks to everyone too. Come, a toast from me. Dad looked around at the spread covering the table, an unspeakable gratification in his eyes. It had been so very hard. Come, let's all down one. Dad raised his bowl. Xiaoyi raised hers too, but Dad stopped her. Kids don't drink. And you're injured besides. She could only pout and drink her soup. The whole room rang with laughter. I wiped my mouth. This liquor, truly fragrant. But the drinker's heart isn't in the wine. The Wang house, Rulon's guest room. Where did you go? Do you know how worried I was? Lin Weijun gripped her shoulders. Just went out for a walk. You've been crying? Who bullied you? No. I ran into a dog. It frightened me. She hurriedly changed the subject. Any word on the ginseng? Uncle Wang says just these next couple of days. How about we leave tomorrow? I don't think Uncle Wang is reliable. She was anxious to find an excuse to take him away with her. At the He house, listening to Dad and the others chatting, she'd heard mention of what Wang Xiong had done that day. At first, she hadn't believed it, just one side of the story. But I'd warned her too. The Wang family would stop at nothing to get this ginseng. It wasn't just that the Wang family was unbearable. She didn't want to stay in East Village a single moment longer, because of me, this shameless hooligan. Uncle Wong said it'll definitely be dug up in the next couple of days. What did we come all this way for? Grandfather's still waiting. How can we just up and leave? Lin Wei-jun wouldn't miss it. Find the ginseng and he could marry her. So how could he give up? But she steeled herself. To be honest, on the way here, there was actually a ginseng of very old age. I never told you about it. Lin Wei-jun doused her like a bucket of cold water. Is someone trying to sell you ginseng? Whatever you do, don't believe them. Uncle Wong said that of the several villages around here, he's the only professional foreman. Everyone else is an amateur. Even if they have a big ginseng, it's fake. He specially mentioned one named He Nightsao. This man raped Uncle Wong's future daughter-in-law, beat Uncle Wong's son in a serious condition, and even tried to pass off marshmallow as a big ginseng root to fool Uncle Wong. He's an idiot. Rulon's eyes went wide. That ginseng and everything I'd done. Rulon, you couldn't have run into this man, could you? He's a rapist, and Uncle Wong has already reported him. Whatever you do, don't believe him. I didn't. She thought of how I'd peeked through the door crack, then heard Lin Wei-jun say I was a rapist, and felt she'd just walked back from the gates of hell. The more she thought, the more frightened she grew. A woman called from outside the door. Wei-jun, Rulon, dinner's ready. Coming. Rulon, you stay right by my side. Don't go running off. If something happened to you, how would I face your family? Her thoughts were a tangled mess. Tomorrow's meeting, should she go or not? It'd be fine if the He family were all around, but that Big Bend was surrounded by dense forest. What if I really was that kind of man? At dawn the next day, I arrived at the Big Bend as agreed. I waited nearly an hour, and there wasn't a shadow of a person. I couldn't very well storm straight to the Wong house. Just as I was about to leave, a red suddenly lit up on my radar within 100 meters. I ducked into hiding and looked. It was Rulon. She glanced left and right, looking for all the world like a thief sneaking a bite. Over here. I emerged from the dense woods, wrapped in a coat of dry grass, my head and face swathed in cloth, only my eyes showing. She stepped back. She'd been wavering over whether to come. After weighing it again and again, in the end her grandfather's illness had won out over her fear. Besides, Xiaoman had spoken up for me too. She trusted Xiaoman to be a sincere person. Don't be afraid, it's me. I pulled down the face cloth. Only then did she relax a little, though her hands stayed behind her back. A small knife was hidden there. I walked over holding the birchbark box. Don't come any closer. Put the thing down. Fine. I set the box on the ground and stepped back. She came forward, picked it up, and inspected the broken root notch over and over. Recognized it. The same one from yesterday. Comrade Ah Chow, wait a moment for me. Her money was sewn into her undergarments. Xiaoman had helped work it out, but she couldn't tear it loose. She'd only come half meaning to just take a look anyway. She looked left and right. A steep slope to the left, a deep gorge to the right. Nowhere to go. You didn't take the money out ahead of time? I was a little speechless. I forgot. Come with me. I climbed up the slope, then turned and reached down a hand to pull her. She resisted. Lin Wei-jun had said last night that I was a rapist, after all. What are you standing there for? I've got other things to do. After an hour of waiting, my patience was just about worn through. I'm sorry. Still she didn't dare come forward. What? Afraid I'll do something to you? I lost my temper. That's not what I meant. Miss Rulon, not to lecture you, but confidence is a good thing. Don't be conceited. I have zero interest in you. I just want to close this deal and be done. My words were cold and hard. She felt wronged and stifled inside. When in all her life had she ever taken such abuse? Not interested, yet you peeked yesterday? Is this conceit on my part? This is fear. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. If you don't come over now, I'm leaving. I've got no shortage of buyers. I made as if to jump back down. I want it. I want to buy it. Her lips trembled as she cradled the box and shuffled over. I grabbed her hand and hauled her up. Her hand was tender and smooth, at least. Once I'd pulled her up the slope, I just went on climbing on my own. The slope was steep, and she moved slowly, gripping the grass and shrubs. Her hands scraped raw, taking who knows how many falls on her backside. Seeing that even my shadow had vanished, that I wouldn't so much as wait, she grew afraid and cried from the sheer indignity, shouting at my retreating back, "Can't you wait for me?" I looked back and nearly laughed from anger. A 30-degree slope. How hard could it be? My sister strode up it with ease. But her, she could even fall on this and couldn't get back up. The whites of her eyes showed more than the dark, glaring up at me from below, tear tracks all over her face, wearing an expression of the most enormous grievance. She cried even more than my wife or my sister. I say, miss, are you 3 years old? How can you not see a pit this big? I crouched down in front of her. She wiped her tears and turned her face away, sniffling. You know what? Just take the money out here. There's nobody around. I thoughtfully hacked away the weeds and small trees nearby, clearing a patch of ground, not forgetting to add, don't worry, I have a wife. I've no interest whatsoever in looking at you. The moment that came out, she exploded. You've no interest, and yet you still peeked? Peeked at what? I don't know what you're talking about. Thick-skinned as I was, I just played dumb. You? All right, you take out your money. I'll go wait by the grass heap up top. Call me when you're done. I stood up and even considerately stuck 2 sticks in front of her and draped my coat over them as a screen. That worked. She kept a stiff face and said nothing. Not talking? Then that's a yes. I picked up the box and dropped a line as I left. Hurry up, or you'll draw snakes. At the word snakes, she hurriedly pulled off her clothing and threw it over the sticks. I lay down in the grass heap and closed my eyes to rest. After a good while, there was still no sound. There couldn't really be a snake, could there? But the radar showed only her single red dot. A while longer passed, and a tearful cry rang out. You, come here a moment. That voice was full of helplessness, as if she'd sobbed it out. I'd waited a full 20-some minutes. The moment I got in front of her, I was completely dumbfounded. Her clothes were still hanging on the line, with only a round, pretty face peeking out. Miss, what's the drama this time? She sniffled a couple of times, her face flushing red. My clothes. I can't get them undone. I really couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. When a person is driven to utter helplessness, they really can laugh. You're still laughing? She lowered her head and sobbed, as if she'd wanted this. Normally one tug and they came undone, but today, for whatever reason, they wouldn't budge. She'd been at it from the moment I left. Pushed to her wit's end, she'd finally called me. She was 1,000 times unwilling to. Let me get the ugly truth out first. I shook my head. I have zero interest in you. If I see something I shouldn't in a moment, don't pin it on me and demand I take responsibility. I'm a man with a family. I'm as faithful as they come. Those words made her want to curse again. Not interested, yet you peeked through the door crack? Shameless hooligan. Not talking? Then I'll take it as a yes. I crouched behind her and looked. Buffed. She was covering everything with her hands. There was no trust left between people at all. You're a hooligan and you're still looking? Hurry up, she cried. Is that any way to ask for help? I got my temper up too. So capable. Undo it yourself, then. I made as if to leave. She shut her eyes, tears the size of beans rolling down, took a deep breath, and forced herself calm. Comrade Ah Chow, I beg you, help me. Help with what? She was so ashamed, angry, and helpless she could have lunged over and bitten me to death. I beg you, help me undo it, undo it. I found it funny inside. First time anyone had ever begged me to undo this. The world truly is full of wonders. Wouldn't it have been easier to say so earlier? I bent to look and froze again. Well, it was all sewn shut. It'd be a miracle if it came undone. This was almost certainly my wife's doing. Last night she'd said she saw a lot of big black tins and had sewn it up. In that case, it really couldn't be blamed on Rulon. I reached out and slipped away the little knife she had tucked behind her back. Her body shrank, clearly afraid. I ignored it, and with a light stroke of the blade, the thread split. There, take it. You, get away from me. She was about to burst from fury at me. Crouching right there, how was she supposed to get the money out? Oh, I looked for 2 or 3 seconds before leaving. Just as I stood, a shout came from the distance. Rulon, where are you? Trouble. I'd only had the radar off a moment, and someone had already crept close. 70 meters, 60, 50. Get down, quick. She was on the verge of crying. If Lin Weijun caught her looking like this, the misunderstanding would be enormous, and she'd never be able to face anyone again. I instinctively crouched, but I was tall. Even crouching, half of me stuck up, and the grass wasn't high. Get over here, quick. She had no mind for anything else and pulled me to jump into a half pit alongside her, where a half-grown tree happened to be in the way. From that spot, you could see down from above, but it was hard to spot from below. You said this, remember. Hurry up. I slid in. Only once we were pressed close together did she suddenly realize how absurd her words just now had been, and she regretted it terribly. How could she be so foolish? She stopped crying. Perhaps she'd cried herself out. Perhaps her heart was worn out too. I'll turn around. You get the money out, quick. She wiped her tears, took a deep breath, and forcibly pressed down the resentment filling her chest. Staring at my broad shoulders and back, she gritted her teeth and let go, drawing out the money inside. She sorted the Tinuan big black tins, one by one, while down the slope Lin Weijun was still calling. Rulan, where are you? After a good while, Lin Weijun left. The money sorted, her clothes back on. She stuffed every last bit of money on her into my hands. I took it, consecutive serial numbers, and still warm. Instinctively, I brought it close and gave it a sniff. The smell of printing ink. This smell, it captivates, maddens, and drives so many people, some even willing to sell their souls for it. I figured there was nothing wrong with it. Most people love to sniff cash like this. But in Rulan's eyes, I was nothing but a shameless pervert, not even bothering to hide it. I acted as if I hadn't seen a thing and counted the money once, right in front of her. The money's all here. This ginseng is yours now. I handed over the box, in high spirits. Today I'd taken in a huge sum, so I'd best treat this wealthy lady with courtesy. Comrade Rulan, need a hand? She stood in the pit, face turned away, brimming with grievances too many to voice. Give me your hand. I reached out. After-sales service had to be up to par 2. Sulking, Rulan paused 2 full seconds before extending her hand. Those fair hands of hers were covered in red scratches from the grass blades, several spots already swollen into little bumps, probably an allergic reaction. Making a young lady raised in a sheltered household climb a slope like this was bound to be something of an ordeal. I heaved her up in one pull, and she immediately flung off my hand, clutching the box and stubbornly marching back the way she'd come. Fine. A wild horse. Just don't go sprawling flat on your face, I hoped. The words had barely left my mind when she took a tumble headlong into the grass, scrambling up with weeds all over her head. She cried, yet stubbornly made not a sound, wiped away her tears, and kept going. Not 2 steps later, another fall. Watching her, I wanted to laugh, not in mockery, but a bitter laugh. She finally struggled to the foot of the slope. Just one leap, and she'd be on the main road. Below was a step of about 1.45 meters. Let me lower you down. I don't need your help. She half-crouched with her back to the road, feeling for the ground with one foot. The box slipped, and she instinctively grabbed for it. Her whole body went thud onto the road, taking a solid fall. She gritted her teeth and stubbornly made not a sound. Perhaps in her mind, not making a sound was her last shred of defiance. But she didn't realize she was already wretched enough. She'd twisted her ankle. First, she clutched the box tight, her lifeline, then braced against the mud wall and inched herself up, limping forward. I jumped down and drew alongside her. So you mean to take this ginseng back to the Wang house? She wouldn't even glance at me. My tone hardened. I told you, no one can know about this deal. If you carry it back so brazenly, Wang Xiong will guess in one shot that you bought it from me. What he thinks is none of my business. She stepped past me, lost her footing again, and fell. I didn't help. I crouched down, looking at her from above. It's getting hot. Keep fresh ginseng pressed against your body, crushed, sweated on, spoiled, and I won't guarantee how much of its potency is left. If you insist on taking it, then we terminate the deal. I'll refund your money, minus 100 for my trouble. If you want to leave it with me, hand over the birch bark, I'll bury it for you, and you can retrieve it when you leave. This time she didn't act up. If it spoiled, it couldn't save her grandfather. She lowered her head. Comrade Ah Chow, could you give me a suggestion? Of course. Helping you is helping myself. I laid the 3 paths before her. Give it back, carry it on her, or bury it right here. Bury it, and the risk was that I might pocket it. Of course, I wouldn't do that. Is there another way? She didn't want to take that risk. There is. Same time, same place tomorrow, and we do the handoff again. Add 100 for labor. If it saved trouble, I honestly didn't even want to earn that 100. I just wanted it off my hands quickly. But the moment she recalled the ordeal just now, she was 1,000 times unwilling to go through it again. And buried here, she feared I'd dig it up. In the end, she chose to bury it. I took out a shovel from the grass heap, really from the storage space. She stared, stunned, so I'd had it ready all along. I picked a hidden spot to dig a hole, buried the box, restored the ground, and camouflaged it. Without a close look, you couldn't spot a trace. Remember this tree and this rock. Don't blame me if you can't find it later. Can you still walk? I asked. She struggled a couple of times, but couldn't get up. Let me take a look. I don't need your help. So you'll just lie there? There are snakes and wild animals here. Rare, but they exist. This woman wasn't having an easy time either, traveling all this way, unafraid of death, and stubborn to boot. A textbook case of useless, yet loving to put on a brave front. Enough with the I. Lucky for you. You ran into a good person like me. Otherwise, I'd sell you off, and you'd still be counting the money for the buyer. Good person? Would a good person spy on her? Threaten her? She couldn't fathom it. How could there be someone so shameless and greedy in this world? Weren't country folk supposed to be simple and honest? She genuinely detested me. I crouched and rolled up her pant leg. Her small foot was swollen purple-red. SSSS, it hurts. She grabbed my hand. Bear with it. I pressed down, and she tilted her head back and clenched her teeth. She wasn't my wife. There was no need for me to be gentle with her. I fished the herbs out of the hemp sack. Bandaging you comes with a fee. Huh? She wanted to say she'd given me all her money. The herbs were already applied. Stop thrashing about, or you'll be hopping around for 3 more days before you can walk. She insisted on hobbling and hopping anyway, until it made me dizzy to watch. Her foot slipped, and just as she was about to topple, I grabbed her, and her back pressed against my chest. I half-crouched, hooked my arms under her legs, and hoisted her up like carrying a child. Put me down. I don't want you to carry me. Smack. I brought my hand down, probably leaving 5 finger marks there. Make another sound, and I'll drop you, believe it or not. She braced against my shoulders, her face full of grievance. Let's get this straight. This isn't free. Bandaging, 20. Carrying you, 20. We'll settle up later. If you're short, you can write an IOU. You. She truly couldn't hold back and punched me in the back of the head. I didn't react in the slightest, just said flatly, add 20 for accidental injury. This dog of a man was about to give her an illness from sheer rage. Honestly, if it weren't on my way and she hadn't paid so much, I couldn't have been bothered with her. But people have this thing called a conscience, a line you can't cross. Abandoning her, if something happened, I'd never live it down. Help, or don't help, as long as you can get past your own conscience. I just happened to be the help kind. Earned over 1,000. Not a bad round. At the village entrance, I skirted around the red dots and set her down gently. The Wong house is just ahead. Walk slowly, you should manage. I don't have money on me. Can I write an IOU? Angry as she was, the facts remained. I'd carried her back and helped her get the ginseng. Setting aside that shameless face of mine, she really did owe me thanks. What money? The bandaging, carrying me, and hitting you. Her face went a little red. She'd never in her dreams imagined such things would befall her. Oh, write it then. I pulled paper and pen from my satchel, again from the storage space. She was taken aback, not expecting this cheapskate to be carrying paper and pen on him. A few quick strokes, and she thrust it over huffily. Here. I gave it a glance and pointed. Write your address. If you welch, who am I supposed to go after? She gritted her teeth and added the address. That's more like it. I tucked the note away. Many thanks, Moneybags Rulon. This IOU was purely me teasing her. She watched my retreating figure, her expression complicated, not sure whether to thank me or hate me. In the end, revulsion won out. For the rest of her life, she never wanted to see me again. Back at the yard gate, the first thing I saw was a big, dumb silhouette, Wang Xiao. This dog was here again. What are you here for? I asked coldly, my eyes sweeping into the yard, and I froze. Dad stood dead center in the courtyard, holding a stick longer than his own life, radiating dominance. No wonder this bastard was blocked outside the gate. He couldn't get in. He Night Cao. I've come to deliver the compensation. Wang Xiong stood with his hands behind his back, wearing a stiff face. Years of acquaintance, and my dad hadn't given him an ounce of face, chasing him out. He was seething inside. Deliver it and go. I knew he was up to no good. He didn't take out any money. Instead, he let out a couple of soft chuckles. Ah Chow, you know, I don't want to blow this up. Oh, you've got that kind of heart? Funny, I never noticed. Cut the crap. Dad advanced, stick in hand. Wang Xiong swallowed and forced a calm front. Fine, I'll be blunt. This business of you raping my future daughter-in-law. I've already filed a report. The police arrive in East Village tomorrow. If you know what's good for you, hand over the ginseng and I'll let it go. He was 99% sure he'd send me to reform through labor. Mother Liao had said she'd bring Xiaofang over first thing in the morning. No matter how you weasel out of it, defiling my daughter-in-law is an ironclad fact. Once the police arrive, you can just wait to rot in prison. Dad's heart jolted. This tone didn't sound like a joke. Could it be Ah Chow had hidden the truth and really had done something with Xiaofang? He turned his head to look at me. My brow was tightly knit, my expression cold as ice. Dad panicked even more. Actually, I frowned not because of Xiaofang, but because of this man. Time and again, over and over, he trampled on my bottom line. The police come tomorrow, is that it? Fine. Then let me give you a taste of what it's like to be hauled off by the very police you called. As for defiling Xiaofang, that membrane, I was 100% certain, had not been broken. He, meanwhile, took in our expressions and was quite satisfied. Ah Chow, last chance. Hand over the real ginseng. And this thing with you and Xiaofang, I'll guarantee your safety. I was genuinely curious where Wang Xiong got the nerve to insist so firmly that I was the one who'd defiled Xiaofang. Thinking the best of it, I'd done nothing at all. Thinking the worst, Xiaofang had perhaps been with some other man, and the filth was being splashed onto me. None of this scared me. I had plenty of ways to deal with it. Did he think I was so easily framed? You've got 1 minute. Miss it, and I'm gone. He put a cigarette between his lips and struck a match. Thwack. I kicked him. You son of a bitch, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. He scrambled and rolled away as he fled. Just you wait. Wait till you're behind bars. Old man, the stick. I took the stick and gave chase. If I didn't beat him a few times today, I feared there'd be no chance later. He glanced back, and his face changed drastically. Somebody help. The He family's beating people. Thwack. One blow to his shoulder, and he staggered. Thwack. Another. People gathered around. All the better. Set a rule. So from now on, nobody dares bully my He family. Wang Xiong, you listen. From now on, if you dare touch my family again, I'll make you die. I shouted it loud, not for him to hear, but for the onlookers. Let everyone remember, I, He Night Cao, am not someone just anyone can bully. I didn't strike to kill, but I didn't go light either, aiming for the vital spots. Soon the militia squad arrived. Yuan Hai, you've got to stand up for Uncle Wang, this son of a thwack. Before bitch left his mouth, I brought the stick down. Ah Chow, stop. Tian Yuan Hai snatched away my bloodstained stick. This bastard's got zero decency, and he curses people. He dares bully my sister, my old man, and slander me. I made as if to charge, and it took all 3 of them to barely hold me back. The onlookers were so scared they kept backing away. This idiot, who'd dare provoke him from now on. Dad came to pull at me too. Ah Chow, that's enough. Beat him again next time. Only then did I stop. Wang Xiong shrank into the crowd, truly afraid now. This He Night Cao was no idiot. He was a madman. I spoke first. Just now Wang Xiong came to my house to make trouble again. If I hadn't rushed back, my old man would have been bullied by him. Uncle Wang, why are you making trouble at someone's home again? Tian Yuanhai asked. I just came to pay the medical fees. Deliver money? You crouched in my yard for a solid hour. You call that delivering money? Just giving money. Drop it and be done. Wang Xiong was speechless. I'll take the loss. He turned to leave. Halt. Apologize to my old man. He was dumbfounded. I was the one beaten, and I had to apologize? No way in hell. But the next second, old He, I'm sorry, it was my fault. His tone was respectful. Only because the 3 of them, Tian Yuanhai included, were holding me back with all their might. The moment they let go, I'd charge at any time. Mad dog, he spat inwardly. Wait till the police come tomorrow and see how you leap about then. Can't bend at the waist, is that it? I warred. He gritted his teeth and gave Dad a bow. Old He, I'm sorry. Forget it. Don't come stirring up trouble again, or you'll have it coming. Dad stood with his hands behind his back, his spine straight. In all his life, he'd never been this bold. Once the crowd had dispersed, I handed each militiaman a pack of cigarettes. Picked them up on the roadside. More than I can smoke, have a taste. Dad came running out of the house too. I picked up 3 packs as well. He pressed them into their hands. Ah Chow, don't pull stuff like this next time. Tian Yuanhai was helpless. As long as nobody provokes me, I'll never provoke anyone. Give what I mentioned last time some serious thought. He led his men off. What thing? Dad asked. Brother Yuanhai wants to pull me into the militia squad. Good. Beats working the fields. I shook my head. In 2 or 3 years, maybe. I have my own plans. 3 years down the road, once the commune opened up, everyone at home would have to go to work. My sister was frail but quick-witted. She could be groomed as an accountant or workpoint recorder. My wife loved to work, but I didn't want her in the fields either. Let her mind the kids and learn a trade. I couldn't let her suffer. Dad would find a chance to learn to drive a tractor. As for me, still mainly hunting. Get on good terms with the cadres, kick in a share, pass it off as hunting for the collective, and quietly stash away the surplus. Future matters, deal with in the future. Right now, the most important thing was stockpiling grain. In troubled times, a granary of grain is more solid than anything. Wang Xiong first went to Old Kuei's to have his injuries treated, then limped home, growing angrier the more he thought about it. The He family truly feared nothing. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. Wasn't getting the ginseng just about the money? Then why not go straight for the money? That huge sum was lying right there in his own house, wasn't it? In for a penny, in for a pound. Head of house, how'd you end up like this? Andy Wong's eyes reddened. It's nothing. Ride your bike to West Village and call the men over. He wanted to assemble the foreman crew and head up the mountain to dig ginseng, and also to get the manpower out of the way. Uncle Wong, who beat you? Lin Weijun emerged from the guest room. Who else but that he Night Cao? The man's gone too far. Wang Xiong embellished the whole tale, saying the He family couldn't stand to see anyone do well, beating whoever they saw. That man is really so brutish? Then about the ginseng. Don't worry, I've already sent for people. The moment they arrive, we'll head up the mountain. That'd be wonderful. But I'm short 2 hands. I'll need you and Rulon to lend a hand. Just to make an offering to the mountain god, nothing else. I don't mind, but Rulon hurt her foot and can't climb the mountain. Then you go alone, and I'll leave Rulon in my wife's care. Wang Xiong calculated. Pin the money on the man and deal with the woman afterward. I'd rather stay and look after her. She's shy around strangers. Lin Weijun couldn't set his mind at ease after all. Is that so? Wang Xiong sank into thought. These two had to be dealt with cleanly before the police arrived in the morning, or the money might slip away. Either do it clean, or don't do it at all. In that case, neither of you go. Wait while I dig the big ginseng back. Sorry for the trouble, Uncle Wong. An hour or so later, Annie Wong brought back 4 members of the foreman crew. Tools ready. Wang Xiong led them off toward Big Timber Mountain. Lin Weijun watched their retreating figures. Heh, the ginseng was finally getting dug up, his wish nearly fulfilled. Weijun, Rulon called from inside the room. What is it? Are you unwell somewhere? It's nothing. She shook her head. She'd heard all the commotion of the foreman crew. Now was the perfect time to leave. Let's go right now. Rulon, what on earth is wrong with you? Is someone threatening you? With me here, what's there to fear? He couldn't understand. Such crucial ginseng. And she couldn't wait even a day? Uncle Wong's gone up the mountain and will be back soon. Let's wait a bit more. But how she wished she could say, I've already bought the ginseng. Even if we leave, you have to mind your injury. Stay one more night. Uncle Wong might come back this very evening. Rulon got up and tried a few steps. It really did hurt. Fine. But you promise me, whether it's dug up or not, we leave first thing tomorrow morning. Fine. Lin Weijun agreed on the surface, but inwardly he schemed to stall as long as he could. Dusk. Wang Xiong, enduring the pain, led the crew back to the village with a beaming smile. 2 ginseng roots, one big and one small, in hand. Having sent off the 4 foremen, only the Wong couple and Lin Weijun remained in the yard. Uncle Wong, hurry, take it out and let me see. Can't look at it now. Ancestral rule. Once dug up, it must be kept out of light for a full 8 hours, or it loses its potency. Wang Xiong wore an earnest face, not like he was faking. 8 hours. Waiting until dawn, there'd be time. Lin Weijun believed him. Today I specially bagged 2 pheasants. Let's have a good drink. Lin Weijun hadn't touched meat in days and got into the spirit, helping to kill the chickens and cook the dishes. Nightfall. For at the dinner table, Wang Lizho, badly injured, was alone in his room. Cheers. Wang Xiong looked at Rulon. Won't you drink a little? My foot's hurt. I don't feel like drinking. After 3 rounds, Wang Xiong slung an arm around Lin Weijun, calling him brother, and poured bowl after bowl down his throat. Thud. Lin Weijun slumped onto the table, dead to the world no matter how they called him. Wang Xiong set down his cup and shot his wife a look. Auntie Wang got the message, fetched rope and scraps of cloth, gagged and bound him, and dragged him into the cellar. Done. The couple turned their attention to the guest room. Knock, knock, knock. Rulon, are you asleep? Your brother's drunk. Come out and look after him, won't you? Rulon had been too rattled to sleep anyway. He was her fiancé. After all, by rights she should look after him, and on the surface they were brother and sister, so it was perfectly reasonable. Creak. The door opened, and a scrap of cloth was shoved into her mouth. The couple pinned her hands and, in a few moves, bound her tight. MMPH. Rulon's eyes went wide, tears rolling down. Hinaitzao had been right. The Wang family were not good people. What do I do? What am I supposed to do? She was dragged into the pitch-black cellar. With a rasp, an oil lamp flared, its dim yellow light casting two figures in the corner, one drunk and out cold, one weeping. Uncle Wang and Auntie Wang's faces were written with cold indifference and greed, like completely different people from before. Wei Jun, why wouldn't you listen to me? If he'd only listened, the two of them would already have left East Village with the ginseng, and she wouldn't have fallen, this very day, into such a plight. Old woman, search her. After a while, Wang Xiong clutched a few dozen yuan in his hand, fury in his eyes. Just a few dozen? And you wanted to buy the big ginseng? Are you playing me? Rulon was searched head to toe, not so much as half a cent more. Auntie Wang tore the cloth from her mouth. Rulon had meant to scream for help, but held back. When first seized, she might have screamed, but a dozen minutes on, she'd calmed. This cellar was airtight. Screaming was futile and would only invite a savage beating, or even her death. Where's the money? Wang Xiong dropped the act. I have no money. No money, and you came to buy ginseng? He suddenly recalled. This woman had gone out early this morning. Hinaitsao's ginseng, you bought it. He stared hard at her, trying to read a tell on her face. Sure enough, Rulon's pupils contracted, her brow twitching upward. I didn't. She denied it at once. Smack. A slap landed, as if venting the rage from the beating I'd given him earlier. 5 finger marks surfaced instantly on her fair face, and she dared only sob quietly. Talk. Did you or did you not buy Hinaitsao's ginseng? His voice was thunderous. This cellar was dug by his own hands, its entrance hidden. Apart from the Wang family, no outsider could ever find it. I didn't. Her voice trembled. She couldn't say it. She'd promised me. Even without the promise, she wouldn't say it. Her grandfather needed that ginseng. Won't talk, huh? Every last one of you crossing me. Smack. Another backhand, and her head knocked against the mud wall, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. 7 or 8 blows in a row, and she passed out on the spot. Splash. A ladle of cold water jolted her awake, and Lin Weijun too. Huh? Rulon. I dreamed of you. Why are you crying? Lin Weijun babbled nonsense, still not sobered up. He lowered his head. Uncle Wang? Why am I tied up? Wang Xiong looked down at him, rage surging, but he forced it down and stacked a smile onto his face. Weijun, do you want to consummate your marriage with Rulon? Over the drinks earlier, he'd already coaxed it out of Lin Weijun. The two weren't siblings at all, but betrothed, and Lin Weijun was besotted with Rulon. A man of his years, Wang Xiong saw through such feelings easily. Yes, of course I do. Lin Weijun's drunken eyes were bleary. He still thought he was dreaming. Then I'll grant your wish. Tell Uncle Wang where you put the money to buy the ginseng, and I'll let the two of you consummate. Really? Of course. This is a dream. In a dream you can do anything. Haha, all right then. I've long wanted to consummate with Rulon. Where's the money? It's on Rulon. Rulon's heart went cold all through. Her disappointment in him hit rock bottom. She closed her eyes and let the tears slide down. This calamity, the odds looked grim indeed. Wang Xiong's face changed. He whipped around and glared her down. Where exactly is the money hidden? Auntie Wang searched again, even rumpling her coat, not a cent. I lost the money. Rulon stopped crying, oddly calm. She'd thought it through clearly. Reveal the ginseng, and she'd surely die. Keep silent, and there might yet be a sliver of hope. The police were coming tomorrow. That was her only lifeline. Still talking back. Wang Xiong raised his hand, but Auntie Wang stopped him. Don't beat her. What if you mar her face? So what if I mar it? I'm going to kill her. Rulon shuddered all over. Her first time standing at the edge of life and death, trembling uncontrollably. Look how pretty this girl is, Auntie Wang said suddenly. Keep her, for Liz Ho to bear children. Only then did Wang Xiong come to his senses, blinded by rage just now. He'd actually forgotten his son. Good. Make her a daughter-in-law of my Wang family. Bear us children. Rulon was struck as if by lightning. Bear children for this nest of demons? She'd rather die. What? You dare set your sights on my fiancé? Lin Weijun finally sobered a bit. Thwack. Wang Xiong kicked him over. You goddamn good-for-nothing. You weren't even in charge of the money. What use are you? Then he grabbed a stick and rained blows down on him, roaring. He nights out, die, die, die. Blood spattered onto Rulon's face. She watched, unable to stop weeping. Stop hitting him. I beg you, stop. Head of house, that's enough. Auntie Wang held him back. Don't frighten our daughter-in-law. Wang Xiong flung the stick aside, gave a cold snort, and most of his rage was spent. Call our son down, he said darkly. Have him take care of her. Call our son down. Have him take care of her. Wang Xiong gave a cold snort. Rulon's breathing grew more and more ragged, her heart pounding like a drum. She was afraid, trembling with fear. Liz Ho can't even get off the Kong yet. A couple more days won't be too late, Annie Wang advised. Wang Xiong drew a deep breath and forced himself calm. He bent down, his tone turning gentle all at once. Rulon, so long as you tell me nicely where the money's hidden, I won't beat you or curse you. I'll keep you well fed and watered. Maybe I'll even let you go. Then his tone shifted, his voice turning cold in an instant. But if you don't tell me, I have 1,000 ways to make you wish you were dead. He leaned close to her ear, murmuring like a demon. Those words cruel, obscene, every syllable a threat. Bean-sized tears rolled from the corners of her eyes, and she shook her head desperately. No, don't. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. That's more like it. Wang Xiong wore a triumphant smile. I bought a ginseng root from a masked man and buried it in a hidden spot, meaning to dig it up when I left. She spoke haltingly, not like a lie. Wang Xiong stared hard at her face. A masked man. The first person he thought of was me. How tall? About 1.80 meters. What did he say? What kind of voice? He rarely spoke. The price was all done with hand gestures. Ooh. Wang Xiong gritted his teeth. The money was gone. Where's the ginseng buried? In the woods. Which woods? I don't know. I buried it at random. Toying with me, are you? He grabbed a fistful of her hair and shoved her head against the wall. I really don't know. I'm not familiar with this place. Head of house, calm down. Auntie Wang pulled him off, smoothed Rulon's hair, and wiped her tears. Rulon, we're rough folk. Don't hold it against your Uncle Wang. Do you still remember roughly where you buried it? Rulon nodded. It seemed to be the mountain woods by the village entrance. As long as I'm there in person, I can dig it up. This was her last-ditch move, cornered as she was. Only by making them believe that, without her, the ginseng couldn't be found, would she avoid being violated on the spot. Let's go. Take her to dig it up now. What's your hurry? Auntie Wang, level-headed after all. Searching in the dead of night with torches, if a patrol spots you, how will you explain? Wang Xiong knew it too, but he'd been repressed too long, jittery all over. Then we can only wait until tomorrow. The cloth was stuffed back into Rulon's mouth, and the two of them left. The torchlight receded, the cellar sealed, and darkness reigned once more. Only then did she let out a breath. As long as she could get out of this cellar, there was hope of living. She shuffled to her right, where Lin Weijun lay, and nudged him again and again with her body. No response. Exhausted, she leaned against the cold mud wall, shivering all over. Doused with water, the ground underground was dank, and in the dead of night the cold cut to the bone. She curled into a ball in the endless dark, feeling only cold, so cold. At dawn the next day, Mother Liao brought her elder daughter Xiaofang to the Wang house. No one was in the yard, only a smell of medicine. In-law, she called several times before Auntie Wang crawled out of the east side room where the odds and ends were kept, drenched in sweat, her expression flustered. What's the matter with you? Mother Liao asked, curious. I'm moving things. Auntie Wang wiped her sweat, her face stiff. Before dawn, the couple had been anxious to find the ginseng, only to have Rulon spike a high fever, delirious and unable to tell direction. In a rage, Wang Xiong had beaten her again, and they'd had to move her back into the cellar. Auntie Wang had been down there feeding her cornbread and herbal broth. She'd only fed her one piece of cornbread when Mother Liao arrived. Have you eaten? Auntie Wang hurried to change the subject. We ate on the road. Mother Liao peered inside. Where's Brother Wang? She still called her in-law. These days, only by throwing in with the Wang family did she have a way out. As for Zhou Daong, she wasn't so afraid of him anymore. Word was the man had gone missing for several days without coming home. Dead would be best, saving her the worry. In the back room, changing Li Zhou's dressing. Xiaofang, go in and see him. Auntie Wang shot Xiaofang a glance, revulsion filling her eyes. If not for this woman, her son would never have taken that beating. Mother Liao asked and learned it was the He family who'd done the beating again. What are you standing there for? Go see your future husband. Xiaofang's breathing hitched. Head lowered, she shuffled into the back room, her gait very unnatural. Uncle Wang. Wang Xiong nodded, wiped his hands, and left. Xiaofang, you finally came to see me. Wang Lizhou propped himself up despite the pain. Come, sit here by me. I'm fine right here. Far from going over, Xiaofang took a step back instead. Wang Lizhou's face darkened. I got beaten this badly avenging you, and you step back? What's that supposed to mean? Come here. Xiaofang shuddered in fright. Mother Liao had already told her. Once this was over, she had to marry this man, whether she wanted to or not. Wang Lizhou reached out to wipe her tears. To him, this was tenderness. To her, it was terror. She almost instinctively slapped that hand away. Smack. Wang Lizhou's temper had been foul these past days. Your body's already been defiled by that idiot, and I can't even touch you. His father had said there was no need to give Mother Liao any face at all. There was a pretty woman in the cellar waiting for him to enjoy besides. Xiaofang covered her face and began to cry. Outside, Mother Liao heard it and didn't intervene. The Wang couple cared even less. They let their son vent his rage. A worn-out shoe, the both of them. Before long, Xiaofang's stifled crying came from the room. Xiaofang shrank into the corner while Wang Lizhou grabbed things and hurled them at her without mercy. Fortunately, his injuries kept him from getting off the Kong, and he couldn't do that sort of thing either, or she'd have suffered far worse. Half an hour later, Mother Liao helped her out, her face bruised and welted, her nose bleeding, her hands covered in bruises, all from being pelted. What are you crying for? Once you're at the Wang family, disobey and you'll really be in for it. Mother Liao snapped. She could no longer care about all that. A married-off daughter is like spilled water. Once this was done, Wang Xiong had promised her 100 yuan, and she'd move in with team leader Datong to live her days. As for her daughter, the angrier she got the more she stewed. That day, back from the Wang house, she'd examined her daughter's body and only then discovered Xiaofang was still a virgin. So she'd been deceived by the girl all along, getting herself beaten and cursed, on guard against Zhou Daong all day, and squandering the Wang family's trust besides. Had she known, there'd have been no need to come to East Village at all. She'd have just married the girl off to Zhou Daong and been done with it. Now look, she'd even dragged the police into it. Speak of the devil. Excuse me, does Comrade Wang Xiong live here? At the gate stood 3 uniformed men wheeling bicycles, Type 38 rifles slung over their backs, their expressions solemn. That's me. Wang Xiong bowed and scraped, inviting them inside, treating them to good tea, cigarettes, and white flour buns. They happened not to have eaten breakfast yet. After a while, that's how it is. The He family are heartless beasts. They beat my son into serious condition and beat my wife and me too. Wang Xiong rolled up his sleeve to show them his injuries and slapped the table. And a few days ago, they raped my future daughter-in-law. Beasts. The He family are nothing but beasts. We have a general grasp of the situation. People like this must be severely punished. The officer taking the statement was indignant. They hadn't fully believed it. Everything awaited investigation before a verdict. Where's the East Village Brigade leader? And the militia squad? And the address of the principal suspect, He Cao? The police wanted to connect with each in turn. Wang Xiong laid it all out, and even sent someone to fetch them. An hour later, a whole procession headed for the He house. 3 police, militiaman Tian Yuanhai, the brigade leader, women's director Lu Damei, Wang Xiong leading Mother Liao and her daughter, and behind them dozens of gawkers come to watch the show. The He house. Bro, they're here. Shall we watch the road junction? You and your sister-in-law go inside first. I'll call you if I need you. Only Dad and I remained in the yard. I wasn't going anywhere today, just waiting for these folks. Who is He Cao? The officer asked, going by the book. Me. I stepped forward. Is there something I can help with? Ah Chow, you know full well. You beast. Wang Xiong leapt out. The officer raised a hand to stop him. Comrade Wang Xiong, hold your tongue for now. Speak when we get to you. I felt a bit of relief. These officers looked fair. What I feared most was that they'd breathe through the same nostril as Wang Xiong. Everyone, please come inside. Have some tea, and we'll talk this through slowly. I made a welcoming gesture, my eyes sweeping over the crowd, finally landing on Xiaofeng. I froze, a few days apart, and how had she gotten so battered? A face cloth covered her face, but the bruises exposed on her forehead and arms were still fresh. The people outside the yard whispered among themselves. Last time Wang Xiong came to make a scene, they'd all heard him say he Night Cao had raped his daughter-in-law. Now that even the police had come, could it be false? A buzz of murmuring filled the air. The main room. Cigarettes and tea sat on the table. Two officers sat across from me, one taking notes, one asking questions. Xiaofeng was led into the inner room by a policewoman, questioned separately. Dad, Wang Xiong, and the brigade leader waited outside, keeping people back besides. The crowd had been driven out of the yard and forbidden to come near. If something like this got broadcast around, it wouldn't be good for the victim. Those of weaker mind, unable to withstand the gossip, might even take their own lives. The interrogation began. Comrade He Night Cao, that night, you slept with the victim? Yes. My answer was crisp. The two officers regarded me with a mix of distaste and astonishment. They'd handled plenty of such cases, and the parties involved were always panicked. When had they ever seen anyone this composed? What did you do to her? Give us the gist, don't be shy. It bears on the charge. At the time I thought she was my wife. I asked her, and she wouldn't make a sound. As it happened, my wife was on her monthly those days, so I went along with her. Before bed, she wanted me to turn off the lamp before she'd get on the comm. I didn't think much of it. My wife's shy, and she's still a virgin. The two officers exchanged glances. Still a virgin. Then how is she your wife? They didn't interrupt. Then I cradled her head, and then, in the most solemn tone imaginable, I recounted the most off-color content, until both of them were red in the face. Folk customs were simple in those years, and this business of playing an instrument was still seldom heard of. That's all. Nothing further. No. I was resolute. Next came the mechanical QA. Time, place, movements, duration. Women's director, come here a moment. The statement had been more or less taken. Lu Damei took Xiaofeng into a room to examine her, came out shortly, murmured a couple of words to the officers, and returned to the yard. By the table, Xiaofeng and I sat side by side while the three across from us leafed through the statements. Seizing the moment, I leaned to her ear. How'd you get hurt like this? Who beat you? She stared at me blankly, as though witnessing something inconceivable. This counted as concern? Do you think I ought to hate you? She said nothing, only watched me. I sighed. Put yourself in my place and think about it. My hitting you, cursing you, isn't that going pretty easy on you? You nearly got my wife killed. You know that. I briefly told her about Xiaoman falling into the trap and Mother Liao's scheme to marry her off to Zhou Daon. Xiaofeng was stunned. She truly hadn't known her own mother had done so much. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. She lowered her head. These days she'd eaten poorly, slept poorly, drifting through in a daze. To be honest, back then I could have killed you. But thinking it over, in this matter, you're a victim too, aren't you? Then you still blame me? She looked up, her eyes full of guilt. Human nature tends toward good. No one is born evil. It's in the past. I straightened up and stopped looking at her. Past my ass. If I weren't afraid the situation would spiral, would I bother saying all this rubbish to her? I saw her listless, bruised all over, walking abnormally, probably taken a savage beating, pitiful in a way. But what was that to me? What I truly feared was this woman filing a false statement, or even losing her virginity to some random man and then pinning it on me. Anything could happen. Should it come to that, I couldn't wash myself clean even if I jumped into the Yellow River. Evidence was crude in these times, and once a fact was established, it was hard to overturn. However desperately you cried injustice, it'd be years, over a decade later. So I put on this act, hoping only that her conscience would awaken. Of course, I kept a backup, only it'd be far more troublesome. Besides, given time, rumors would fly everywhere. Even without rape, people would guard against you, point fingers behind your back, and leave your whole family no peace. Comrade He Night Cao, are you certain your statement contains no falsehood? The officer interlaced his fingers, scrutinizing me. Or is there anything you'd like to add? I knew. He was giving me a chance to come clean. Nothing to add. I only want to say, as a man does, so heaven watches. Heh. As a man does, so heaven watches. Well said. The officer picked up the case file. According to the victim's statement, that night, apart from her biting you, you forced yourself on her in your sleep. The next morning, you beat her too. Upon examination by the women's director, the victim has indeed lost her virginity. Combined with Wang Xiong's and Mother Liao's statements, all point to you. Yet your statement is merely playing an instrument? He set the file down, his tone icy. Since you're so certain there was no rape, I'd like to hear your defense. Sure enough, this woman means to frame me. I cursed inwardly, my face not moving a muscle. May I speak of something else? Anything relevant to this case may be taken into account. That day, Mother Liao and Xiaofeng came to my house while my old man and I were out. When my sister went to bathe, Mother Liao coaxed my wife back to West Village, lying that I was in West Village too. At the same time, Xiaofeng slipped into my room and feigned illness. I laid out the whole sequence, including Mother Liao's plan to marry my wife off to Zhou Daong and how my wife had nearly lost her life. The three officers turned to Xiaofeng in unison. At that moment her gaze was vacant, still sunk in what I'd just said. It was she who'd nearly gotten her sister killed, nearly gotten her married off. It wasn't that her nature was so good, but that over these days she'd tasted firsthand Mother Liao's turnabout. Kind when she had value, and when she had none, or the moment trouble struck, shoving her out first to save herself. Yesterday, Mother Liao had even schemed to have her virginity taken, saying it was all he Night Cao's doing, that it was for her own good, trotting out all the Wang family's virtues and Zhou Dayang's unspoken menace, and she'd muddle-headedly gone along, never once considering what a catastrophe this would bring down on the rest of her life. Led all the way to the Wang house, she'd thought and thought. Why was her mother so heartless? Her sister was the living proof. She'd treated her sister poorly before, but never to the point of withholding food or raising a hand. From the moment her sister married out, all these chores, all this abuse had fallen on her. So her sister had suffered like this all along. Comrade, Liao Xiaofeng? Huh. She was called back. Is what he Night Cao just said true? It's true. Xiaofeng nodded slightly. The officer was taken aback. With the evidence so stacked against him, you still nod? Could it be she'd just been threatened? They'd all seen me whisper in her ear, only they didn't know what was said. Comrade Liao Xiaofeng, if anyone has threatened you or scared you using your family, don't be afraid. We'll stand up for you. I'll ask once more, he Night Cao's testimony, true or false? She nodded again. It's true. My sister, Uncle He, and He Xiao we can all vouch for it. She drew a deep breath, gathering herself for a few seconds. And what he Night Cao said before is correct too. I never had relations with him, and he never did anything untoward to me. It was I who deceived the whole He family. Then this statement. I fabricated it, a false statement recorded to frame him. Xiaofeng spoke very earnestly. She'd thought it through. Rather than marry Wang Lizhou, she'd sooner die. I was very surprised, clean cut to the point of unreality. Even I hadn't been sure about the act just now. At most I'd hoped to muddy the waters, never expecting she'd confess everything. Give her credit for having a conscience. The three exchanged glances. The victim's words and manner were too abnormal, and from her injuries, these were fresh wounds. Combined with my whispering just now, they had reason to suspect that I'd secretly beaten her and threatened her verbally. They immediately separated the two, summoning Wang Xiong and Mother Liao in one at a time. Auntie Liao, the injuries on your daughter, what happened? She fell on her own. Mother Liao hemmed and hawed. Fell. The officer narrowed his eyes. Could Mother Liao have been threatened too? Then what about the injuries on you? Beaten by that beast he Night Cao. She didn't dare say it was Xiao Wei and pinned it on me offhand. Then who caused your daughter's injuries? Examined as they'd been, how could they be from a fall? Mother Liao paused, but still didn't dare tell the truth. She really did fall on her own. Fine, you may step out first. The officer had it figured now. She was lying and didn't seem coerced. Next, Wang Xiong. He too insisted Xiaofeng had fallen on her own and heaped a pile of accusations on me. Before coming, he and Mother Liao had aligned their stories. Statements must match. But there was one thing he had no idea of. Xiaofeng had never been defiled at all. He'd been kept in the dark the whole time, dead certain I was the rapist. Finally, Xiaofeng. It was Wang Lizhou who beat me. She told the truth, recounting the beating in full detail. The three exchanged looks. The matter wasn't so simple. He Night Cao was likely innocent after all. To verify, They again questioned Mother Liao and Wang Xiong separately, and used it to see whether the victim was presently lucid and normal. If the victim was incoherent, questioning couldn't continue that day. Auntie Liao, answer truthfully. Who exactly caused your daughter's injuries? This time the officer wasn't testing, but interrogating. Think carefully before you answer. If we find you've provided false information, that's the crime of false accusation. Mother Liao's heart lurched, and she hastily changed her tune. It was Wang Xiong's son, Wang Lizhou, who beat her. Wang Xiong was tricked too and let it slip. Since both Mother Liao and the victim said his son did the beating, what defense did he have? He could only admit it. The key information secured, and the victim mentally sound. They could proceed to the final step. 9 people crowded around one table. Not enough chairs, cobbled together from here and there, some sitting on stacked up things. Me, Dad, the brigade leader, women's director Lu Damei, Tian Yuanhai, Xiaofeng, plus the 3 officers. Wang Xiong and Mother Liao stood. The people outside the yard pricked up their ears, held back by 2 militiamen, their curiosity growing ever harder to contain. The public interrogation began. Victim Liao Xiaofeng. Recount the whole affair from start to finish, in detail. Mother Liao stood behind her daughter and tugged at her clothes, signaling her not to talk out of turn. She'd faintly sensed something was off. Xiaofeng knew her mother wanted her to frame me, but she'd already thought it through. In the past, big matters or small, she'd obeyed her mother in everything. This once, she wanted to be herself. He Night Cao did not rape me. At these words, Mother Liao and Wang Xiong exchanged glances, faces blank. Wang Xiong especially. Mother Liao had clearly said her daughter was defiled, and at the Wang house Xiaofeng herself had admitted it. Impossible. Liao Xiaofeng must be lying. She was defiled by He Night Cao long ago. Wang Xiong pointed at me. He must have threatened her to say this. I threatened her. I shot back. More like you lot ganged up to coerce her, no? You're talking nonsense. You're nothing but a rapist. His voice was thunderous, heard clear outside the yard. What? He Night Cao's a rapist? Oh my goodness, such a fine-looking young man. How could he do such a thing? Is he even human? You can know a face, but not a heart. Silence. The police captain drew a Mauser from his waistband and slapped it down on the table with a crack. Everyone swallowed hard in unison. Whether He Night Cao is a rapist isn't for you to decide, nor for me to decide. When you haven't been asked, don't pipe up. All right. His tone was exceedingly gentle. I was a little surprised. He was just handling a case. Yet this captain carried a Mauser on him. This man was no ordinary figure. Could he be some big shot with time on his hands, taking the field himself just for the fun of it? Dad laid a hand on my shoulder. We looked at each other and shared a faint smile. The great stone in his heart had finally come to rest. He'd long been certain his son could never do such a thing. Comrade Liao Xiaofeng, continue, the captain said. Xiaofeng answered and laid it all out. But when she reached the crucial point, in this matter, I was the mastermind. It was I who coveted the He family's assets, envied my sister, and begged my mother to help me put on this act, meaning to force He Night Cao to marry me and live a good life. It was all planned by me alone. It had nothing to do with my mother. Caught in a dilemma, she chose a middle path, shouldering all the blame herself. She'd neither falsely accuse the He family nor betray her mother's kindness in raising her. I was genuinely astonished. I'd underestimated her. I hadn't expected this side of her. Yes, my daughter planned it all. It had nothing to do with me. Mother Liao nearly blurted out. What she'd feared most was her daughter turning her in. Then the rest of her life would be finished. Luckily, Xiaofeng was sensible. Is that so? The captain asked. Yes. Xiaofeng answered crisply. I have something to say. I cut in. Speak. The captain glared at Mother Liao and Wang Xiong, signaling them to shut up. The true mastermind of this affair is Mother Liao. Liao Xiaofeng is only a victim, bewitched by her mother, misled by slander, which brought about today's situation. I defended Xiaofeng, not for her sake. My thinking was simple. Send Mother Liao and Wang Xiong off to reform through labor together, and Xiaofeng naturally couldn't escape the punishment she deserved. Her conscience awakening, reining in at the cliff's edge, was her own affair. But that didn't mean I'd forgive her or treat her kindly. Why should I? My wife had nearly been killed by her. If not for my tracking skills, there'd have been no chance of finding Xiaomin. How could such a grudge be settled just like that? Forgiven just like that? You're talking nonsense. Mother Liao was about to speak. Bang! A gunshot. Wood splinters rained from the roof, letting in a sliver of daylight. Auntie Liao, did my words go in one ear and out the other? The captain fixed her with a cold stare. Mother Liao shrank her neck, retreated 2 steps, and dared not make another sound. Wang Xiong swallowed too. He'd just been about to speak as well. The intimidation was fierce. You've wasted one of my bullets. You'll reimburse me for it later. The captain set the Mauser back on the table, his tone flat. Fine. Mother Liao dared not utter a word of protest. Even I was secretly alarmed. This captain was genuinely formidable. Xiaofeng gasped for breath, her heart pounding. She was still wondering, why did he defend me? Could it be he really has forgiven me? I nearly got his wife killed. Outside the yard, the crowd was in even more of an uproar. What on earth are they talking about in there? Even firing a gun. Could it be Cao wouldn't accept it, and his defense got shut down? If you ask me, maybe it wasn't him who defiled her. Maybe she defiled him. You're talking pure nonsense. Comrade Cao, continue. I laid out the whole affair from beginning to end. How Mother Liao and Wang Xiong had come to make trouble again and again, including the beating of my sister. Only then did the 3 officers understand. So earlier Wang Xiong had turned black into white, painting me lower than a beast. The root of the wickedness turned out to be the plaintiff, not the defendant. A complete reversal of the poles, the truth swapped around. On the pretext of my defiling Liao Xiaofeng, they repeatedly slandered me, damaging my good name, leaving my family afraid to step outside. I pressed down my anger. I asked the captain to clear my name and restore my innocence. Clearing my name was very necessary. It would wash away the charge and stop the wagging tongues. We will investigate this thoroughly. If what you say is true, we will restore your innocence and send them to reform through labor. At these words, Mother Liao fainted on the spot, and Wang Xiong gaped, his face full of terror. He'd been dragged down miserably by Mother Liao. It was over, all over. The ginseng he could say even less about, say it, and Roulan's affair would be exposed. Exposed, and he might lose his head outright. At the very least, he had to preserve the family line. But with a big cunning wolf like me in East Village, his son was in too much danger. He had to find a way to get his son away. Cao not guilty. Wang Xiong, Auntie Liao, Liao Xiaofeng, take them back to the bureau. Does anyone have any objection? No one spoke, not even Wang Xiong. Mother Liao had fainted dead away and had all the less say. Brigade leader, immediately assemble all the villagers for a mass meeting. Everyone must attend, so all can see the end that awaits wrongdoers. Yes, this afternoon, we'll publicly denounce the crimes and clear the name, the captain added. Also, the matter of Liao Xiaofeng losing her virginity must not be spread. Everyone nodded. She was, after all, a victim too. Recognizing one's error and mending it is the greatest good. Even were she a wrongdoer, there was no need to expose her private matters. Dismissed. The brigade leader and women's director left first. Wang Xiong, Mother Liao, and Xiaofeng were escorted off separately by Tian Yuanhai's men and held apart, lest they turn on one another. The crowd chased after Tian Yuanhai, asking, Captain Tian, what on earth happened? Is he Cao a rapist or not? Tian Yuanhai paused his step, dropped one line, and left. Cao is innocent, not a rapist. None of you spread rumors. Thank you so much. Dad stepped forward and clasped the captain's hand, so moved his eyes reddened. No, it's what we ought to do. Black can never be made white, and white can never be made black. Right, you're absolutely right. Dad shook his hand again and again. It's just about noon. How about a simple meal? Before the captain could decline, I beat him to it and called into the house. Wife, sis, telling them to prepare food. Faced with such warm hospitality, the officers couldn't well refuse. It happened to be mealtime, and being strangers in an unfamiliar place, they had nowhere else to go. Then we'll impose on you. Dad wanted to cook. I wouldn't let him and sat him down to keep the guests company. I poured tea, offered cigarettes, and saw to everything. Before long, Li Sanmei and Honglian came too. Ah Chow, everything all right? Auntie Sanmei leaned close and asked, Auntie, do we look like anything's wrong? I said with a smile, Good, as long as it's all right. I invited Auntie Sanmei into the inner room to keep Dad company and had Honglian lend a hand washing vegetables. From now on, we were one family. Why stand on ceremony? At the table, fine dishes and good meat. The captain looked on, clicking his tongue. Old master, don't spend so lavishly. He glanced around the room. Clearly poor, so why so imprudent with the household? As for meat, it's better to eat sparingly. On the table were cured wild boar, gray squirrel, wood-ear fungus, and white flower buns. Comrade Xinghua, it's a rare visit. We ought to treat you well. The captain was named Su Xinghua, 32, a figure in public security who'd been to the battlefield. A minor task like this normally wouldn't fall to him. Today he'd simply happened to have some free time and came to look around East Village. Don't be fooled by our humble home. My son is a crack hunter. Dad brought me up, his face full of pride. All this he bagged himself. The household's provisions all rely on him. Su Xinghua was a little surprised. This lad, so young yet no small skill. At 19 or 20, with a wife and this ability too, it was truly rare. Young man, talented and promising, but you must never grow arrogant and go stirring up trouble everywhere. He added an extra word of caution. Flies don't settle on an unblemished egg. That was his creed. Rest assured on that. My son never stirs up trouble. He's kind. Whoever's good to him, he's good to them. Dad blew his own trumpet and poured out the bulk liquor. My daughter-in-law's even better. Ever since she entered our family's door, it's been one happy event after another. See, even you gentlemen have come to our door. My little one is well-behaved too. Needlework and housework, the two of them handle it all. And there's my dear friendly San Mei and her daughter Honglian. That the He family has held out till today, the mother and daughter deserve the greatest credit. Old He, you're just talking nonsense. Everything I say is the truth. Dad was like a floodgate thrown open, prattling on endlessly, not the least bit bashful. He wasn't embarrassed, but Xiaomin and Xiaowei were so embarrassed they couldn't lift their heads, and Honglian and Annie Sanmei were flustered too, all because his praise had no bounds. I listened dumbfounded too. How had I never noticed Dad had this habit before? Had he gone off his rocker? Never mind. I wasn't the only one suffering, so let him be. The truth was Dad hadn't had such a hearty chat with anyone in ages. Don't be fooled by his non-stop chatter. He tailored his cloth to the person too. In his heart, there were no outsiders in this room, and the weight of Comrade Cop was as heavy as family. Comrade Xinghua, finish this meal, and there'll be another. Come to East Village often when you have time. I guarantee there'll be meat. Sure, Su Xinghua kept his nerves taut year-round and rarely felt so carefree. Come, cheers. Cheers. The three cops, we father and son, and Honglian all drank heartily, but all with restraint, for there was the big meeting in the afternoon. It was a satisfying meal. After the meal, Su Xinghua made to leave, and I stopped him. Comrade Su, I'd like to ask something. Given Liao Xiaofang's circumstances, what punishment will she face? It wasn't I who wanted to ask. My wife had begged me several times, wanting to put in a word for her sister. A sister is a sister, after all. As for Mother Liao, Xiaomin had already given up on her entirely. That Xiaomin thought this way was also because she could sense her sister had reined in at the cliff's edge, different from before. That's hard to say. She's a party to it. It could go big or small. Rest assured, I'll be as lenient as I can. Su Xinghua bore no ill will toward Xiaofang, a child who recognizes her error and mends it. Then I'll have to trouble you. Young man, that's too distant a way to put it. I still haven't patched up that hole in your roof. He left an address. If I had matters, I could find him at Pingyi Town, and then left with his men. The few of us looked at each other and smiled. The feeling was like a fishbone stuck between the teeth finally being pulled out. There's no describing how satisfying it was. Bro, this afternoon's mass meeting. I want to go too. Xiaowei tugged at my clothes and shook them gently. I'll go with sister-in-law and sister Honglian. I won't push into the crowd. Just let me go. Come on. This silly sister of mine could act coy too. I pinched her cheek. Fine, fine, but you must stick close to sister Honglian and the others. I feared she'd get jostled in the crowd and hurt her wound. Yay, bro, you're the best. She wriggled free of my hand, took my arm, and grinned. So only your bro's good, Dad's not. Dad's good too. Then what about Auntie? Auntie's good too. And me? Sister Honglian's good, sister-in-law's good too. Xiaowei flashed a mouthful of white teeth. The whole room burst into laughter. In the afternoon, East Village Square, a sea of people, livelier than the Yonga revelry at New Year. On the left, I stood, chest out, head high. On the right, Wang Xiong and Mother Liao bent over, heads down. The two sides, one heaven, one earth. In the middle were Su Xinghua's trio, the brigade leader, the women's director, militiamen, and several commune cadres, presiding over the whole scene. Below the stage, a buzz. That's he Night Sao? Isn't he an idiot? Why doesn't he look the least bit idiotic? He got better a while ago, and I hear he can hunt too. Really? I wonder if getting my boy made an idiot for a spell would make him this capable. Isn't that Wang Xiong? A foreman crew boss, so rich, and yet he does such a rotten thing. Revenge, that's what. He Night Sao beat his son, then beat that woman. The militia couldn't even hold him back at the time, nearly beat Wang Xiong to death. Su Xinghua let out a great shout, and the whole scene gradually fell silent. The relevant matters were all handled with dispatch and announced before the crowd. At 5 in the afternoon, the 3 cops arrived at the Wang house, deserted. Auntie Wang was gone too. The valuables, the money, that 28-inch bicycle, even the cellar, all emptied out. There was no need to check Mother Liao's home. It was bare to begin with, leaving only some coarse grain and a few old odds and ends. All this was told by Xiaofeng. That she wasn't left behind either was entirely thanks to her attitude of recognizing and mending her error. In the end, Wang Xiong, Mother Liao, and Xiaofeng left East Village with the police. The Wang family's work points were assigned to the He family, plus a full 10 yuan in compensation to me. Now, there wasn't a soul in East Village who didn't know me. Not knowing me would be hard. Just as well, those bits of rat droppings hidden in the dark corners could stay quiet for a while. The ferocity with which I dealt with Wang Xiong that day had now become a deterrent too. Those who wanted to bully the He family basically dared not harbor crooked ideas anymore. The He house. I say, why do these cigarettes smoke so smooth? Dad cradled the workpoint ledger. Those little slips of temporary workpoint tickets, the 10 yuan in compensation, and my document of innocence, his face all smiles. His real interest wasn't in the wine, so to speak. It was that his heart was at ease. TCH, weren't you just complaining a few days ago that these cigarettes weren't strong enough? I teased him and joined him for one. I don't usually smoke. Only when vexed, pleased, or the occasion calls for it do I light one up. Old He, smoke less, it harms your health, and it's a bad influence on Ah Chow. Auntie Sanmei chided as she helped Dad sharpen the farm tools. Dad said not working the fields for a few days made him uncomfortable all over, and he'd go out to work tomorrow. Auntie Sanmei's injury hadn't healed yet and needed a few more days' rest. Auntie, let me add water for you. Xiaowei crouched on the ground, slowly pouring with a gourd ladle. Smoking is a man's romance. What do you know? Dad tossed out abruptly, quite pleased with himself. Yes, 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 only you know. The whole yard laughed. But I was puzzled. That line was clearly mine, and it had already been pilfered by Dad so soon. Sis, where are your sister-in-law and sister Honglian? Gone to dig wild vegetables. Said eating too much meat upsets the stomach. Digging wild vegetables? I thought. Ah, that's it. Sister Honglian hasn't hunted in a long while. Only on asking Annie Sanmei did I learn Honglian had no gun permit and still focused on farm work, seldom touching a gun. That wouldn't do. I'd been thinking of occasionally teaming up with her to go up the mountain. Hunting alone is truly dull. But without a permit, there'd always be some petty person making trouble behind her back, and inspections would get stricter over the next 3 years. To stop wagging mouths, having a gun permit is still the most secure. Nightfall. At the table were the leftovers from noon, mostly wild vegetables. As for daily life, it's better to be frugal, cherish food, and don't waste it. Dad, bro snatched my tarragon sprouts again. Xiaowei puffed out her cheeks, tattling. Dad ignored her, drinking on his own and chatting with Annie Sanmei. What are you looking at? I said, picking up a tarragon sprout, my face smug. Skin and bones. Tell you to eat more meat, and you won't. That's right. Shall we? Eat more meat, you're still growing. Xiaoman chimed in. Honglian picked up a piece of half-fatty meat for Xiaowei too. Eat more, grow plump and tall quick. Xiaowei was the shortest in the house. You're all bullying me. Xiaowei buried her head and shoveled rice. She secretly vowed. Next time she'd go dig them herself, dig a whole heap back, stir-fry them for herself, and make them drool with envy. After the meal, I arranged to go to Pingyi town with Honglian first thing in the morning. There were a few matters to attend to. First, to go to Uncle Wei's to collect a gun. Second, to find a neighbor and buy land. I wanted to build a bigger house, with a large yard where vegetables could grow. In the years to come, private plots would be scarce, so I'd have to plant more vegetables in the yard. The household next door had moved away, hadn't returned in years, and that abandoned plot suited me perfectly. Third, to spend money. With cash in my pocket, my hands itched. I, I won't go. Hong Lian still wanted to keep her distance from me. Why? A companion on the road would be nice. The key was that she could borrow a horse cart. I'm not going, that's all. I'll just borrow the horse cart for you. Dropping this line, she ran off. I scratched my head and muttered, that relative of Hong Lian's hasn't left yet? Ah Chow, the water's ready. Xiaomin called from the outer room. Wife, let's bathe together. I wasn't the least bit bashful. She looked left and right, and only after seeing no sign of Dad and shall we did she softly agree. In the little space among the fences, she kept her head down, teased by me until she hardly dared to breathe. A while later, I sat on the low stool in the yard, my back against her, my head pillowed at her waist. She reached out to dry my hair for me. The late spring night breeze was a little chilly. Wife, you smell so nice. I tilted my head up, looking at her from below. That's clearly the soap smell on you. You're just teasing me. She smiled prettily. Knowing full well I was fooling her, she was delighted all the same. Come closer, I've got something to say. She cupped my head in both hands and slowly bent down. 3,000 strands of black hair fell, brushing my face, ticklish. Give me a kiss. She pursed her lips and hurriedly pulled back, a soft little fist landing on me. No, what if Dad and shall we see? How embarrassing. No kiss won't do. I'd already used my ability to check. Dad and shall we were both in their rooms with no sound, probably asleep. Otherwise, I'd never go too far outside. Ordinarily, carrying my wife on my back or kissing her cheek in front of them was all in fun. A proper kiss on the lips was different. Don't. Ah Chow, let's go back inside, all right. Her face had already gone red. I turned around, gently circled her waist, and got the urge to tease. She stood, I sat. Just a kiss on the cheek. She glanced back at the inner room. Quick, just once. Then all right. She withdrew her gaze and swiftly leaned close to my cheek. Little did she know I played the rogue and kissed her mouth to mouth. Ah Chow, you cheated. A soft little fist, and blushing, she ran back into the house. I found it rather funny. When it came down to it, my wife and I had only consummated the once and never again since. Once inside, my wife was buried under the quilt on the Kong, her clothes piled beside the pillow. My wife was getting more and more sensible. In a couple of quick moves, I slipped under the covers, and she immediately pressed against me. With warm fragrance in my arms, and being a starving man to begin with, how could I hold back any longer? I lowered my head and kissed her lips. After a long while, our lips parted. Ah Chow, go easy, it still hurts. Where does it hurt? It's just what? You know full well. She buried her head in my chest, flustered with shyness. If you don't say, how would I know? I'm no immortal. I just wouldn't let her off. She was so vexed she landed a few more soft little fists, but simply wouldn't speak. I gently pushed her away and stopped teasing, afraid she'd truly get upset. The two of us embraced, buried under the quilt, slowly murmuring sweet nothings. Before I knew it, dawn had broken. She nuzzled in my arms, wanting to get up and make breakfast. Awake? Still hurts. I casually pulled her close. She pressed against my chest and shook her head, her face slightly red. Last night I'd been very gentle, so she was fine and could get out of bed. Ah Chow, I'm off to cook. Go on. This time I didn't stop her. That was just her temperament. She had to do a bit of work to feel the day hadn't passed in vain. Idle for a day, she'd feel uneasy all over, even guilty. Everyone has their own way of living, and diligence was carved into her bones. But before she left, I begged a kiss before letting her go. She left the room blushing. After breakfast, Dad wanted to go out to work. No chance. I forced him to stay and mind the house. I climbed onto the horse cart Hong Lian had sent over first thing and set off for Pingy Town. My sister clamored to come along, and I didn't agree, only promising that once her injury healed, I'd take her and my wife into town to have some fun. She then made a fuss about buying a brood of chicks, and I turned that down too. The village had wolves and weasels. Keeping them would only bring unrest. A dog might do better. The cart reached the first big bend on the main road, precisely where Rulon and I had buried the ginseng together. You had to get off and part the grass to see it. Never mind. Rulon had surely left long ago. Otherwise, how had I not caught even a shadow of the two of them all day? Giddy up, I didn't get off, heading straight for Pingy Town. 2 hours later, I arrived at that general store. I checked, only one person inside. Uncle Wei. He nights out. Uncle Wei was startled. He hadn't expected me to come first. I am indeed tough to screw, but my name is Hinaitzao. I explained. The name Dad gave me. I really couldn't fathom his thought process, but I didn't mind it. In fact, I quite liked it. Who do like tough and durable? Oh, close enough. He led me into the inner room, but didn't rush to fetch the gun. First he asked, "Can you stay in town a couple of days?" "Why?" "That ginseng from last time. I reckon the buyer should arrive in a day or two. If you want to offload it, staying a couple of days is the safe bet." These past days he'd been waiting for Lin Weijun, hadn't gotten him, and instead had gotten me. Something stirred in my heart. By Uncle Wei's meaning, Rulon hadn't even come to say a word to him? She didn't seem the type to leave loose ends. "Uncle Wei, that man and woman haven't come by?" I probed. "No. Why do you ask?" Rulon really hadn't come. "Uncle Wei, let me be honest. That ginseng you saw earlier, I used it to extend my own grandfather's life." I made up a pretext offhand. If I said I'd already sold the ginseng, that would be flashing a dangerous signal. You have money. I wasn't close with Uncle Wei, and he was in the underworld. These waters ran too deep, and I dared not wade in. Putting it this way, he'd know I had neither ginseng nor any great profit to offer. Not flaunting wealth. There's good reason for it. What? Uncle Wei's eyes bulged. A treasure worth hundreds, squandered just like that by some old man? Hinaitzao. That was a great treasure worth over 1,000. Was I supposed to watch my grandfather draw his last breath just for money? Put yourself in my place. Could you bear it? Uncle Wei's face fell mournful. If that deal had gone through, he'd have made at least a dozen yuan, and it had flown away just like that. Gripping the gun he'd fiddled with all day, even chipping in for parts, it suddenly seemed less sweet. So how much is left? He wasn't ready to give up. Just a tiny bit, to build up the family's health. Sigh, he lamented inwardly. From his look, he'd bought most of it. Good. Uncle Wei, can you get a gun permit here? I asked, clinging to a slim hope. If Hong Lian, who was so close with him, hadn't managed it, it was probably hopeless, or Hong Lian hadn't had enough money. He put away the money and took the cigarette I offered, lighting up. That one's hard, high risk, get caught, and it's off to reform through labor. Inspections are tight now. The black market has almost no one, and any there are come through acquaintances. He didn't rule it out completely, but the meaning was clear, not for now. I didn't press. Then what about coupons? Those I have, not many. What coupons do you want? Cloth coupons, grain coupons, got any? Yes, but they're pricey, and you'll have to pay a deposit. What if I fetch them and you don't want them? How pricey? I'll go up the mountain and hunt a few more rounds. Set the money aside in advance. Local grain coupons are cheaper, nationwide ones are dear. He hadn't mentioned military grain coupons. Saying so would be pointless, as only officers had those. All right, get me more shoe coupons. And if you've got cloth coupons and sugar coupons, hold those for me too, I said, and he listened and jotted, growing happier as he wrote. There was a tidy margin to earn here. Chao buying so much for Hong Lian. She's truly blessed. Last time he'd mistaken me for Hong Lian's man, and Hong Lian hadn't refuted it, so he'd taken it as fact. Yeah, I couldn't be bothered to explain. Let's be clear first. Some coupons I may not manage to buy. If I can't get them, I'll deduct the money. But whatever I do bring back, you have to take it all, no backing out. Rest assured, I'll take it all. Good, for Hong Lian's sake, I trust you. He wrote the prices on paper, reading aloud. Local grain coupons, 15 cents a jean. Cloth coupons, 50 cents a chi. Sugar coupons, 1 yuan a jean. I clicked my tongue. This old codger's heart was truly black, dearer than buying the real goods. Chao, give me 10 yuan deposit first. He licked his thumb, flipped the page, and kept writing. The corner of my mouth twitched. Uncle Wei, call me Chao, and I'll give the money right away. Chao, what did you say? Nothing. Here, 10 yuan. I set the change on the table. Uncle Wei, make sure it's safe, and don't let a word leak out. I offered another cigarette. He took it and smiled. Rest easy, Chao. When I do business, it's steady. This old codger was surely doing it on purpose. Afterward, I bought bullets, took the gun, and rode toward the address on the note. A while later, I found the place by the address. A few large characters over the door lintel. Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Round and round. So it was the co-op after all. Chao, what took you so long to come? Lu Guangping hurried out to greet me. Never mind my patched-up clothes. I was a major customer. He peered at the cart, empty. Where's your game? Right here. I patted the deflated hemp sack. Mountain ginseng? His eyes lit up. A pity, it was gray squirrel pelts. What? Brother Lou thinks it's too few. 20 pelts, that's not few. 3 grade A, 6 grade B, 11 grade C, 9 yuan 30 total. He weighed it in his hand. Not too few either. Grade A fetched 80 cents. Only the large ones were hard to find. I carried the sack toward the shoe section. Now I had enough to buy shoes. My family's shoes had been mended over and over. I absolutely had to buy some. Brother Lou, let me discuss something with you. No industrial coupons, mind you. He blocked my mouth first. I'll trade gray squirrel pelts for industrial coupons. Wouldn't that put you in a spot? Look at those shoes over there. Could you sell me a few pairs? That won't do. I don't even have shoe coupons myself. Where would I get them for you? That's why I'm discussing it with you. Name a price. If it works, I'll buy straight away. No coupons, no go. There's got to be some way, right? Another day, I'll bring you a big head of game, and you give me reward coupons. Reasonable and fair, no? I added a line. I'll pay a bit extra on the money. This. He hesitated. It'd be hard to answer to the higher-ups. Rest assured, next time I'll bring you a big one, guaranteed to satisfy. He waited a good while. At most, he'd relent and sell 2 pairs. Fine, 2 it is. But then you have to hold a few more pairs for me. Best if it can be settled with money. I calculated inwardly. 4 pairs for the He family, 2 for Honglian, 2 for Lu Hongmei, 1 for Hu Xiuchuan. If I could, I'd buy double, 2 for everyone. But coupons were the sticking point. Hard. I wrote out the sizes for him, then fleeced the shop for a good round, until he waved his hands in surrender. Best to quit while ahead. All told, I bound up a cartful, spending over 30 yuan. Candy was what I bought the most of. There was also fever and pain-reducing aspirin and analgin, gentian violet, bandages, gauze, adhesive tape. Having tied up the goods, I circled back to the shop and offered a cigarette. Brother Lou, let me make a phone call. There weren't many telephones in the whole town. The co-op counted as one. Sure, it's a paid call. Long distance or local. The county timber processing plant. There's only the one. My neighbor worked there, supporting a whole family on a month's wages. Truly impressive. Let's be clear first. 3 minutes, 27 cents. Lu Guangping cranked the handle. This was a magnetophone, extremely noisy. You had to holler at the top of your lungs, and there was zero privacy. To murmur anything mushy over this, that couple's hides were truly thick enough. Hello, where to? A county operator's voice. County timber processing plant. Lu Guangping opened his mouth wide and bellowed. The call had to be relayed layer by layer. For out-of-province calls, it had to go from the county to another province, then to the county, then to the locality, a whole rigmarole. I waited about a minute before it connected. Hello, who are you looking for? I'm looking for Lin Guodong. Who? Lin Guodong. I shouted several times before the other end made it out. Hold on. This wait lasted 7 or 8 minutes. Hello, you looking for me? Who are you? A middle-aged man's voice. Uncle Lin. I'm from East Village, your neighbor the He family. I'm He Nightsao. He Nightsao? Oh, you're Ah Chow. He was very surprised the He family would call, asking after this and that, chatting about home. He hadn't been back to East Village in years, and didn't even know I'd turned idiot and recovered. He prattled on endlessly, for a long while I couldn't get a word in. Uncle Lin, I want to buy the land plot of that collapsed house of yours. No problem. That house is going to waste sitting there anyway. But you'll have to tell the person in charge in your village and get a written certificate. All right. Then how much do you want, Uncle Lin? No need. Your dad and I are on good terms. Just consider it a gift to you all. When I come back to East Village someday, just let me stay a few days. Getting the plot for free, that'd be great. But I didn't see it that way. Come that day, if he brought his whole household and refused to leave, kicking up a chicken and dog ruckus, who would I cry to? Called a gift for the sake of sounding good, but bluntly put, the plot would still be his in name. Uncle Lin, you'd better name a price. When you come back, I'll give you the money, or I'll mail it over. Is that so? Then as you like, say 50 yuan. Good grief, opening his lion's mouth wide. And he'd talked of a gift. Once the house was built, he'd likely, just as I'd predicted, refuse to leave. Fine, give me the address, Uncle Lin, and I'll mail the money over. I didn't haggle. Haggling with him meant chipping away at my dad's face, and he might not budge anyway. I wasn't short this bit of money. Buying the plot outright was what mattered. Handing it over in person was inconvenient, so mailing it, slower, but safer. The other end paused a few seconds. Ah Chow's so straightforward. All right then, the address is. Click. I jotted down the address and hung up. The whole call ran over 30 minutes. The phone fee came to nearly 3 yuan. In these times, a day's wage was only 2 or 3 cents. This one call was 10 days' labor down the drain. Coming out of the co-op, I detoured to the free market. I'd come late. It was already afternoon, the crowd mostly dispersed, only some shabby stalls left. Luckily, there were still snacks. State monopoly aside, some self-produced and sold stalls remained. Sliced sticky cake, fried dough twists, cold jelly noodles, tofu, greens, poultry and eggs, chicks and piglets, cured tobacco, and the like. But rice, white flour, and oil were absolutely forbidden. Uncle, I'll take all of these. How much? I spotted a small stall selling fried dough twists, not much left, so I just helped him close up shop. The uncle was dumbfounded. Who buys like that? 97 cents in all. There was blood sausage for sale, not fresh, so I passed. I strolled about, bought whatever caught my eye, and even scored some vegetable seeds, still had some in the afternoon, a rarity. Checking the sky, I headed back. Nearly 5:30, I reached that big bend, where Rulon and I had buried the ginseng. I got off and parted the grass to look closely. The soil surface was untouched, not the slightest trace of digging. I dug out the ginseng. The thing wrapped in birch bark was still there. Here was the problem. Rulon hadn't come to collect it in 2 days, and there was only one explanation. She'd never left the village at all. The moment the thought struck, I immediately drove the cart back to East Village. If she hadn't left, either some old bachelor in the village had carried her off, she was beautiful, or she was still at the Wong house. But the police had searched the yard, even turned over the vegetable cellar, and found nothing. Could it be she'd been silenced? I thought this highly possible. Murder for money was never rare. Wang Xiong had come to me for the ginseng again and again. Wasn't it all for money? Now the money had delivered itself to his door. Anyone would grow murderous, let alone him. Giddy up. Home. My sister immediately ran over, rummaging through the things on the cart, chattering away. My wife fetched fodder to feed the horse. Dad was sweeping the yard, nearly finished. Ah chow, what's wrong? Feeling unwell. Xiaoman saw something was off in my expression. It's nothing. Here, help me carry the things. I forced a smile. The family cheerfully sorted through it all. My sister, her injury a little better, started chattering. After busying myself a while, I didn't join in the fun and sat on a low stool, gazing at them, lost in thought. This whole way back, I'd been thinking, Rulon's affair, should I get involved or not? The money was in hand, and the ginseng could be dug up any time. It amounted to a huge sum for free. That kind of money could shake anyone. When it came down to it, I too was just an ordinary man. I had no relationship with Rulon, couldn't even be counted as friends. Ah chow, have one. Dad pulled out a cigarette and lit it for me. Something on your mind? I took a drag, gazing at the darkening horizon. Is it that obvious? You're my son. How could I not know? Dad smiled. Old man, that big ginseng we sold. You remember it? I do. Why? That 1,000 yuan, I'd long shown the whole family. They'd counted it half the night behind closed doors that evening. The ginseng is over on the main road. I hadn't dug it back, afraid Rulon might come to collect it right then, and finding no ginseng, I'd truly become a villain. Dad's face changed. Ah chow, our family used to be so poor, yet I always kept my conscience and never entertained such a wicked notion. He swallowed, his voice sinking lower. Tell your dad honestly. Did you do something to Rulon? Old man, where's your mind gone? Could I do such a thing? I didn't hide it from him and told the whole story from beginning to end. Only then did Dad understand. Then tell me, if Rulon is still in East Village, where would she be? And why hasn't she left? As we talked, the knot in my heart came undone. Keeping one's conscience. Yes, conscience matters most. I could take the ginseng, but that lump in my heart would never be wiped away in a lifetime. To trade a lifetime of conscience's torment for one ginseng root was far too poor a bargain. As someone living an extra life out of nowhere, was I afraid I couldn't earn this 1,000 yuan? It was only a matter of time. Having thought it through, I made up my mind, find Rulon. If I couldn't, I'd stow the ginseng away and wait for her to come collect it herself. Need help? Dad asked. No. It was dark. I planned to go scout the Wong house. A single sweep would tell. If I'm short-handed, I'll come back. It's close. Take the horse lantern, Dad reminded. Ah chow, come back early. Xiaoman fetched the horse lantern and matches. Be back in a bit. Lantern in hand, I headed for the Wong house. Just a few minutes and I was there. The sky had gone fully dark. Ah Chow, what brings you here? The speaker was Zhang Ding, an old craftsman in his 50s. Last time I went to West Village to find Xiaoman, he'd been there too. Uncle Zhang Ding, what are you doing here? I still thought the red, that was Rulan. Thanks to you, the brigade leader allotted this big house for me to live in. My adobe hut was too cramped. Having gotten the house, he was overjoyed, took leave to rush the work, and would move in once it was tidied. With no one in the Wong house, the property reverted to the collective to be reapplied for after Wang Xiong returned from reform through labor. It couldn't just sit empty. Uncle Zhang Ding, this is their own doing. That's your merit too. We chatted a couple of lines, and I peered inside. Uncle, anyone still in the house? No, just me. My son and the others didn't come. What? I frowned, no one. But on the radar, there was clearly still a red dot in the inner room. Livestock? It's nothing, just asking. Zhang Ding smiled. You're here to pick over the leftovers, eh? Once the Wong family left, quite a few in the village had come to rummage. The Wong family had money, after all. It was all cleaned out during the day. The cellar turned over too, nothing left. He kindly reminded me. I'll just go in and take a look, then leave. Sure, just don't tear anything apart. I'll head back first, the family's waiting to eat. Oh, that wild boar meat last time. Thanks, Ah Chow. Anytime there's something you need me for, just say the word. Take care, Uncle Zhang Ding. Once he'd gone far, I carried the lantern around to the back of the house. The red dot was right beneath my feet. My first thought was the cellar. Walking into the yard, the east side room with the odds and ends was closest to the red dot. Sure enough, a spot in the corner was spread with fresh yellow mud, sticky, as if just plastered on. Precisely the one place I hadn't jabbed with an awl or stomped on before. I grabbed a tool, cleared away the yellow mud, and revealed pieced together mud bricks, about the size of a well mouth. Who would lay adobe bricks in a storage room? No need to stomp to know something was fishy. I moved aside 6 adobe bricks. Beneath lay a thick wooden plank. Knock knock, the echo was deep. That was it right here. The instant I pried it open, the smell of blood mixed with mildew rushed at me. My heart tightened. There was only one red dot, so of the two of them, one was likely dead. Rulan, I called. No response. I tied the horse lantern to the end of a pole and leaned down to shine it in. Rulan was right at the mouth of the hole, bound all over with rope. Following the drag marks on the ground and shining inward, there was also a man, his head covered in blood, his face indistinct, already lifeless. It had to be Lin Weijun. I climbed down into the pit and turned Rulan over. Her clothes were soaked, her body without a trace of warmth, her hands and feet bruised, her face swollen, her complexion pale as paper. This person before me was a world apart from that graceful figure from before. If not for the still present breath and heartbeat, she'd have been little more than a corpse. I drew my knife and cut the ropes, far quicker than untying. Hoisted her up, climbed out of the cellar, and made straight for the he house. That male corpse was no concern of mine. Someone would come to collect and bury it. The he house. Bro? What happened? Ah Chow, is that Rulan? The family gathered around. This woman wasn't thin. Carrying her the whole way, she was heavy. I'll explain later. Wife, go get some dry grass to our room. You've got an injured foot. Go slow. Old man, go heat the Kong. Run it through to my room. Sis, fetch a new dry towel from the Kong chest. The 3 each hurried off. I carried Rulan into the room and waited for the grass. Before long, Xiaoman brought a big armful of dry grass. Where do I put it? Move the quilt and mat aside. Spread it at the foot of the Kong. Once it was spread, I gently laid Rulan on it, and together with Xiaoman peeled off her soaked outer clothing, leaving only a thin undergarment, exposing skin wrinkled from soaking and frighteningly pale. Wife, you handle the rest. With my wife present, I had to consider her feelings. My sister came in with the towel. Bro, want hot water? Dad's got it heated. Can't use hot water for now. Just wipe her dry and cover her with the quilt. Sudden hot water and the ice-cold blood returning to the heart could risk re-warming shock instead. Right now, warming the room and the bedding, letting her warm up slowly, was the steady way. The sisters-in-law set to work at my word. I went to the outer room and stripped off my soaked shirt, drenched in sweat. Old man, burn the fire slower. If the Kong temperature rose too fiercely, it wouldn't save her, it'd harm her. It needed to be warm. Even a touch cooler was better. Should I go fetch barefoot Dr. Old Kue? He's got medicine. No need. He'd use the same method if he came. And I've got medicine too. I'd bought plenty at the co-op, fever medicine among them. It was only penicillin and glucose, those precious drugs that required pulling strings at the health clinic. To use them, I could only bring her over. First, get the immediate care done. Once she woke, I'd feed her thin porridge and sugar water to nourish her. Half an hour later, my wife and sister came out of the room. Their expressions grave. They knew no medicine, but they could tell Rulon was gravely ill, with beating injuries all over her body. One could imagine what she'd suffered. Everyone eat first. No use fretting. Xiaomin and Xiaowei agreed, but had little appetite and ate very little. Only Dad and I could eat. When it came to this, Min held up somewhat better after all. An hour passed. I went into the room, bent down and lifted the quilt, bringing my face level with her chest to see if her breathing had enough force. If not, I'd have to give her air. I put my ear close to her breath, extremely faint, nearly non-existent. I pried open her mouth. There was no foreign object inside. Shall we? Go wipe yourself down and turn in early. Once my sister had left, I said to my wife, give her artificial respiration. When breathing was weak, sustaining it with artificial respiration for a while worked. Occasionally, supplementing a few breaths was enough. Huh. Xiaomin was baffled. She'd never heard the term. Blow air into her like this. I pinched her nose. Right now you're just breathing with your mouth, yes? When she inhales, you blow in, not too hard. She leaned close to Rulon, her little mouth slightly open, never getting the knack. Ah chow I can't do it. She looked to me for help. I pressed my hand to my forehead. It wasn't her fault. Few in these times knew any medicine. If you can't, then never mind. No need for now. She's much steadier than before. Oh, she lowered her head, feeling she was of no help. Go to the outer room and make a bowl of sugar water, bring a spoon in, and we'll feed her in a bit. Once she'd left, I pinched Rulon's nose and, following her breathing, with measured force, gave her air breath by breath. Rulon's eyebrows twitched, her eyes narrowing to a slit. In her daze, she felt someone was biting her mouth. Is it Comrade Ah Chow? How? Even in death, I dream of being tormented by this scoundrel. Her eyes closed, and she fainted again. My wife brought over the warm sugar water. How do I feed her? She was like a diligent student, very patient. I propped Rulon half up. Scoop a little, drip it into her mouth, 2 or 3 drops, slowly. In her state, you couldn't rush, drop by drop, and stop immediately if she choked. Xiaomin fed her drop by drop, and it took half an hour to get 3 spoonfuls in. Truly no easy task. Rest a bit. I'll take over. No need. I can do it. She was already tired, and her hand ached. Be good. Supporting Rulon with one hand, I took the sugar water and set it on the edge of the Kong. Slightly cool sugar water didn't matter. Sipping bit by bit was fine. The unconscious Rulon's complexion gradually turned around. Her skin was no longer so frightful, and it had warmth. After a while, she could even swallow unconsciously, a good sign. Once the half bowl of sugar water was fed, I held her a good while before laying her down, turning her head to the side to prevent choking on vomit. Her body began to run hot, and Xiaomin wiped her over and over with a warm towel. Neck, armpits, groin. Exhausting work. You've worked hard. Go rest, I'll keep watch. She'd been at it 2 hours without stopping. It pained me to watch. But there's no need to wipe her body anymore. Just compress her forehead. Go sleep in little sister's room. I want to keep you company. She didn't want me to bear the toil alone. Husband and wife should share weal and woe. All right then. With a lone man and woman, it was just as well she stayed. You sleep in the middle, so I can watch her too. She held me, the 3 of us close together. The Kong was wide, but there was only one quilt, nearly all of it covering the 2 women, leaving more than half of me exposed. Luckily, I slept at the head of the Kong, where it was warmer. Near dawn the next day, the sky just paling. Xiaomin's body clock woke her naturally, and out of habit she reached to embrace, empty. Awake. I was applying a towel to Rulon, having also just woken not long ago. Let me do it. No need. Go make breakfast, steam a few extra white flour buns. Once she'd gone out, I reached to check Rulon. Last night she was ice, now she was burning hot. A danger signal. In the middle of the night, I'd fed her a bit of crushed fever medicine, with some improvement, but not much. It seemed there was no choice but to go to town. The health clinic had antibiotics, penicillin, glucose. I had my wife change her into my clothes, spread grass on the cart, cover her with a quilt, prop up a pillow, then gently bind her in place. My sister and sister-in-law both wanted to come. I didn't agree. Both were injured, and I couldn't look after them all. Old man, go to Uncle Zhongding's, tell him the whole story, and tell the brigade leader too. Last night, I'd already told Dad of Lin Weijuan's death and had the brigade leader handle it. I'd also reminded Zhongding that someone had died in that house. Whether to move in or not was his own call. Also, the matter of Uncle Lin's land plot. I explained it all together. This is hot water and white flour buns for the road. And sugar water. Xiaomin carried out a kettle and bundle, giving meticulous instructions. Don't worry too much. I'll be back soon. I climbed onto the cart and set off with Rulon in a cloud of dust. Passing by, the villagers were curious, asking if this was Ah Chow's wife. How had she fallen so gravely ill? They'd hardly ever seen what my wife looked like. I answered offhand, no. I detoured to find Honglian. Auntie Sanmei said she'd gone up the mountain to set traps first thing. I was startled. Honglian seemed to always be avoiding me lately? An illusion? I'd meant to have her come along, to feed water and wipe the body on the road. Having a woman along would be convenient. Never mind. Rulon was unconscious anyway and wouldn't know. Giddy up, I whipped the horse to full speed, making straight for Pingy Town. 2 hours later, I reached the health clinic. On horseback alone, one could make it in an hour and a half. Tending to Rulon several times on the road had delayed me. The whole way I held her like holding a child. The road was too bumpy, and the slightest inattention sent her lolling side to side, nearly flung off the cart. There was no help for it. Her condition was too grave to endure delay. At the clinic entrance, it was already packed with people seeking treatment first thing in the morning. Relying on my tall stature, I carried Rulon and squeezed through the crowd, making straight for the emergency room. Doctor, save my wife. In my haste, it slipped right out. She's had a high fever for 2 days, unconscious for 2 days, injuries all over. She's fading fast. Doctor, save her quick. The doctor was taking someone's pulse. Seeing me, he hurriedly set aside what he was doing and came over. Comrade, don't panic. Let me take a look. He felt her forehead, flipped up her eyelids, and took her pulse. All in about 20 seconds, his pupils suddenly contracting. Just as I'd said, even worse. Quick, bring her over. He led me into a ward, directing the nurses. I'd barely laid Rulon on the bed when a nurse took her blood pressure, found a vein, and hung glucose first. Another nurse wheeled over an oxygen tank and fitted a mask. This whole array startled me. She was even more perilous than I'd thought. Doctor, you must bring her back to life. Use the best medicine, the most expensive. I have money. I leaned close and pulled a dozen big black 10 yuan notes from my satchel, so he'd understand that though I was in patched clothes, I wasn't without money, and he must give it his all. Either don't save her, or, having chosen to save her, give it your utmost. The doctor stared at the fistful of money, taken aback too. He truly hadn't seen I had this much money. Family, don't panic. We'll do our best. But first answer me a few questions. His expression was serious. He had to grasp the patient's prior condition to treat properly. I told him everything from start to finish. Good, I understand. Wait outside. Rest assured, we'll do our utmost. With that, he entered the emergency room. I had to admit, doctors in these times were truly good, not even asking you to pay first, saving lives above all. Time passed minute by minute. A full hour, and no surgery either. Why so long? Though Rulon and I had no real relationship, she was someone I'd hauled back from the gates of hell with my own hands. If she truly slipped away like this, I couldn't reconcile it in my heart after all. I actually grew tense. Click. The door opened. Doctor, how is she? My heart was clenched tight. Sigh. He heaved a sigh, and I frowned. Rest assured, she's fine. Just scaring me. Thanks to your giving her first aid earlier, she's now out of danger. Her life saved. From here, she'll be hospitalized for observation. With good rest and care, she'll be fine. Really, that sigh just now had nearly misled me. Thank you, doctor, thank you. I gripped his hand, somewhat moved. Go in and see her. Rulon lay on the bed, both eyes shut, on an 4 drip, while a nurse tended to her. Comrade, you've come just in time. Hurry and change your wife into fresh clothes. The nurse wiped some sweat, told me a few things about not disturbing the drip, then turned and left. Change her clothes? I frowned slightly. I even have to handle her private matters? Unwilling, I went to find the doctor, But the emergency case had delayed things over an hour, and outside was packed with people. Nurse, could you trouble you to change the patient's clothes? What? Isn't that your wife? Change them yourself. We're very busy. Backed up for over an hour, the clinic was rushed off its feet. I'll give you money. Change my wife's clothes for me. I dangled money again. The nurse shot me a glance and hurried off. I looked down at my patched-up clothes. TSK. Who do you look down on? A lot of patches means no money. There was no help for it. I fetched Rulon's clothes from the cart. Last night my wife had washed them, hung them out overnight without drying, and on the road I propped them on a pole on the cart. By now they dried. Having fed the horse, I took the clothes and a bowl of rice paste back to the bedside, bent to look at her, and frowned. Sigh. Just as I was about to start, Rulon's eyelashes suddenly fluttered. Quick-eyed and quick-handed, I grabbed a strip of cloth and blindfolded her eyes. Cough, cough, water, water. She called a few times, consciousness gradually returning. Only everything before her was pitch black. Could I still be in the cellar? Still dreaming? Gradually, she sensed something was off. Lying in such a comfortable place, a pain in her hand, something over her face, and in her breath was oxygen? I'm still alive. Someone rescued me? Who? She tried to speak, but her voice was so faint even she couldn't hear it. Her words were all blocked by the oxygen mask. Seeing her lips move, I solemnly, even deliberately altering my voice a few degrees, slowly said, Comrade, don't worry. I'm a doctor here. You're being treated at the health clinic. Whatever it is, ask once you're fully recovered. Her breath quickened. I'm at the clinic? Someone really rescued me from the cellar? Who? Could it be Comrade Ah Chow? In her days, she remembered being bitten and tormented by that demon Ah Chow in her dream. It couldn't be him. It must be Comrade Cop. It must be. If you can understand, nod gently. I probed. Sure enough, she gave a gentle nod. Recovering well. In a bit, I'll have a female nurse change your clothes. Cooperate nicely. She nodded again. Creak. I pulled open the door, even carrying a strictly by-the-book air in my steps. Comrade, change the patient's clothes. I muttered to the empty air. Change what? A female nurse carrying and 4 happened to pass by. My heart lurched. It's nothing. Go about your work. The nurse said, oh, scratched her head and paused before leaving, probably thinking this person was ill, muttering to himself over what. Bang, click, the door closed and locked. Having played out this whole one-man show, I finally returned to the bedside to set to work. Rulon, blindfolded, felt her face grow hot bit by bit. Her first time having a stranger change her clothes, she couldn't help feeling shy. She suddenly felt her legs lighten as a large hand gripped her ankle. She frowned. Which nurse has such rough hands? She opened her mouth, but ultimately made no sound. Say it, and the other wouldn't hear anyway. Her body lightened again, and her heart grew more flustered. What nurse has such strength, hoisting a person up with one hand? This is a man. She instinctively grabbed that arm, thick and solid. It really was a man. She was completely dumbfounded. While she was still dazed, the clothes had already been lifted open. She hurriedly reached out to stop it, tears swirling behind the cloth strip, her whole body trembling, resisting fiercely. But she hadn't the strength to truss a chicken, like a mantis trying to stop a cart, and her clothes were changed all the same. After a while, waves crashed in her heart. The garment on her body turned out to be her own clothes. Even blindfolded, she recognized it, snug and fitting, only a few places crumpled. This man who'd changed her clothes, who on earth was he? Lin Weijun, right, her fiancé was dead. At that thought, tears fell into the cloth again. Those 2 days in the cellar were the darkest hours of her life, a terror she'd never want to look back on for the rest of her days. Mid-thought, a knock came at the door, the handle rattling. Then a quilt was gently draped over her, the motion very tender. This man, who exactly was he? Creak. I pulled open the door, pushed out the person trying to come in, and closed it again. Comrade, it's time to go pay the fees. All right away. I took the bill and headed to the payment desk. I'd thought it'd be quick. Instead, I waited 5 minutes. 63 yuan 80 in total. What? What did you say? 63 yuan 80 cents. I paid the money, gripping the bill, my heart bleeding. A fever plus some fussing, at most a few yuan. How had it multiplied 10 or 20 times here? Looking closely, imported penicillin, for yuan a shot, 2 shots a day. Glucose, 150 a bottle, 3 bottles a day. Cardiotonic and fever injections another 7 or 8 yuan, plus emergency fees, bed fees, nursing fees. I'd said to use the best, but there was no need to be this ruthless. Other clinics lacked everything. This one had it all, used freely, as if they couldn't wait for you to spend more. A big loss. I'd have Rulon reimburse it later. In the afternoon, in the ward, a nurse was removing Rulon's oxygen mask, no longer needed. She'd recovered somewhat, could barely move her hands and feet and say a few words. "Hello, comrade. Tell me if anything's uncomfortable." Rulon shook her head. "I want to ask what happened to my eyes." "Your eyes?" The nurse thought for a moment. "Oh, your husband said you're afraid of light, so he blindfolded you." Rulon's brow tightened. "My husband? Where did I get a husband?" She immediately thought of that man who'd changed her clothes just now. It had to be him. "Could you help me take off the cloth strip?" The moment the cloth came off, glaring light flooded in, and it took her a full 2 minutes to adjust. Everything before her eyes was so real, yet so unreal. She'd actually come out of that hellish cellar alive. "Comrade, why are you crying?" The nurse was startled by her still shaken look. "I'm fine." Rulon's voice was oddly calm. "May I ask, was it you who changed my clothes just now?" "Change your clothes?" "Oh, it was your husband who changed them." Rulon's pupils contracted, so it really was a man. "My husband?" "Yes, he brought you in first thing this morning. Terribly anxious at the time." The nurse described the whole scene. "He? Who on earth was he?" Rulon looked down at the clothes on her body. Clearly the very ones she'd worn in the cellar, now clean and dry. Could it be Ah Chow? Her thoughts were in a tangle. Out of nowhere she'd gained a husband. But her mind quickly turned to that ginseng. She had to get the ginseng and save her grandfather. "Nurse, where is he?" "Went out to attend to something. Told me to keep an eye on you." "Here, let me feed you some porridge. Your husband made it too." All thanks to the power of money. The afternoon wasn't busy, so the nurse had time to spare. "Porridge my husband made?" Rulon was muddled. Right now she only wanted to know who this so-called husband really was. The Public Security Bureau, an office. Su Xinghua slumped in his chair, one hand propping and rubbing his head, the other holding a cigarette, blue smoke drifting through the room. A handwritten sheet was pressed under the ashtray. "Search for missing persons. Qin Rulon, Lin Weijun," and at the end, for large characters, "Urgent mission." When he'd received this order from above yesterday morning, he'd thought he was being sent to reinforce the front, never expecting it was to find 2 people barely in their 20s, and the higher-ups had personally phoned about it. These 2, what on earth was their background? He'd expended a great deal of manpower and only picked up a few faint clues on the black market, and the trail had gone cold besides. The Qipao woman, the young dandy, those he'd checked weren't them. Going down to the countryside today had turned up nothing either, and the higher-ups kept calling to press him. Even fighting a war hadn't vexed him this much. Knock, knock, knock. "Come in." "Captain Su, someone outside is filing a report and asked for you by name." "Looking for me?" "I've no time. Have them register it." Knock, knock, knock. The knocking came again. "Come in." "Captain Su, the man filing the report says he's from East Village, about Wang Xiong's case." "East Village? What's his name?" "He Nightsao." Su Xinghua shot to his feet. "Take me to see him." "Comrade Ah Chow." He reached the hall and saw me looking utterly worn out. How could I not be tired? Caring for Rulon all night with hardly a wink of sleep and running my radar to track on the way here. "Comrade Su, hello." I forced a smile and extended my hand. "Come, have some water." He led me into the reception room. "I hear you've come to file a report?" "Yes, about Wang Xiong." "Oh, let's hear it." He remembered this case was already closed. Could there be something else to charge? Last night, I suddenly recalled that Wang Xiong had once received 2 guests, whom no one saw afterward. As it happened, that night I went to his house to dig around for things and inadvertently uncovered a hidden cellar. When the horse lantern shone in, inside were 2 people, the very man and woman he'd received. A man and a woman? Su Xinghua perked up. Could it be Qin Rulon and Lin Weijun? Where are they? The man is dead. Dead? He frowned. The body's still in the cellar. I've already notified the brigade leader. And the woman? At the health clinic. Rest assured, she's out of danger. 1 dead, 1 still alive. Good, good. He let out a breath. I was taken aback. Listen to what you're saying. What do you mean 1 dead, 1 still alive? That man and woman, what are their names? He leaned in, staring hard at me. The man is Lin Weijun. The woman is Qin Rulon. Su Xinghua slapped his thigh and stood. hugely excited. The health clinic, outside the ward door. Comrade Sue, she's inside. Go see if she's the one you're looking for. Right. His step paused. You're not coming in? I'll just wait outside. No way was I going in, sparing myself a big-eyed staring contest with Rulon. Creak. In the ward, Chin Rulon stared fixedly at the doorway. Every time the door opened, she watched. Who else was there besides the doctor and nurses? This time a man in a uniform came in. Could it be him? Was it a cop who'd saved her? Before she could speak, Su Xinghua spoke first. Your comrade Chin Rulon? She had no guard against a cop and answered directly. But this voice wasn't the man who'd changed her clothes. Found you at last. Comrade cop, you're looking for me. She tried to prop herself up and was pressed back down by him. You're still weak, just lie down. Su Xinghua stated his purpose. Someone was looking for her, and for Lin Weijun. At the mention of Lin Weijun, terror, grief, and the relief of surviving a disaster surged up all at once, and Rulon's emotions churned. Seeing this, Su Xinghua asked no more and let her rest well. For someone who'd just passed through life and death, getting to this point was no small feat. By the time she'd collected herself, Su Xinghua had already left the ward. She hadn't yet had a chance to ask how he'd found her. Outside the door, Comrade Ah Chao, this time you've rendered great service, saving a life, helping us close the case, and now helping us find the person too. Su Xinghua offered a cigarette and lit it for me personally. I tapped the back of his lighting hand twice with my knuckle, by way of thanks. Those were all unintentional acts. As for saving a life, in anyone else's place, I believe they'd have done the same. I hadn't expected those two really to be imprisoned by Wang Xiong, and that a cop happened to be looking for them. Pure dumb luck. Su Xinghua smoked, liking the look of me more and more. Ah Chao, are you interested in going to the battlefield? My heart lurched. War, I really didn't fancy that. In the countryside, cuddling my wife, occasionally shooting the breeze with Hu Xiuchuan, going up the mountain to hunt, bickering with my sister, keeping the old man company chatting and smoking. Wasn't that fine? That was the life I wanted. Comrade Su, he waved a hand, cutting me off, seeing my reluctance, and changed tack. Then join the Youth Shock Brigade? A promising young man like you should exert himself for the country and win it glory. Impassioned words, but useless on someone like me, living an extra life. When it came down to it, I was just an ordinary man. Enjoying my days was what mattered. Had it been the former He Knight Cao, he might have agreed. That was glory. My ambitions aren't that grand. I just want to live out this life simply with my family. Sigh, what a pity. He still wouldn't give up. No need to refuse in a hurry. The day you come around, come find me anytime. If I'm not in, just give my name. All right. I'll think it over. Wasn't that just a euphemistic refusal? So what do you want right now? He was direct. Just say it. I'll do my best to secure it. Put that way, I really did have things, quite a few in fact. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Since it wasn't asking me to leave East Village, and he'd brought it up himself, it'd be a waste not to take it. I was no saint. Speak. I want to marry 3 or 4 wives. I want to marry 3 or 4. Is that all right? I said it with a straight face. Su Xinghua stared at me blankly, as if he'd heard something earth-shattering. That one truly won't do. Never mind you. My boss's boss, none of them could. I knew it wouldn't do. This was just groundwork, to give him some psychological preparation first. But he added a line. On the surface it won't do. Just as I'd thought. Not openly, but privately, perhaps. I want to get a gun permit. 2 of them. I added. That can work too, but you'll have to wait half a month. Bring the gun and the person in then, there'll be photos taken. Done. Didn't expect it to be this easy. Anything else? He was in a good mood today. Though Lin Weijun was dead, the crucial Rulon was alive. There really is. Industrial coupons. You know it's inconvenient for me to go into town, so ideally I could be allotted a bicycle. And some letters of introduction. My hide was thick enough. I rattled off everything I wanted. Whether it worked out or not was another matter. At any rate, I'd lose nothing. The corner of Su Xinghua's mouth twitched. This lad was ruthless and truly dared to ask. Also, I'd like a set of elementary school textbooks. Junior and senior high would be even better. In these times, textbooks were mostly passed down generation to generation. The books themselves weren't worth much, but without connections, you might not buy them even with money. The Xinhua bookstore only supplied schools. Ordinary folk needn't dream of it. I was thinking of having my sister and wife study a bit, learn as much as they could. Keep learning as long as you live. The sea of learning has no bounds. Ah Chow, are you serious? Su Xinghua was thoroughly stumped. He recognized every word, but put together they made him dizzy. Have you come to stock up on goods from me? Of course. Don't feel pressured. I'm just mentioning it. If you can't find them, forget it. The corner of his mouth twitched again. That you can't stung the most. How could a man say he couldn't? Fine, leave it to me. Then thank you so much. Come to my place another day. I'll set aside some things that are good for a man. I raised my eyebrows at him. Good grief. He'd truly, solidly fallen into my trap. I should head back too. I checked the sky and pulled a birch bark parcel from the hemp sack, wrapped tight, with fresh moss inside for preservation. This is Qin Rulan's. I don't know what's inside either. Trouble you to hand it to her. You won't say goodbye to her in person, so she can know who saved her. No need. If I don't leave now, I won't make it back before dark. Going forward, there probably wouldn't be any more crossing of paths with her, so let it end here. Take care on the road. If anything comes up, come find me in town anytime. Su Xinghua liked this lad of mine, just a touch greedy. On the case of Wang Xiong harming people, before coming to the clinic, he'd already dispatched men to East Village to handle it. I'd taken just a couple of steps when I stopped. Right? Is the medical fee reimbursable? Huh? Of course. How much? 30 yuan. What? How much? 30. I held up 3 fingers, the bill still pinched under my thumb. Su Xinghua pulled a female cop aside, the very one I'd asked him to bring out to watch over Rulan when I arrived. The two scraped together 30 yuan in the corner, bit by bit. A captain who couldn't even fish out 30 yuan, somewhat awkward. I took the money and walked straight out of the clinic. The two watched my retreating figure and slowly lowered that bill. On it was written, 63 yuan 80. Saixia, why don't you consider marrying this lad? Pity he's got a wife already. You're out of your mind. Saixia dropped that line and went into the ward. Hey, how? How do you talk to your superior like that? Su Xinghua followed in with the birch bark. Entering the ward, his expression turned solemn, resuming his cop's demeanor. Comrade Qin Rulan, this was left by your lifesaver. He set the birch bark on the edge of the bed. Rulan's brows shot up, and she stared blankly at it. This thing, only one person in all the world knew of it, and that was he Nightsao. So then, the one who saved her was him, and the one who changed her clothes was him too. She caught on at once. Where is he? Gone. Gone. Her hand lifting the quilt paused. Did he say anything? No. Su Xinghua answered truthfully. Oh. She lowered her head and muttered under her breath. The money I owe him. I haven't paid it back, and he just left without a single word. Giddy up. It was nearly dark by the time I reached the village entrance, and from afar I spotted 2 figures, my sister and my wife. Bro, shall we cupped her hands around her mouth, leaned forward, and shouted, flashing a mouthful of white teeth. Beside her, Xiaomin smiled faintly, joy showing in her eyes, but she didn't have my sister's boldness to shout. She only took a step forward to meet me. That was her way of expressing it. Bro, you're finally back. Sister-in-law missed you. Shall we? Behind her, Xiaomin tugged at her clothes, flustered with embarrassment. This scene, no matter how many times I saw it, never grew tiresome. It always warmed my heart. This was the taste of being cared for by family, being needed by family, being loved by family. I walked between the two, laid a hand on each shoulder, and helped them onto the cart. You two silly girls, why are you waiting here again? It's already dark, don't wait next time. Bro's scolding sister-in-law, and me again, humph. I'll do more than scold you. With those words I gave her cheek a hard pinch, and she jumped away. Bro, you pinch me half to death. She got on the cart. Sister-in-law, get on. I'll take you home. Ignore bro. Xiaomin wriggled free of me and hopped up the other side of the cart. Giddy up, shall we? Cracked the whip and drove off, leaving me behind. Hey, I'm not on the cart yet. You wretched girl, how could you ditch your own brother? I trotted behind, deliberately not catching up too fast, teasing them into laughter. Ha ha ha, see if you still pinch my cheek. Shall we? Was so delighted she nearly stood up. Xiaomin covered her mouth and laughed, but before long she couldn't laugh anymore, kept turning to look back at me, afraid I couldn't keep up. Shall we? Wait for your brother. He must be worn out today. Shall we? Reined in. Panting, I hopped onto the cart. I'll deal with you two when we get home. Oomph, I'm not scared. I've got Dad to protect me. Oh, then I'll deal with your sister-in-law later. Bro, you dare? I'll tell Dad you're bullying sister-in-law. You dished your brother, and you still want to tattle? The three of us bickered the whole way, Xiaomin giggling beside us. Home, Xiaomin fed the horse, and finally had a moment to talk. Ah Chow, how's Rulon? Yeah, bro, why haven't you mentioned it? Dad was tidying the things on the card. He'd probably guessed long ago, or my mood wouldn't be this good. People are creatures of emotion. How could there be no ripple when something happens? Since my state was fine, that meant Rulon was safe. Sure enough, she's fine, rest assured. I briefly recounted the clinic and the cop's report. Of the clothes-changing bit, I said not a word. Are you kidding? Could that be mentioned? Hearing she was fine, they finally relaxed. A person saved with such painstaking effort. Who wouldn't hope she'd be well? The things put away, Dad picked up the vegetable basket and headed out. I'll go take some food to the cops and them, and call Honglian and the others over for dinner on the way. During the day, the affair of Rulon and Lin Weijun had spread throughout East Village, throwing people into a panic. Only when the cops came in the afternoon to handle it did the fear subside. No one had imagined that Wang Xiong was not only a false accuser, but a murderer. People who dealt with him before shuddered to think of it. Beneath that grinning, cheeky face lurked a demon. We're going different ways. I'll deliver the food. You go call Auntie in them. Lantern in hand, I walked with Dad, parting at the fork and striding briskly to the Wang house. The cops had been in contact with a dead body today and didn't dare eat at a villager's home, fearing they'd disgust people. Comrade Ah Chow, what brings you here? The cop, tending the Kong, I'd seen him during the interrogation a few days back, recognized me. My old man saw you all had little to eat, so he had me bring some over to fill your bellies. Don't mind it. I brought out the food. How embarrassing. You've been traveling and busy all day? You must be hungry. Then we won't stand on ceremony. The three gathered round. Cornbread, white flour buns, wild vegetables. The cornbread even had meat wrapped inside, which genuinely surprised them. We chatted a couple of lines as they ate, then I took my leave. I wanted to go see Hu Xiuquan. I hadn't seen her come by in days. The day of the mass meeting where I was exonerated, I'd spotted her from afar, shrinking in a corner watching, unwilling to come near. Knock, knock, knock. I knocked with things in hand. No sound inside, but on the radar there was clearly a red. 99% it was her. Sister Xiuquan, open up. Still no sound. I had to play the rogue. Open up, or I'll shout out loud. Creak. Don't. She had no way to handle me, and opened only a crack. I slipped in and wedged the door gap. Startled, she moved to shut it. My hand, it hurts so much. She panicked and hurriedly pulled the door open, cupping that big pinched hand of mine in both of hers, her face full of anxiety. Where are you hurt? I smiled faintly. I knew she couldn't harden her heart. I just didn't understand why she was avoiding me. Where are you hurt? She looked left and right. There was no wound. Sister Xiuquan, I'm hurt right here. I pointed at my chest. You? PFF. Before she could finish a word, I pulled her into my arms and held her tight. She didn't struggle, nor raise a hand. I missed you. Her whole body trembled, her eyes reddening slightly. How could she not have missed me too? These days I'd been in trouble. She'd watched from afar every day, just not daring to come over. Ah Chow, let go. She struggled. I wouldn't. Set the things down, carried her to the Kong, and held her tight. No. Her words were sealed off by me. Gradually, she closed her eyes and yielded. After a long while, she suddenly opened her eyes, shoved me away, and swung a slap. Smack. It wasn't that I'd gone too far. She'd suddenly come to her senses. She couldn't do this. She sat upright, panting, her eyes downcast. Having landed that slap, she inexplicably felt a pang of tenderness, and the hand she'd reached out shrank back. You should go, and don't come find me anymore. She turned her head aside, forcibly suppressing the urge to cry. I didn't blame her, slowly leaned over, and gathered her into my arms. Did something happen? Tell me. She couldn't hold up any longer, held me, her soft little fists thumping my back one after another, crying bitterly. Why? Why must you be so good to me? Why? She repeated this line over and over. I only gently rubbed her back. After a while, she pushed me away and cupped my face in both hands. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hit you. Did someone bully you? Tell me. I'll go beat them up. I coaxed. I could more or less guess what was on her mind. For her, this relationship was perhaps unfair from the start. She shook her head, looked up at me for a long moment, then leaned back against my chest, saying nothing, holding me tight. Ah chow, from now on don't come find sister anymore, all right? Her tone was as calm as if she were speaking of something trivial. No, I rubbed her. In this life I was set on her. Why? She lay against me, looking up at me from below. You're mine. Such a simple line. And she was stunned a good while before lying back down, listening to my heartbeat, secretly making up her mind. She would leave East Village, leave me, go somewhere I couldn't find her, so as never again to disturb this home of mine. You should head back, I'll keep the things. That answer surprised me. I'd thought she'd push them away. I propped myself up and kissed her hard. Far from refusing, she met it eagerly. Then I'll come again next time? I'm off. I got off the Kong and straightened my clothes. No time today for her meat-stuffed buns. As I left, she saw me to the door herself and kissed me on her own initiative. I was even more surprised and turned to say, "Don't go thinking of running off, or I'll punish you severely." She laughed naturally, that laugh indescribably beautiful. "Off you go, your wife's waiting at home." She watched my retreating figure, waving gently, her eyes full of reluctance. "Ah chow, goodbye." Entering the yard gate, I spotted a bicycle parked beside the horse cart. "Bro, why are you only back now? The food's gone cold." Shall we pouted and yanked the woman beside her over. "Look who's here. Sister Hongmei, what brings you here?" "What? Don't welcome your on-the-cheap big sister." Lu Hongmei rolled her eyes at me. "How could I? It's just walking at night and all." I was worried. Still got a bit of a conscience. Ever since sleeping over at the he house that one night, she'd felt stifled a good while, only gradually coming to terms with it later. That night, I'd had no idea the person beside me was her. Might as well feign ignorance and let the matter rot in my belly. Besides, she'd gone into the wrong room. It wasn't my fault. Of course, I grew up trailing after your backside from childhood. How could I not be concerned about you? Right, sis? Enough of your sweet talk. She'd heard the He family had run into trouble and specially took leave to come see. Seeing we were all fine, only then was she reassured. "Ah chow, shall we, Sister Hongmei, Sister Honglian? Dinner's ready." Xiaomin called from the outer room. Shall we hopped and skipped, dragging Hongmei inside, hauling her stumbling along. Hongmei, exasperated, pinched her cheek. "A grown girl, and you can't walk properly?" "I won't." In the yard, only Honglian and I remained, one ahead, one behind. I suddenly caught her by the arm. "Sister Honglian, let me tell you some good news." "What good news?" Later." She hurriedly pulled her hand from mine, unwilling to be too close. "Hey," I got annoyed, avoiding me all day long, what for? I stepped forward, hooked an arm around her neck, 187 against 182. "Wah, what are you doing? Let go of me." "I won't." I threw a bit of a fit. "Why do you keep avoiding me?" I don't. You don't." I leaned in again, only a fist's distance away. She turned her face aside, leaving me just an ear. "Say what you have to say, they're waiting to eat." I lowered my voice by her ear. "The good news is, in a couple of days, I'll take you to get the certificate." I let go, circled around to face her, and looked back with a smile, winking. "Don't avoid me these next couple of days. This is a big deal, guaranteed to give you a nice surprise." A gun permit was so hard to get. If that's not a big deal, what is? If that's not good news, what is? If that's not getting a certificate, what is? But falling on Honglian's ears, she was thrown into a daze. "Get a certificate? Get a marriage certificate? This rascal actually wants to take me to get a marriage certificate? Ah Chow hasn't even gotten a certificate with his own wife, and he's calling on me first?" Honglian's face was full of worry, her troubles written all over it. She was thinking, "This matter, should I tell Xiaomin? No, I can't let Ah Chow go on like this." And she didn't want to break up someone's home either. She had to have a clear talk with Xiaomin. At the table were coarse tea and plain fare, yet there was pork, bought from town. A full 6 dishes. The bok choy from the private plot was stir-fried into a plate, which I'd specially requested, saying it was freshest that way. Our own chives went right into the pot, wrapped into white flour dumplings. It was now late May. Tomorrow was June 1st, the 5th Children's Day since the founding of New China. I'd long prepared a gift for my sister. On the table there was also tarragon sprouts, picked by my sister herself, who said she wouldn't let her brother eat any. Cured wild boar, the freshly bought pork, and finally a plate of the sand grouse I'd bagged last time. I poured drinks for everyone, 7 people, 5 women and 2 men. Only little sister couldn't drink. "I won't drink." Lu Hongmei was a little afraid of liquor. Last time she'd gotten tipsy without drinking much. Sister Hongmei, have a bit. I like the smell of liquor on you, Xiaoyi said. Before she could decline, I'd already filled it. It's rare for sis to visit. Happy occasion. Exactly. Ever since you became women's director, you're hardly ever home. Dad drew no line between us, treating her outright as family. Fine. Sister Honglian, have a bit too. I handed the bowl to her, leaving no room to refuse. Wife, you too. My wife's foot was pretty much healed and she could drink. Only her capacity was small. Come, down one. Cheers. The whole family raised their bowls together. Xiaoyi's bowl held white sugar water. She shouted loudest, quite pleased with herself. After 3 rounds, everyone was 70% full, but the talk couldn't stop. While everyone's here, I've got something to announce. I smiled. Across from me, Hongmei's heart lurched. It couldn't be. Phew. Thank goodness it wasn't. We've bought the plot next door. We're going to build a big house there. I'd planned it long ago, to bring everyone over lively. There was a spot for Hu Shouchuan here too. Take it slow, there'd always be a way. Wonderful. This house has been lived in long enough. Call me over then. I'll come help, Hongmei said. You'll definitely be called. You're part of this family too. Build a few more rooms, and you move in and live here as well, sis. But being women's director's no obstacle, just come back every few days. I'll have good things for you then. Good things. Hongmei was mystified. I might be getting married, and won't come home much from then on. What? Hongmei, you're getting married. Dad was surprised. She should have married long ago, always refusing, worrying Dad no end. Now it was a great joy. When did this happen? Why didn't we hear you say? Right, Sister Hongmei. How come I didn't know? Xiaoyi chimed in for the fun of it. I hadn't figured out how to tell you all yet. Hongmei brushed back her hair. This lie was a strain to patch. She simply didn't want to live under the same roof as me. That business last time still gave her lingering fears. This is a good thing. Bring your husband-to-be over too. This is your home. I was pleased, treating her as no outsider. This fine. She truly had no way to refuse. And there's Auntie and Sister Honglian. I looked at Dad, then at Li Sanmei. The two gave a light cough. To say there was nothing fishy, not even a ghost would believe it. Move over later too. When we build, we'll crowd in at your place first. Honglian looked at Xiaoman, and seeing she had no particular reaction, was rather pleased. Ah chow this. This what? We're all family. I winked at her. Can't you tell yet? The old man's got something going with your mother. Wise up. But Honglian misunderstood in a big way, stringing together everything I'd said one piece at a time, her brain nearly burning through. No good. This matter absolutely had to be made clear to Xiaoman. The house building was thus settled. Pick a day to tear it down and rebuild. I planned to build an adobe house. Warm in winter, cool in summer, with almost no cost, only labor. Blue brick was good but didn't retain warmth, and was expensive and slow, not worth it. After dinner, once the women had washed the dishes, they were all chatting outside the yard. Honglian tugged at Xiaoman's clothes and leaned to her ear. I have something to tell you. Xiaoman had been listening to Dad and Li Sanmei tell stories, engrossed, and the liquor had gone to her head, leaving her dizzy. Honglian pulled her into the room and shut the door. Sister Honglian, what is it? Honglian swallowed and said earnestly. Xiaoman, I have something important to tell you about Ah Chow. About Ah Chow? Go on. Xiaoman pricked up her red ears, carrying a bit of tipsiness, innocent and clueless. At this look, Honglian struggled a good while before speaking. Once I say it, you mustn't tell Ah Chow, and don't blame him. Huh. Keeping something from Ah Chow was a hard thing for Xiaoman. She trusted Ah Chow unconditionally and could hide nothing. But curiosity won out over everything in the end. Go on, I won't tell him. Honglian lowered her head, feeling as if a thorn were stuck in her heart. Ah Chow said in a couple of days, he'd have me go with him to register for a certificate. Xiaoman froze. Earlier when Ah Chow and Honglian had had arms slung around each other, she'd seen it all, yet she wasn't angry. Ever since Ah Chow pulled her back from the gates of hell a second time on the mountain, she'd decided in her heart. Ah Chow was her everything. As long as he was happy, she was happy. Even if he married other women, she wouldn't stop him, so long as he was willing. Sister Honglian, then do you like Ah Chow? You must like him, right? Ah Chow's so good. Xiaoman smiled and gently took her hand. Since Ah Chow likes you, and you like him too, then that's enough. Honglian was even more bewildered. Why wasn't she angry? By her meaning, she'd even agreed? Shouldn't she be furious, be stopping it, be blaming me? How did it sound as if it were already settled? Sister Honglian, could it be you don't like Ah Chow? I. I do like him. Oh no, I don't like him. Honglian was red to the ears, not even knowing what she was saying, led astray by Xiaomin's few words, tangling herself worse and worse. The two murmured in the room a good while, and still couldn't sort out any thread. Just then the door opened. It was me. Oh, wife's in here. I approached with a new-style hairpin, and seeing Honglian's face as red as a monkey's backside. What are you two chatting about? Face is so red. No, nothing. I'll go first. Honglian rose to slip away and was caught by me. I'd meant to give both hairpins to my wife, but now that she'd seen, I had to give one to each. We're all family, and not giving would look bad. These hairpins are for you too. New style. Everyone gets a share. I don't. Honglian moved to push it away, and Xiaomin pressed her hand first. Take it. Honglian gripped the hairpin, face flushed, her breathing quickening a few degrees. This wasn't a matter of taking or not. Take it. And wasn't that as good as agreeing to marry me? But not take it. And how could she broach it? Tisk, Sister Honglian, why are you so wishy-washy? Hiding and dodging, not at all like the you I know. In the past, you'd have agreed in a heartbeat. I slung an arm over each shoulder and pushed them out. Go, go, go. Out to hear the stories, it's quite something. Honglian, hairpin in hand, like a sold piglet, was led away in a muddle. The yard was full of talk and laughter. Honglian and her mother took their leave. On the road. Ma, I have something to tell you. Ah Chow wants to marry me. The two paused their steps, their eyes meeting. Really? Xiaomin, she agreed. What? Li Sanmei fell silent. She hadn't expected Ah Chow to be this greedy, still less that Xiaomin would accept it so calmly. This matter, I neither oppose nor approve. Her expression was earnest. As parents, who wouldn't hope their daughter marries into a good family? Ah Chow was good in every way, one of the best in the village, but he'd already started a family. Had he no wife, she'd have supported it with both hands. But he happened to have one, and while she liked Ah Chow, she didn't want to put her daughter in a hard spot. Honglian, Ma's been through it too. If you like him, you like him. If you don't, then let it go, don't force it. There are a few days yet, so spend some time with Xiaomin first and see. Whether to marry or not, you'll know in your heart. Oh, Honglian answered, her thoughts 1,000 tangles. The he house. Bro, sister-in-law's drunk and won't sleep with me. What do I do? Xiaohui had pulled at her several times. She'd just laid her sister-in-law on the bed when she wobbled off back to her own room again. Then next time, there'll be plenty of chances. I chuckled inwardly. Still, my wife was the best, drunk yet still knowing her own bed. Tonight was a perfect chance to fish in troubled waters and get a taste of her drunken state. No, Xiaohui wouldn't have it. The three of us are sleeping together. Bro, just give way to me. My heart softened. Fine, fine, fine. But your sister-in-law ran back on her own. What can I do? Tonight the three of us sleep in your room. You go to mine. All right. How's that proper? A girl your age. Aren't you embarrassed? I don't care. She went ahead and swapped the quilts, insisting on sleeping with her sister-in-law and Hongmei. I pressed my hand to my forehead. There was no dealing with her at all. And so, Hongmei, Xiaohui, and Xiaomin slept in one room, and I went to Xiaohui's. I'd drunk a fair amount, and fell asleep the moment I lay down. In the middle of the night, Hongmei came out of the room, pulling the door shut out of habit, and felt her way in the dark to the fenced space to relieve herself, muddle-headed. Creak. She went into a room and slipped under the covers. As she slept, she felt someone touching her. Little girl, keep it up and I'll spank your bottom, believe it or not. She grumbled irritably. Still fussing? Hongmei's drink capacity was actually not bad. Happy tonight, she'd had a bit more, and paying no mind to the others' roving hands, her body relaxed and she drifted off. She didn't know how long passed. She only felt her whole body burning hot, and an empty ache. What? The next morning. Ah Chow, what happened to your face? Xiaomin's face was full of pained concern. 5 finger marks were plain as day on my face. There was a mosquito last night. I slapped myself. I touched my face, stinging, my eyes glancing toward Hongmei. She was mortified and furious, glaring at me non-stop. Haha, bro slapped himself. Xiaohui laughed so hard she clutched her belly. Serves you right. Hongmei puffed out her cheeks, and gnawing on a piece of cornbread, cursed viciously. I lowered my head and gnawed my cornbread. This cornbread was Hongmei's from last night, no less. How was I to know? Muddle-headed. I thought I was still in my own room. So the one lying there was surely my wife, right? Between husband and wife, how could you sleep soundly with clothes on? So I kissed and hugged, only to be slapped silly at the end. Why's my wife so fierce? Coming to my senses, only then did it dawn on me. Not my wife, but sis. Even thinking of it now, I felt I wasn't human. Luckily, no great blunder was committed, or sis would hate me terribly. From now on, I'd never swap rooms with my sister again. What a sin. Sis, have some tea. I handed it over. I don't want it. She'd wanted to leave first thing, and it was Shall We who'd forcibly kept her to finish breakfast. Dad sipped tea beside us and spotted something amiss. This hand of mine. How could it be that small? That slap mark on my face was only so big. This lad, could it be? After breakfast, I stuffed 2 jean of white flour on Hongmei. She refused to the death, and I refused to the death to yield the way, gripping the cart and not letting go. Vexed and helpless, she had to accept it. Take care, sis, don't ride too fast. I waved at her retreating figure. This should have eased her anger, or so I flattered myself. Sigh, why did something like this have to happen? I grabbed the sole of a shoe, pinned Shall We over my leg, and slap, 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 spanked her bottom. Looked fierce, but was actually light. Dad, help, bro's hitting me. That's for ditching me last night. Xiaomin came over to stop it. That's enough. Shall We was just playing around. Only then did I give one last pat and let go. Shall We covered her bottom and hid behind her sister-in-law, gritting her teeth. Bro, you wait. When I grow up, I'll whip you hard too. Oh yeah. I set down the shoe, went into the room, and brought out 2 big paper bundles, slowly closing in. Bro, wow, what do you want to do? Here, a gift for you. I don't believe it. My birthday's not here yet. She didn't take the bait. Wife, what's today's date? June 1st, Children's Day. Correct. Wife gets one too. This is yours. I handed over the other bundle. She was stunned a good while before taking it, opened it up, and looked, a pair of liberation shoes. Xiaomin had never worn new shoes, always wearing her sister's hand-me-downs. New shoes were something farming folk didn't even dare dream of. Too expensive, too rare. Ah chow, this really for me? Of course, try them on, see if they fit. I brought over 2 stools. Silly sis, what are you standing there for? Try them on with your sister-in-law. Both pairs were small sizes. I'd measured their feet on purpose and had been busy since buying them, without a chance to take them out. Shall We wiped her tears and sat down. The 2 carefully put them on. Do they fit? I didn't believe it. Bent down and grabbed my wife's foot to look. Xiaomin flushed with embarrassment, and Dad was watching. A little loose. So a pair of socks another day, and they won't be loose. Whatever Ah Chow said was right. Shall We, meanwhile, carefully hopped about on the ground, afraid of dirtying the shoes, tilted her head and abruptly asked, Bro, when will you hit me again? What? Does the little crybaby's skin itch again? No, bro, when you hit me, I'm sure to get a new gift. This was her understanding. Her brother never hit her, and today was the first time. Oh, you said it yourself. I pulled several dozen pieces of candy from my satchel. Shall We swallowed hard, not from craving, but from gratitude that her brother hadn't been brewing up anything nasty. Dad. She bolted and was caught by me in one grab. Trying to run? Didn't you want a gift? I've got plenty right here. Bro, I don't want it anymore. Help. Slap, slap, slap. A round of gifts rained down. This time I hit to my heart's content. Bro, I hate you. Before long, a comrade cop came and took me to the scene at the Wong house to record a statement, and I truthfully recounted the whole business of encountering Rulan and Lin Weijun. Recording a statement alongside was Zhang Ding too. Comrade cop, I did plaster that cellar opening. That's true, but I really didn't know there were people down there. Zhang Ding explained again and again, but the cop remained doubtful. He might well be taken to town for further questioning. Comrade cop, Uncle Zhang Ding is honest and upright, an old craftsman in the village who does repairs for people without even charging. I chimed in from the side. That he came to tidy this house is because the brigade leader agreed to let him live in it. His family is large, so he accepted the kindness. Yes. I really didn't know it was a cellar. I just saw it had caved in there, so I patched it with some yellow mud to move in. Who'd have thought such a thing would happen? That's reasonable enough. I'll believe you for now. Once we go back and verify with the victim, the truth will naturally come out. In the meantime, You absolutely must not leave East Village, or we'll treat it as fleeing to escape guilt. Certainly, certainly. I'm an East Village man. I can't run off. The cops lifted Lin Weijun's body onto the horse cart. I stuffed them a few pieces of cornbread. My old man had me give these for you to eat on the road. Thanks, Ah Chow. Thank Uncle He for me too. If you want to thank me, then come visit our home next time. My old man loves a lively crowd. A few pleasantries, and I saw them off. In this era, there were plenty of bad people and plenty of good people too. Ah Chow, I don't know how to thank you. Zhang Ding gripped my hand, his eyes rimmed red. If not for me, he'd likely have been taken away. Uncle Zhang Ding, you overstated. Even if I hadn't spoken, the brigade leader would have vouched for you. You'll be fine. If not for you, my whole family, old and young, would likely have moved into this cursed house today. You're our whole family's benefactor. He suddenly remembered. Ah Chow, isn't it about time your family's house was repaired? Shall I bring some men to fix it up? I waved my hand. No need. That house has reached the end. You don't trust my craftsmanship? I guarantee another 3 to 5 years, no problem. He had great confidence in construction. His own house had stood for decades, all thanks to him. That's not what I mean. I don't want to repair that house. I'm thinking of rebuilding it before long. Really? Then leave the house building to me. You provide the materials, and I'll build it for you free of charge. Materials were nothing but timber, plentiful on the mountain. Uncle Zhang Ding, business is business. How can work be done without paying for labor? How could I bear to charge? Business is business. I stopped at the right point, wanting to cut the thread. This matter's not decided yet. I'll come find you once it is, all right? All right. Just get the timber ready. He thumped his chest. Then come to my place for dinner tonight. Let me thank you properly. You must come. I'll have the family prepare food right now. Another day, Uncle Zhang Ding. As you know, there's a lot going on these days. Then, you must come in a couple of days, definitely. All right. I watched him walk off. Not going wasn't entirely because of being busy. One must not be without a guarding heart. Whether he'd plastered that mud on purpose, who could say? What if it was at Wang Xiong's instigation? Building a house is a major matter. If his character was flawed, and he buried a few nails or scissors in your walls, there'd be trouble down the road. When I went to town myself in a couple of days to get the gun permit, I'd ask Su Xinghua face to face. In Wang Xiong's statement, was there any accomplice? Only then would I decide whether to let Zhang Ding do the work. At noon, on the way home, a pack of kids followed me begging for candy. Thank you, mister. Thank you, brother Ah Chow. 3 pieces for each kid. For those whose siblings hadn't come, I gave a bit extra. A grubby little head poked out from a corner. Hunter Zhang's granddaughter. Little girl, come here, mister's got candy. I called twice and she wouldn't budge, so I walked over. Here's 12 for you. Take them back and share with your little brothers and sisters. The little girl, 4 or 5, cupped the hem of her clothes with both hands to receive the candy, exposing her little belly. This scene was seen by none other than my sister-in-law, Li Yin. Ah Chow, what are you doing? She was dumbfounded. This cursed Ah Chow, just to eat her cornbread, was actually using a child to blackmail her. She dodged and dodged, schemed, and still hadn't escaped his clutches. Ah Chow, come here, she said with a coquettish note, walking toward a deserted corner, gesturing for me to follow. Good grief, celebrating Children's Day, and I'd become a child myself first? This was being threatened into eating cornbread again. Did she love treating me to cornbread that much? I'll eat my foot. Standing firm, I would not yield. My sister-in-law was named Li Yin, with a superb figure and abundant charm. In the corner, Li Yin tilted her head up, her eyelashes fluttering, her face deeply flushed. This look, one who didn't know might think something had happened. Ma, where's the candy? Li Yin's daughter held out her hands, looking up at her. What candy? There isn't any. Li Yin swallowed and straightened her disheveled clothes. This cursed Ah Chow, so bold. She felt utterly at his mercy. What if he took the matter to her husband? Wouldn't she be beaten to death? He was getting worse and worse. What about next time? And the time after? She led her daughter home, her heart in a tangle. In the He family yard. Old He, what do you make of this matter? Li Sanmei told Dad about Ah Chow wanting to take Hong Lian to register. Dad fell silent. It wasn't that he was unwilling for Hong Lian to be his daughter-in-law. Quite the opposite, he liked her very much. Had Ah Chow not been too young before turning idiot, he'd have gone to propose marriage long ago. Sadly, Ah Chow had turned idiot, come of age, and his illness hadn't healed. So he'd cut off the thought. Honglian was a good girl, and he didn't want to delay her. Who'd have thought that the moment Xiaomin entered the door, Ah Chao's idiocy had healed, one joy following another. This daughter-in-law Xiaomin was unexpectedly good. Xiaomin was good, and Honglian was good. Both were good. This rascal, actually stirring up his old notions. Dad gazed at the two girls busy with housework, not far off. Sanmei, what do you think? I neither approve nor oppose. And you? I just fear it'd wrong that child Honglian. Actually, it wouldn't quite be a wrong. Li Sanmei sighed. How so? Dad leaned in, and the two put their heads together, murmuring, exactly like village aunties gossiping at the head of the lane. Once my girl registers with Ah Chao, their husband and wife in earnest. But Ah Chao and Xiaomin. She didn't go on. If Honglian were willing to marry, what she worried about wasn't her daughter, but Xiaomin's feelings. Dad understood too. Xiaomin might not stop it, but she surely wouldn't feel good inside. Then what to do? Should I go ask that rascal? No need. Since Ah Chao won't come out with it, he has his own plans. No use thinking so much. Let them muddle through it. Let nature take its course. Dad was 10,000 times willing in his heart. He just feared Honglian and her mother, and Xiaomin, would all feel bad. Just as they spoke, I came back and at a glance spotted Honglian washing wild vegetables. Something was off, 12 parts off. She'd been avoiding me and out of sight these days. How come she came over on her own today? Sister Honglian, not going up the mountain today? The snares I set a few days back seem to have been taken by someone, so I want to rest a few days and keep Ma company. Her eyes darted evasively. I laid a hand on her shoulder and leaned in. She turned her head aside. What are you doing? Why do I feel like you've been different lately, Sister Honglian? How? How am I different? Aren't I still me? You've gotten prettier than before. Seeing her like this, I found it funny. She'd clearly dressed up, minus the forthright vigor of before. Really? Of course, if you don't believe me, ask my wife. I looked toward Xiaomin, who smiled and nodded. Watching me talk with Honglian, her heart felt a little sour. See, even my wife says so. And you seem more feminine. I said half-jokingly. Get lost. Honglian rolled her eyes at me and kept washing the vegetables, muttering under her breath. I've always been a woman. In the distance, Dad and Li Sanmei watched us laughing and chatting, quite harmonious. Sanmei, as long as you agree, I'll give you the betrothal gifts right away, double. Dad turned to look at her. Li Sanmei looked back a few seconds and gave his arm a light thump. You sly old thing, giving me betrothal gifts. Won't it still end up being yours anyway? Haha, listen to you. Who are we to each other? Isn't what's mine also yours? Dad couldn't help laughing, quietly taking her hand, his eyes still darting toward us now and then, furtive, as if afraid of being seen. Sister-in-law? Sister Honglian. Dad. Auntie. Shall we came in from outside the yard carrying a basket. Whoosh. Dad instantly withdrew his hand, coughed lightly a couple of times, and sat bolt upright, the very picture of a guilty conscience, which made Li Sanmei chuckle. Shall we? Carrying a small basket of tarragon sprouts, squeezed past me and gave me a humph, still keeping the score of yesterday's spanking, crouched down and grinned at Xiaomin and Honglian. Sister-in-law, stir-fry these nice and tasty later. We'll eat them. None for bro. I'm being isolated. Ganged up on. That won't do. Backing down would be too much a loss of face. I squeezed her aside. Little kids go play on the side. Then I smiled at my wife and Honglian. Let's wash the vegetables. Later I'll stir-fry the tarragon sprouts myself for you too. None for little sis. Bro you. Dad, bro's bullying me again. Shall we had nowhere to turn for help and could only crouch at the other end, puffing out her cheeks and glaring at me viciously. The whole family, amid laughter and chatter, set about preparing lunch. Several dishes were set on the table and everyone dug in. Dad watched the family harmonious and eating with relish, his face wreathed in smiles. How wonderful. Ah Chow, I hear that in a day or two, you're taking Honglian to town? Dad didn't spell out register. Oh, right. I'm taking her to town to attend to some business. I looked at Honglian and smiled. Honglian looked at me too, even her chopsticks pausing a moment. Confirmed, Ah Chow was serious. What is it? I asked Dad. Ah Chow, should this matter be mentioned to the brigade? I raised an eyebrow. Did getting a gun permit require alerting the brigade? I've long taken care of it. Can go any time. I answered offhand, sparing myself further questions. Then you've decided? Dad said. his gaze going back and forth between Xiaomin and me. At those words, everyone's chopsticks at the table paused, only Xiaowei still picking at the tarragon sprouts. Honglian looked at me, anticipation showing in her eyes. Dad, I don't oppose it. Xiaomin suddenly spoke. She knew Dad was considering her feelings, but she didn't dislike Honglian and reckoned she had no standing to object. My brow knit into a knot. What's going on? What don't oppose? Wife, what's the matter with you? I swallowed a big mouthful of food and leaned close to ask. I'm fine. She lowered her head and kept eating. Never mind. I'd ask when we went to bed at night. After lunch, Honglian and I went up the mountain to chop firewood and to see what exactly had happened with the snares of hers that someone had taken. Reaching the spot and looking, beside the snares was a heap of animal tracks, along with man-made traces. Most likely someone in the village greedy for a small gain, or perhaps someone from West Village. Hard to say. In a flash it was evening. Honglian and her mother didn't eat at home, only agreeing to go up the mountain to hunt first thing in the morning. If we bagged game, we'd take it to Pingy Town the next day, stay a night in town, get the certificate the day after and come back. If not, we'd all go the day after. Honglian agreed. I slipped under the covers and gathered Xiaomin into my arms. Last night, I'd nearly mistaken Sis for my wife. Luckily, I'd cut my losses in time. Now, with warm fragrance in my arms, my fire surged upward. Ah Chow, I have something to tell you. Xiaomin wanted to talk about Honglian. As long as Ah Chow was happy, she'd go along with anything. Wife, what could be more important than serious business? MMPH. Before the words came out, they were sealed back by me. Gradually, the two of us started murmuring sweet nothings under the covers. I'd always been direct. She was soft-natured, silently accommodating, enduring, adapting. At dawn the next day, Xiaomin and I rose early, not expecting Honglian to come even earlier and actually start making breakfast together with my wife. This surprised me. How had I never noticed this side of her before? Before heading out, Xiaomin urged again and again. Be careful on the mountain, come back early. Honglian and I slung on our guns, tucked away the dry rations she'd baked, and entered the mountains. Ah Chow, this time let's go deeper, aim for a big one. Honglian carried her hunting rifle, smiling confidently. Sister Honglian, are you short of money? I've got some here. She shook her head. I want to earn a bit, buy cloth for Xiaomin, so she can make a few more clothes. Yesterday she'd seen Xiaomin and Xiaowei sewing clothes and wanted to learn too, pricking her fingers several times. She resigned herself. She wasn't cut out for needlework, and hunting was more her thing. These clothes of yours should be changed too. They're pretty tight, I said, my eyes falling on the ample fruits on her body. You looked your fill yet? However devil-may-care Honglian was, she couldn't withstand my scorching gaze like this. She thought, this whole self of mine is yours already, and you're still not embarrassed. These couple of days she'd thought it through. Marry then marry, nothing to fear. Ah Chow, tell me honestly, that day on the mountain, did you see me bathing? Which day? I don't remember. I played dumb. Actually, I'd witnessed the whole thing. Honglian narrowed her eyes, always feeling I was lying. Ahem, Sister Honglian, I feel there's something promising in this direction. I pulled back my thoughts and looked east. Really? Then let's go look. Her eyes lit up. Ah Chow's words had come true several times. She believed deeply. Sure enough, not far ahead, a red deer was grazing with its head down. It was a stag, hulking, looking over 400 gene, near 500. It was now June, and the young velvet on its head had only 2 prongs, not yet grown out. Ah Chow, let's fire together, to be safe. Honglian feared one shot wouldn't do, and besides, it was about 70 meters away. All right. This time I hadn't planned to hog it all. If I dropped it with one shot, Honglian's part would be too thin. Letting her act with me both gave her a gain and covered the flaw in my marksmanship. After all, for someone who'd never touched a gun, killing a 400-plus gene stag with one shot was too fake. Click, click. Honglian loaded a number 12 shell, her motions light and smooth, clearly an old hand. My old-style hunting rifle loaded slowly, and my movements were clumsy too, somewhat deliberate. Let me help you. Honglian loaded the black powder, iron shot, and lead ball for me while explaining with warm breath, afraid I wouldn't understand, the two of us extremely close. When she got serious, her whole aura changed, holding nothing back from me, not even noticing how close she'd pressed herself. Her eyes still darted toward that red deer now and then. In her view, this game was the very betrothal gift for her and me, and had to be brought down. Got it. Mine's buckshot. I have to close within 50 meters. Your gun shoots far, but I'm afraid you won't hit accurately. Let's creep up together, move light, don't spook it. All right. If you're sure, aim for the head. If not, the legs or body. I'll do as you say. Ready. Both guns leveled at once. After one long breath, silence all around. A few seconds, and Honglian spat out one word. Fire. Bang. Bang. The gunshots exploded, startling the birds and beasts of the whole forest into flight. The big red deer nearly 50 meters off let out a wild bellow, its forelegs instinctively kicking forward, alert for 2 seconds, then suddenly staggered. It had run only 10 meters before pitching over with a thud, its whole body convulsing. Ah chow, you hit its head. You're amazing. Honglian was so excited she grabbed me. Luck, just good luck. She was happy, and so was I. Drawing close to look. I'd hit the neck. She'd struck the foreleg, several pellets of buckshot still lodged in the front limb. Ah chow, was that really your first time firing a gun? Honglian didn't quite believe it. Though it hadn't hit the head, the upper neck was a fatal spot too. 5th time, I fired a few rounds on the way back. I told a lie. Counting the one from the storage space, it was only my 2nd shot in all. Ding. Killing game gained proficiency +6, range +6 meters. Note, the higher grade the game, the more proficiency gained. Current sure shot range, 68 meters. This big red deer actually gave 6 meters, not bad. Then you're better than me. Honglian set down her gun, bent to slit the throat and drain the blood, tilted her head back and gulped 2 mouthfuls of deer blood, wiped her mouth, and said, "Why don't you drink? Drink in this desolate wilderness, and who would I turn to? What if I got worked up with nowhere to go? I tried it, that time with Hushiochuan, unbelievable." Honglian was momentarily at a loss for words. Last time I'd teased her with the traditional handiwork, making her land a punch on me. Then, don't drink if you won't. Once the blood was drained, we cut off the deer velvet to air dry and skinned it. The deer was truly big. The two of us worked together a good half hour. The hide was riddled with buckshot holes, marred, but still worth some money. Then we opened the belly, scooped out the heart and lungs. 2 hours later, the two of us were covered in blood and gore, drenched in sweat, reeking. We looked at each other and smiled. All worth it. A stag of some 450 gene, organs removed. The pure meat was about 270 gene, plus a hide of a dozen-odd gene and a dozen-odd gene of offal, totaling just over 300. The two of us shouldered half each. In these times 100 or 200 gene really wasn't heavy. It was just that the mountain road was hard to walk, and the way was long. I didn't want Honglian shouldering so much, but she wouldn't have it, insisting on carrying half, even more. Honglian in front, me behind. I'd meant to stuff the meat into the storage space to lighten the load while she wasn't looking, then take it out later. But seeing her so exhausted while I was perfectly at ease, I felt rather bad. Never mind, I'd just carry it, and only toss the hide and offal into the space, taking them out when we rested. Consider it exercise. We rested 6 times along the way, truly exhausted. Never mind Honglian. Even I nearly couldn't hold up. The storage space was handy after all. Thud. The two of us dumped the meat on the ground, sprawling and gasping. I casually rested my arm on her shoulder. Honglian swallowed, drew a deep breath, as if she'd made up her mind about something, flipped over, pressed her face against my chest, and hugged me with one arm. A wave of softness hit me, and I froze. What's going on? I instinctively laid my hand on her back, and her face reddened slightly. Sure enough, Ah Chow likes me. But there was still a knot in her heart. Ah Chow was, after all, 3 years younger, and it'd take some time. Before, when she'd liked him, it was more the feeling of sworn buddies. Now, to become husband and wife, it had to be worked out slowly. This embrace lasted only 10 seconds before Honglian abruptly pushed away, grabbed the water kettle, and gulped down several mouthfuls, then handed it to me. Here, have a couple. I didn't take it, just stared. What? Afraid to drink my spit? No. I took the kettle and gulped a few mouthfuls straight from the mouth, but inwardly I was wondering, was that intentional on her part or not? Let's go. Honglian rose, shouldered the biggest piece of meat, and picked up the offal too. I grabbed the offal from her. She glanced at me and said nothing. That look was one I'd never seen before, indescribably strange, like sulking, yet like joy. Could it be? Up the mountain at 6 in the morning, back to East Village at 1 in the afternoon. A full 7 hours round trip. On the road into the village, the villagers who'd stayed behind saw the two of us carrying big chunks of meat and swarmed over. Hearing it was red deer meat, they followed all the way to the he house, some even with money on them. All come to buy meat. Red deer had a strong gamey tang, but it beat no meat at all. Thud, the two of us tossed the meat onto the horse cart. Honglian had long since had Li Samei borrow it. Sister Honglian, you must be worn out. Hurry inside and have some hot water. Shall we rushed out to greet us. She'd meant to ignore me, but seeing me in this state, her heart felt sour again. Bro, come in and have some too. Sister-in-law's got it ready. Not mad at bro anymore. I reached to pinch her cheek. She dodged. As if, put it on the tab first. We'll settle it all together next time. With that, she scampered off to fetch the scale. She got to play little shopkeeper once more, selling deer meat, taking in big money, stag meat, 50 cents a jean, till it's gone. Dad hawked, knife in hand, keeping 100 jean to sell in the village. Li Sanmei worked the scale, and Xiao Wei, wearing a little self-sewn pouch around her neck, grinned. Old he, wasn't it 40 cents last time? Why such a steep hike? Exactly, sell it at 40. 4 or 5 villagers thought it dear. Dad waved his hand. Last time was the first opening for business. This is already the cheapest. Sika deer and roe deer are dearer still. Unable to resist their cravings, 3 to 5 of them steeled themselves and bought anyway. Give me half a jean. I want 4 liang. Few bought a whole jean, most half a jean or 2 to 3 liang. Work hadn't let out yet, and there were few people, but bit by bit some came. Inside. Ah chow, Sister Honglian. Hurry and wipe yourselves down. Xiaomin brought over 2 basins of hot water and 2 towels. She couldn't go up the mountain to help, so she could only get everything at home done properly. Wife's so thoughtful. I gave her little nose a scrape, and her heart went sweet. Xiaomin, from now on don't call me sister, just call me by my name. Honglian took the towel. Having entered the door late herself, how could she bear having someone call her sister, even if Xiaomin was a few years younger? Then what about me? Can I call you by name too? I raised an eyebrow. Suit yourself. She muttered a line and went into the room to wipe down. I looked at my wife, deeply puzzled. Something was off, very off. What on earth is going on with you two? Xiaomin turned her head away without answering, thinking Ah Chow was asking knowingly. Really, how was one supposed to broach this? I grew all the more curious. What exactly had happened that I didn't know about? On the way out, she'd stuffed the newly sewn clothes on me, saying to wear them for the certificate tomorrow. She'd also urged me to bring the household register, saying there'd be photos taken. My wife was truly thorough. It was the same on Honglian's side. Her mother had pulled her to a corner for a whole round of instructions before handing over the new clothes and household register. Over an hour later, Honglian and I drove the cart to the co-op. A horse cart happened to be parked at the entrance too, blood on it. Beside it, 2 people carried large and small bundles, huddled together whispering. One a West Village hunter, one from Stone Village, who often teamed up to hunt. Brother Chun, what's the rush to make money for? Could it be you're getting married? The speaker was called Zhang Lung, a West Village man. Yeah, you actually hit it right on. This one was called Chun Fengsho from Stone Village. Really, Zhang Lung was a little surprised. Though Chun Fengsho was ugly, his standards were high, and several matchmaking meetings had fallen through. She's a young widow. A widow? Brother Chun, you can cough up several dozen yuan these days now. No need to. What do you know? I want the one I like. Where's this widow from? Do I know her? Of course you know her. Chun Fengsho didn't spell it out. It couldn't be that one from East Village. Zhang Lung's voice cut off abruptly, his eyes fixed on the cart that had just stopped. He nights out. The two looked over together. Hey, isn't this Sister Honglian and the idiot? Zhang Lung peered at our cart. Leaves covered the meat, so he couldn't see clearly. You bagged game too? It couldn't be you picked up my snares again. His eyes were full of mockery and hatred. Last time the trap Xiaomin stepped in was set by him. He'd assumed the game was stolen, and inquiring around, found only I had been up that mountain those days, so he bit down on it being me who'd taken it. Honglian quietly filled me in. The older one is Chun Fengsho from Stone Village. The young one is Zhang Lung from West Village, both hunters. Seeing us ignore him, Zhang Lung flared up. Hey, I'm asking you a question. The snares on Dongping Mountain, did you pick them up or not? At his mention, I'd nearly forgotten the trap business. I stepped forward. Tell me, that trap on Dongping Mountain, did you dig it? Zhang Lung was startled. An idiot speaks this fluently? Could the rumor that Ah Chow isn't an idiot be true? So you're not an idiot. Humph. Easy to deal with once you admit it. Cough up the game you took last time, and we'll call it even. He wore a lofty, superior air. Zhang Lung, what fit are you throwing? Who wants your snares? Honglian frowned. I even suspect it was you who took my snares on Big Timber Mountain. Did you pick them up these past couple of days? The more she thought about it, the more she felt there was something to it. You're talking nonsense. Don't splash dirt on me. It was clearly you two. Who splashed first? Honglian got angry too. Watching Zhang Lung's expression from behind, it seemed Honglian had really hit the mark. I gently took her hand, signaling her not to be hasty. This sort of thing should be handled by the man. Held protectively behind me, Honglian felt an inexplicable ease. That trap on Dongping Mountain, did you dig it? I asked again. If I didn't dig it, did you? Hurry and cough up the money from selling the game, or you'll have it coming. He had 2 guns hidden on his cart, full of bravado, reckoning we had won at most. Having gotten a definite answer, a flicker of murderous intent crossed my eyes. This dog wounded my wife and was still righteous about it? Originally, my wife stepping in the trap was just her bad luck, not to be blamed on the one who dug it, an unintentional fault, and I'd meant to let it go. But he goes and bites back that I stole his game, with such an attitude to boot. Brother, you've walked yourself onto a narrow road. Zhang Long, how many of our snares did you pick up on Big Timber Mountain? I answered off topic. Why would I pick up your snares? I've got plenty of snares on Dongping Mountain. I'm asking you. His voice was loud, prattling on a long string. I only said flatly, please produce evidence. He was tongue-tied. No evidence? Then don't stand here yammering, making it sound like I owe you money. I could just as well say you stole our snares. That day Zhang Lung was about to speak and was stopped by Chen Fengshou. Chen Fengshou stepped forward, stacking on a smile. This young brother's right. Everything needs evidence. Zhang Lung misunderstood. Here, have a cigarette. He pulled out a cigarette and offered it. Don't smoke, thanks. I waved my hand. Toward strangers, I was always wary. What I wanted to protect was my family, not to flaunt my own face. I paid him no more mind and set to fiddling with the leaves covering the meat with Honglian. Chen Fengshou pulled Zhang Lung away and drove off into the distance. Brother Chun, that trap was definitely picked up by that idiot. Damn him. Picked up? So what? We're not out anything. Chen Fengshou smiled. Besides, 1 idiot plus 1 woman, what could they bag? A couple of little wild boars to play with at most. Zhang Lung felt somewhat better. That's true. What game could an idiot bag? Before the words landed, he saw Honglian and me each shouldering a big chunk of meat, with even the co-op people coming out to lend a hand. The 2 of them stared, eyes going straight. By the weight of the meat, at least 400 plus gene. Brother Chun. Zhang Lung was green with envy, wishing he could kill me. Of course we can't let this slide. Chen Fengshou's face darkened, his tone sinister. Brother Chun, are we going to snipe him? Depends. Let's go back and lie in ambush first. In for a penny, in for a pound. Just the meat I'd sold today was over 100 yuan. A mere squeeze of the trigger, why not? But he seems pretty close with the cops. Zhang Lung was a little afraid. During the exoneration, word had spread that the He family and the cops were on close terms. If a shooting really happened, along that road there were only a handful of villages and fewer than 10 households with guns to muster. The odds of it being traced to them were very high. Afraid of what? Once the guy's dead, toss him into a ravine, who'd know? True enough. The 2 walked and schemed. Inside the co-op, the 3 weighed the goods. That comes to 197 gene. Lu Guangping said with a chuckle. He'd taken in quite a few animals today. When unloading the meat, I'd deliberately gone up to recheck the scale. The corner of his mouth twitched. Yuhi Night Sao, this is not trusting me. Big red deer at 43 cents, plus this marred hide. That's 101 yuan 11 cents in total. The abacus clattered, and he counted out crisp new 10 yuan bills onto the counter one by one, drawing a ring of onlookers. There were also 3 redeemed shoe coupons and some ordinary vouchers. I handed the money to Honglian to count herself. She counted, extremely excited. It was the first time she'd held so much money, and she counted a full 3 minutes. The 2 of us left with the money and coupons, and first went to the health center. Honglian wanted to check on Rulan. She was half a friend, after all. Only on arriving did we learn Rulan had been discharged yesterday, safe and sound, and only then did Honglian relax. Whoa. Arriving at Uncle Wei's general store, I saw no outsiders around before getting down. Sister Honglian, Ah Chow, you young couple have finally come. Uncle Wei was in a good mood today. Young couple, Honglian glanced at me, and I didn't explain. What was there to explain? It wasn't me who lost out. It was just Uncle Wei's Ah Chow, said with a leering slur. That grated a little. Uncle Wei laid out several dozen coupons. Ah Chow, everything you wanted, it's all here. Ah Chow this. Honglian gaped. How could there be so many? I asked Uncle Wei to collect them, to buy things for our home. I picked up the coupons to check them, and Uncle Wei worked the abacus. For our home. Honglian's face flushed at once. Sister Honglian, how many kids are in your family? Uncle Wei cut in. Needing so many coupons, especially cloth coupons, the most numerous and dear, the household must surely be large. Kids' clothes. Honglian's thoughts tangled into a knot. She hadn't even had her wedding night with Ah Chow yet. Where would kids come from? Even as I pulled her away, she was still in a daze. I was about to drive the car to the post office when I suddenly heard crying dozens of meters off. 2 red dots on the radar. Sister Honglian, I need to relieve myself. Wait for me. I really was bursting to go. Oh. I followed the radar over, pulling out my gear on the way while peeking toward the crying. It was a man and a woman. The woman, around 20, not much to look at, patches on her clothes, thin. The man rather presentable, tall and lean, with the air of a scholar, 26 or 27. Yet he was hitting the woman, his mouth full of faithless words. By the sound of it, the man wanted to dump the woman, and the woman wanted to hold on. Finished peeing. I don't meddle in others' business. Done, I left. To me, even watching the spectacle counted as too much. Only people always have curiosity. Can't help it. Back at the cart, Honglian had sorted out her thoughts and sat back in her spot. As for kids, she and Ah Chow would have them in time. She'd just now even thought up the names, truly outrageous. Giddy up, the two of us reached the post office. This town rarely had a post office. It was newly built, quite the proper look. Hello, comrade. I want to remit money. Remit where? How much? To the timber processing plant in the county. The other party handed over a form. I filled it in following it. Looked slapdash, but wasn't actually complicated. After filling it out, I had to show the household register too. Calling it a household register was generous. It was more like a few yellowed pages, quite aged. Remit a Lin Guodong, 50 yuan even. Handling fee 2 yuan. Good grief, for percent handling fee, truly dear. I handed over the money and the land deed papers, and got back a receipt. Though it was only going to the county seat, it wouldn't arrive without 8 or 10 days. But the post office was reliable. It was slow, yet never absent. If you dared send it, it dared deliver. Done, and the sky was nearly dark. Sister Honglian, you hold on to these. I handed her the household register. The thing was awkward to pocket. Honglian tucked mine and hers away together, her heart surging with excitement. Soon she and he Nightsal would register and become husband and wife. Thinking on it, she blushed and smiled foolishly. Watching, I was startled. Sister Honglian, are you all right? I reached out and touched her forehead. It was very hot. At this closeness, her face grew hotter still, and she hurriedly got on the cart, cracked the whip, and hurried to the next stop. She was both looking forward to registering tomorrow and a little afraid. She'd never felt anything like this, her whole self numb. We headed for the guest house. We wouldn't return to East Village tonight. The round trip was too taxing. The wagon inn was cheap and looked after livestock, but you shared bedding. It was a mixed bag, unhygienic. Private inns were more dangerous. Robbed of money and virtue while you slept was the least of it. Boarding meant no acquaintances, and Uncle Wei's was inconvenient to bother. With Honglian along, I ruled out the first 2 outright, only hoping the guest house wouldn't demand an introduction letter. Comrade, a big Kong room, please. A big Kong sleeps too, just put a divider in the middle, nothing improper about it. Sorry, we're full today. There had indeed been quite a few horse carts parked outside when we came in, but surely not entirely full. I pulled out a cigarette and casually slipped over 50 cents. The man's eyes lit up. He took the money and lit up the cigarette. To tell the truth, tonight the whole place was booked out. Those staying are all Communist Youth League members. You take the money and tell me this? But then, he smiled. If you have an introduction letter, I can clear out a room for you. There happens to be one left. Sure enough, an introduction letter. Where would I have such a thing? The sky was dark. The Public Security Bureau wouldn't issue one, and even if it did, it'd be troubling them. I slipped him another 50 cents. Comrade, let's. Before I finished, he'd grabbed the money and tossed the key onto the counter. 1 yuan a night. The condition is you don't go out. Don't let those youth league folks see you. Sizing us up, both tall and strapping, he added, don't make too much noise. Deal. No deposit. The door bolted from outside, and only he could open it. Creak, thud. A crude adobe hut, a kerosene lamp on the Kong table, a few battered furnishings. What guest house? This was plainly a cramped storeroom. Swindled. Still, having somewhere to stay was fine enough. Better than squeezing into the big shed with Honglian. This storeroom barely counted as a single suite, so make do. I walked in, set down the 2 guns wrapped in dried grass, and looked around. Honglian, however, stood at the door, staring blankly at that narrow fire Kong. Tonight she was to share a bed with He Cao. She hadn't even registered with him yet. This wouldn't do. Ah Chow probably wouldn't do anything reckless, seeing as they weren't married. But what if he did? Then should I go along with it? Her mind tangled into a knot, her breathing quickening a bit, her face reddening. Sister Honglian, what are you standing there like a fool for? I said irritably, and dug 4 white flour buns out of the bag. Wife made them, perfect to line the stomach. Eat something first. The 2 of us gnawed them down in a few bites. Ah Chow, what are you doing? Honglian stared fixedly at me. Isn't it obvious enough? I stripped off my grubby old clothes and changed into new ones. I meant to bathe, but conditions didn't allow. Honglian hurriedly turned her back, lowering her head, her heart pounding. She hadn't expected Ah Chow to be so blunt. In a moment, I'd finished changing. Done. I'll turn my back. Your turn. I'm not ready yet. She stammered. Ready for what? Changing clothes needs preparation? I flopped onto the Kong and burrowed headfirst under the covers. There, this'll do, hurry up. I waited a good while with no movement, so I urged, done yet? Thin and soft, nothing like her usual style. Then, with a click, the kerosene lamp went out. I lifted the covers, pitch black. Sister Honglian? Asleep this early? Well, she was indeed tired, but no need to be in such a rush. At least let me lay some dried grass on the floor. Before the words came out, the covers were flung open by her, and she crawled in, lying still without moving. I looked down at the pitch-black covers, stunned a few seconds. Could it be she doesn't mind sleeping together? Thinking it over, Honglian was carefree by nature, and it wasn't as if we'd never slept together before. But I still decided to sleep on the floor. Scritch, I struck a match, relit the lamp, spread the dried grass on the floor, made a pillow of my bundle, blew out the lamp, and lay down. The June night was a bit cool. Deep night would likely be colder. Make do for the night. Honglian, under the covers, listened to the sounds of me spreading grass, her thoughts churning. Was Ah Chow spurning her? He was the one who brought it up first, and now he was fleeing before battle? She steeled her heart. This Kong was ice cold. She'd surely freeze in the dead of night. Ah Chow, come up here. Huh. I said come up, sleep together. It's cold at night. She couldn't bear for me to catch a chill. Isn't that improper? I cocked my head. Actually, I wanted to. Lying there a while, it had gone chilly. I'm not even afraid. What are you afraid of? Seeing I didn't move, she added, don't worry, I won't tell Xiaoman. Really? I still hesitated. With the lessons from the 2 times with Sis before me, I wasn't honest in my sleep. If something happened in the night. But one line from her set me ablaze. Are you even a man? Whoosh. In an instant I burrowed under the covers and lay straight. No man could take that line. Sister Honglian, you're the one who told me to come up? If I really do something in the night, don't come settling scores with me. I deliberately scooted toward the edge, pressing the covers down the middle to separate us. I won't, she said softly. Time ticked by little by little. Honglian held her breath waiting for my next move. What came instead was a faint snore. Her whole self was dumbfounded. Waited all that time, only to get his indifference. Her brow furrowed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. And just as her thoughts churned wildly, a big hand suddenly reached over. A big hand reached over. A warm embrace pressed against her from behind, both arms clamping tight around her. Honglian's breath caught, yet she cooperatively pillowed her head on my arm. Her jumbled thoughts scattered in that moment. Her body grew hotter and hotter. Ah Chow wasn't honest, but she didn't stop him. Ah Chow didn't spurn me. Early the next morning, the 2 of us were so exhausted we slept like the dead, until a knock startled us awake. Knock, knock, knock. You can come out now. The comrade outside unlocked the door and left. I opened my eyes groggily and got a fright. Honglian stood beside me staring fixedly at me. That gaze wrong no matter how you looked at it. Ahem, awake? She turned her back, her face slightly red. In the night, I'd still been groping in my sleep. She really couldn't take it, and had gotten up first thing to tidy herself. Sister Honglian, you gave me a scare. I still thought she was about to hit me. Seems nothing happened last night. Or how could she act as if nothing were the matter? The two of us got ourselves ready and walked out of the guest house. Sister Honglian, this outfit suits you, and you look prettier than before too. I gave a chuckled, changed into new clothes. We both looked considerably better. Really? She was delighted inside. Who doesn't love being praised? All the more when it's by one's husband. As if I'd lie. Once we're done, I'll pick out some cloth for you. Make a couple more outfits. This outfit of yours looks good too. The more Honglian looked at me, the more pleasing I seemed. Having fed the horse, the two of us bought breakfast on the street and hurried to the Public Security Bureau while gnawing our cornbread. Reaching the bureau, Honglian and I held our guns level with both hands, so the cops could see clearly we hadn't come to make trouble. Ah chow, shouldn't we be going to the neighborhood committee? Honglian held up her gun, all bewildered. Weren't marriage certificates handled at the neighborhood committee? Why come to the Public Security Bureau? The neighborhood committee can't handle this. I answered, duh. Where else would you go for a gun permit if not the Public Security Bureau? Oh, Honglian had never married, had no experience. Whatever Ah Chow said went. Her scraps of knowledge were all picked up from the women's director and villagers' mouths, so she muddledly followed me in. A cop came up and took our guns, and an acquaintance walked toward us head-on. Comrade Ah Chow, Sister Honglian. It was Su Xinghua, looking a little surprised to see us. 1. Our appearances had improved quite a bit. 2. How was I here? Why the you come at this time? I was startled. Forgot what you promised? Or can it be done? Comrade Su, I brought someone to get a certificate. I nudged Honglian's back, and she greeted him too. No. On your way here, did you not run into Comrade Saixia? In the Wang Xiong case, he alone confessed, saying his wife and son knew nothing, and was sentenced to life reform through labor. Su Xinghua didn't believe it and immediately put out warrants for Annie Wang and Wang Lizhou. As for my commendation, he'd early on sent Saixia by bicycle to East Village to deliver it. Since we'd stayed in town, we naturally missed each other. Comrade Saixia, that female comrade at the health center. Oh, I remembered. Didn't see her. Comrade Su, why do you ask? We chatted a few lines, and I didn't forget the real matter. Comrade Su, in Wang Xiong's case, was there an accomplice? I had to confirm Zhang Ding was clean, or I wouldn't dare hire him to build the house. The several of us chatted a good while in the reception room. You two go register at that window over there. I'll have someone take care of it. Having said this, Su Xinghua went to arrange manpower, handing over with the Youth League to safely bring people back to their villages. Show the household register and the guns too. The comrade at the window said. Honglian had long since clutched the household register in her hand, very nervous. But hearing that even the guns had to be handed over, she always felt something was off. Ah chow, the guns have to be turned in too? How else do we get the certificate? Oh, she scratched her head, unable to say what was wrong. The formality's done, the comrade said. Come pick up the certificate in 15 days. That's it. No photos. Wearing new clothes for the first time? Unable to strike a pose, I wondered. No need. Oh, thank you. The two of us shouldered our guns and went out. If not for connections, these guns would have been detained. Ah chow, why do we have to wait half a month? Isn't it handed over on the spot? Honglian voiced her doubt. She'd heard from the women's director that a marriage certificate could be gotten the same day. It's my first time doing this too. Wait if we must, at least the certificate's been applied for. I put my arm around her shoulder, grinning. Sister Honglian, happy? Do you like it? Surprised? She lowered her head and gave a soft Come, since we're happy today, let's go to the co-op and buy you a pair of shoes. I put my arm around her shoulder. Like a buddy, my bearing much more familiar than before. Honglian was delighted and tossed the matter of getting the certificate in half a month out of mind. Coming back in 15 days was the same, no rush over that bit of time. In the co-op, Honglian picked out things while I went to make a phone call to tell Lin Guodong about the remittance, letting him know the land deal was settled. Hanging up, I leaned close to Lu Guanping. Brother Lu, you've got lime here, right? What? You building a house? You guessed it right. Got any? Yeah, 500 gene enough? I shook my head. I want 2,000 gene, 1 ton. Lu Guangping got a fright. An ordinary household building a house used a few hundred gene at most, and mostly didn't even need lime. 2,000 gene? What? Don't have it. Have it. You'll have to wait and pay a deposit. In case you don't want it once it's shipped. No problem. How much deposit? Finally settled. 2,000 gene for 22 yuan, freight 4.5, plus around 3 yuan for coarse salt as auxiliary material, a deposit of 15 yuan, paid in full on delivery to East Village. The manufacturer would deliver straight to the village. A well-maintained adobe house could last 50 or 60 years, but I insisted on mixing lime into the walls, sturdier, and it also kills bacteria and repels insects. A house is something you live in your whole life. Money that should be spent can't be spared. Ah chow, don't be so free-spending next time, save a bit. Hong Lian said on the cart while tying down that whole load of stuff. Though she said that, the corners of her mouth were harder to press down than an AK. We don't need to save. Earn 100 this time, and next time we can earn 200. Even so, you can't splurge like this, my ma will scold me. Afraid of what? She won't scold me. Looking for a hiding, are you? The two of us drove back, laughing and bickering the whole way. Midway, Ah chow, there seems to be someone sitting up ahead. There by the roadside sat a woman. A bicycle toppled beside her, and across the middle of the road several logs, thick as thighs and 2 or 3 meters long, were sunk haphazardly, driven deep into the mud. This was a trap someone had deliberately set. Only I didn't know if it was aimed at me or at her. Drawing close to look, it turned out to be Saixia. Comrade Saixia, are you all right? Hong Lian and I hurriedly got down. Comrade Ah Chow. She was surprised too, not sure whether to call it lucky or unlucky. She'd originally come with a colleague, but the youth league side was short-handed. Thinking it was just delivering a commendation, she'd ridden over alone. She hadn't expected a trap on the road. Her wheel had run over a rope of medium thickness, and the mechanism sprang. Thanks to her quick reaction, she hadn't been crushed to death. Only one foot struck none too lightly by a log. She tried to stand, couldn't walk, so sat here, clutching the Mauser pistol Su Xinghua had given her. If she met a villain, deal with it on the spot. If a good person, be saved. She'd waited nearly an hour before someone finally came. Comrade Saixia, you're injured? I bent to examine. Yes, my foot. She frowned, rolled up her trouser leg, and revealed a large patch of bruising. Let me look. I reached out to remove the shoe, my motion halting. Hong Lian, you take off her shoe. Let me see. Oh. Saixia glanced at me, surprised. During the negotiation at the health center, my words about wanting to marry 3 or 4 wives had been heard by her, clear as day, and she'd taken me for a lecher. But in the Rulon matter, I'd paid more than half of the 60+ yuan medical fee. Saving people and cracking the case had also raised her opinion of me a few notches. Now here I was with this propriety between men and women business again, pretending or not. In the end, he did it this way. The shoe off, it was worse inside, purplish red and swollen. I'll check it, bear with me. I gently cradled her ankle. Comrade Ah Chow, you know medicine? Saixia couldn't tell. Hong Lian wondered too. Known him this long, never heard of it. A little bit. Otherwise, how would I identify and dig up the medicinal herbs for my wife and Li Sanmei? I leaned close to her ankle, looked left and right, gently kneaded with both hands. She gritted her teeth and made no sound. Can the foot move? Try it. I'll try. She moved it hard. There was response, just pain. No bones or tendons hurt. Rest a few days, and you'll be back on your feet. Lucky your frame's tough. You must train a fair bit, right? The resilience of her muscles was about the same as Hong Lian's, far sturdier than an ordinary woman's. Saixia let out a breath. She did train often, hence such agility. Hong Lian, help her up and clear the scene. Tie the bike on. I'll go up the slope to gather some herbs. Gathering was false. Taking them from the storage space was true, and I'd checked the trap's traces along the way. A good while later, I came down the slope, the gathered herbs in hand. Comrade Saixia, this is far from the health center. Let me take you back to East Village to rest a couple of days first, and take care of the business you came for while at it. How about it? Good, that suits me fine. She didn't put on airs. The mission came first. Chomp, chomp. I chewed the herbs up and spat them out. It looked unseemly, but it was the most common and effective method of these times. Up on a desolate mountain, where would you find implements to grind medicine? It's dressed, bear with it. I had Hong Lian prop up her leg, a long leg stretched into the air before me. This woman was about 1 meter 75, and her figure really was fine. Dressed, Hong Lian lifted her onto the cart, the two women in front, me sitting in back. Too much stuff, or I'd have let her lie down more comfortably. Giddy up, the three of us headed for East Village. We chatted idly on the road, each feeling out a fair bit, mainly discussing this trap. I reckoned inwardly. Could it be those two from the co-op yesterday, Zhang Long and Qin Fengshou? If it was them, the target definitely wasn't Saixia, but me. But looking at it another way, if I were them, one clean shot would be the neatest and most decisive. Why bother with the effort of setting a trap? Only, for the two of them to fire first was all but impossible. Every so often I probed with the radar. Over time it had become habit, wariness long carved into my bones. Was there another possibility? The two of them, waiting long without my appearing, simply set a trap to spite me? Last night Hong Lian and I hadn't gone back. This possibility really couldn't be ruled out. If that were truly so, these two had no need to remain in the world of the living. Go meet King Yama. But it was all conjecture, no hard proof. Perhaps next time, I could find an opportunity to try extracting a confession by force. The trap's traces were handled very carefully, giving nothing away, but the one who did it was definitely more than one person. Back at the He House it was already 1 in the afternoon. Bro, Sister Hong Lian, you're finally back. Xiaowei and Xiaomin dropped their needlework and ran out, and Dad and Li Sanmei came up to greet us too. Everyone's eyes fell on Saixia in her military uniform. This is... Wife, come lend a hand. I had Hong Lian and Xiaomin help Saixia into the inner room before explaining. She's a public security comrade from town, come to deliver my commendation and the notice documents for East Village too. Only then did everyone understand, bustling about warmly. We hadn't eaten yet, as it happened. Seeing she was injured, a whole houseful fussed over her with warm concern, making Saixia rather embarrassed. After the meal, Saixia was helped into Xiaowei's room to rest. Before sleeping, she handed me the 100 yuan bonus, the public security reward for saving people and cracking the case, along with a silk banner. Together with the 33 yuan 80 I'd fronted for medical fees that day, she returned that too. That day I'd only taken 30. Once Rulon knew, she insisted on paying it in full. As for the IOU she owed me, not a word was mentioned. Saixia also instructed, post the announcements in every village, written up with my deeds and Wang Xiong's evil doings, so the surrounding villagers would take warning. Then have the brigade leader organize a commendation assembly. I spread the things out on the table, and the family gathered round, faces full of smiles. Bro, look. Xiaowei held up the silk banner with both hands. The 4 big characters, Brave Rescue. Her eyes shining with admiration. Her brother climbed ever higher in her heart. Son, you did great. Hang it up. Dad laughed, moved. Ah Chow, we're proud of you. Li Sanmei felt very fortunate. Marrying her daughter to him was the right choice. Without asking, she knew her daughter and Ah Chow had surely registered. If they hadn't, Hong Lian wouldn't be this happy. That girl, whatever was on her mind was written all over her face. It's nothing, it's everyone's credit. I put away the 33.80 and handed 10 yuan bills to Dad. Old man, you keep this money. Dad took the money, thought a moment, and turned it over to Xiaomin. Daughter-in-law, that Ah Chow could reach this day. You're the great contributor. You keep this money. In Dad's heart, Xiaomin was the He family's lucky star. Ever since she entered the door, good things came one after another. Xiaomin, like a child seeking help, looked to me. What are you looking at me for? I feigned ignorance. Ah Chow. She clutched my arm, at a loss, not daring to take it. Too much. I stopped teasing her. The old man's giving it to you, so take it. But she still didn't dared. The He family treated her this well. She was already content, wanting nothing more. Daughter-in-law, if you don't hold the money, it'll all get squandered away by Ah Chow. The room burst into laughter. True enough, this 100 yuan wasn't enough for me to splurge more than a few times. Wife, take it. When I want to spend, I'll come ask you, all right. I stuffed the money into her hand, and she gave a light nod. This wasn't just 100 yuan. It was the family's recognition of her. She was a He family member, no distinctions between them. Li Sanmei leaned close to her daughter. Hong Lian, how'd it go? Certificate all handled? Hong Lian gave an Though we have to wait 15 days to pick it up. Huh? Why 15 days? Li Sanmei wondered, Same as her daughter earlier. She'd never registered either. All hearsay that it could be gotten the same day. I don't get it either. Maybe what the women's director and them said isn't necessarily right. Mother and daughter murmured quietly. 15 days if 15 days, no matter, as long as they'd registered, they'd be one family from here on. She wondered when old he would take her to register once too. She wanted to as well. Dad was equally curious and pulled me out to the yard for a smoke. You and Homely, and how'd it go? All handled, waiting 15 days. Huh? Why so long? His reaction was exactly the same as Honglian and her mother's. Shouldn't it be this long? It's my first time too. Then, when's the banquet? Don't leave out Xiaomin's share either. Banquet. You with Honglian and Xiaomin are both big events. How could there be no banquet? Dad said irritably. True enough. Getting the gun permit was worth celebrating, and my wife's wedding feast couldn't be taken lightly either. I looked at the shabby old house. I'm thinking of waiting till the house is up, then holding it big. 3 joys at the door then. How about it? Dad nodded in agreement. Then can we go to old Zhongding's now? Yes. Wang Xiong's case has nothing to do with him. Prepare some gifts later and go to his place to talk. I handed over the blueprints I'd drawn. I've no other requirements. The foundation must be deep, the walls must be thick, and the timber must be the best. We've got the money. I also told him about buying the lime. All right, building a house is a big matter. I'll be sure to keep good watch. Dad's tone was earnest. Then I'll head out for a bit. There was still a pile of things to handle. The first stop was Hunter Zhang's place. I needed to ask someone to relay word to Su Xinghua in town, saying Comrade Sai Xiao was staying at the He house for 2 or 3 days and would return a bit later, and explaining the reason. I walked toward Hunter Zhang's, secretly hoping not to run into the sister-in-law, to spare myself any more antics. Last time the cornbread Sister Li Yin made with her own hands was soft, truly fragrant. If not for my strong self-control, I might well have then and there. On the village road, a bunch of kids swarmed over. Only because there'd been candy that Children's Day. Just candy, 2 pieces for a cent, no strain on the wallet. 1 piece each, and the kids treasured it. I added a word. There'll be none next time, it's all handed out. Before I reached Hunter Zhang's place, I heard shouting. Careful, careful, and other voices, so someone was around. Entering the yard, I saw a mess strewn all over the ground. Uncle Zhang moving house today? I handed a cigarette each to the father and 2 sons. The 2 children naturally sidled over begging for candy. Lian's daughter and Hunter Zhang's second son's kid. The brigade leader allotted us 2 rooms. The eldest and second are just splitting off from the household. Hunter Zhang was guileless, telling it straight. Last time he'd recounted the business of me clubbing that fellow to Wang Xiong in full detail, the same disposition, and I hadn't asked him to keep it secret. Oh, so that's it. Bad timing to come. Looks like I'd have to find another household. Ah Chow, come to borrow the cart. Ride it as you please, just don't break it. No, I came to ask a favor. By the look of things, you've likely no time. I'll find someone else. I made to leave, and Hunter Zhang hurriedly called out. Just say it straight. I want to ask you to make a trip to the town bureau to deliver a letter. I can't get away these couple of days. 1 yuan is pay. 1 yuan. The father and 2 sons were all tempted. Ordinarily, hiring out was 2 cents for a whole day's work, and this one trip was 5 days' wages. Deal, I'll take it. The household split was about done anyway. Let the sons tidy up themselves. Hunter Zhang wheeled out the cart, taking water and dry rations. First post these few announcements at the nearby villages, then hand the letter to a captain named Su Xinghua at the bureau. If he's not there, giving it to someone else works too, but you must have them open it on the spot before you leave. Hunter Zhang was just about to pedal off when he suddenly turned back. Ah Chow, I hear you've got a gun too. A single-barrel old hunting rifle. What? Want to go up the mountain for a big job with your Uncle Zhang? A while back, deep in Big Timber Mountain, I spotted a boar king from afar. I'm not sure of it alone. Bring home Lian, and my eldest and second. How about it? I've no time lately. Got to arrange the house building. I'm busy these couple of days too. Wait 4 or 5 days, all right. I paused briefly, then agreed. 1. To earn a sum. 2. It'd be perfect for adding some range to my gun skill. In the Zhang yard, I didn't see Li Yan. Not seeing her was a good thing. Yet why did my heart feel so empty? Could it be that eating my sister-in-law's cornbread? I'd gotten hooked. I'm truly damn cheap. The cooperative office, busiest at dawn and dusk, morning assignments, evening work point tallies, the abacus clattering, voices in an uproar. Ah Chow, come around to joining the co-op? The brigade leader handed over a cigarette with a smile. Ever since Wang Xiong offended twice, his feeling toward me had turned from dislike to gratitude. That cursed house was the one he'd allotted to Zhang Ding's family. Had something really happened, his reputation as brigade leader couldn't have been kept either. The women's director Lu Damei poured me water. Ah Chow, have some water. I was a bit surprised. Back in the day, she'd known her own brother Lu Ermi had beaten me into an idiot, yet she hadn't stepped up. Now that I wasn't an idiot and had become the key to cracking the case and saving people, her heart was probably a little pricked. But that time Lu Ermi took advantage of Hu Xiuquan. She was fair in the end, so I didn't resent her. I finished laying out the matters I needed handled. All right, I'll pass word down right away. Halt work and hold a mass meeting. It's not busy this stretch anyway. The brigade leader personally saw me out. At 4 in the afternoon, the mass meeting opened, the village square packed with people. I stood on the platform, thoroughly uncomfortable. It wasn't an exaggeration to say all eyes were on me. The cadres extolled my deeds at length, displaying the silk banner and the 100 yuan bonus before the crowd, calling on everyone to take Wang Xiong as a warning and look to me as an example. The villagers added a few more measures of admiration and eyed the huge sum of 100 yuan enviously. The meeting broke up, and I tossed the things to my wife and had the family head back first. I hadn't seen Hu Xiuquan for several days. I wanted to go check on her. Dazhuang, go get some kerosene from Dad. It's getting dark, and pick up the kid on the way. Li Yin was tidying in Hu Xiuquan's room. The place was fairly clean, needing little tidying. That won't do. A rare night alone tonight. Haha. Look at that lecherous face of yours. You wash up first. I'll be right back. Dazhuang left the yard. Finally, he had a room of his own. Dark. I pushed the door, bolted, wouldn't budge, so I knocked. It's me. Li Yin hadn't gotten her clothes straight. Taking it for Dazhuang returning, with the room's sounds jumbled, she hadn't heard clearly. The door opened, and before a word could be said, she was pulled into an embrace. She thought, how's Dazhuang so odd today? My motion suddenly halted. She breathed out and urged, Dazhuang, what are you doing? Don't tell me you've already. Dazhuang, damn, this voice, is it Li Yin? I'd sensed something off early on. It wasn't the same at all. You're not Dazhuang? Who are you? She slowly let go, sensing something wrong too. Dazhuang's arms weren't this long. I swallowed, felt my way down off the Kong in the dark, and straightened my disheveled clothes. Damn it, I nearly took my pants off just now. Who on earth are you? Boo-hoo. Li Yin burst into tears on the spot, terrified. She'd actually been tangled up with a strange man, nearly botching things. Did I go through the wrong door? Isn't this Hu Xiuquan's room? I clearly didn't go wrong. How's Li Yin here? No time to fuss over that. While she couldn't see clearly, slip away first. Just then, a red dot on the radar closed in fast. Damn, someone's coming at a run. Go out now, and I'd be caught 100%. I was just about to dart out the door when Li Yin clung to me for dear life. In those 2 or 3 seconds, the running person had closed at least another dozen-odd meters. Don't even think of leaving. No choice. I had to speak up. Sister-in-law, it's me. Oh, Ah Chow. Once she knew it was me, she suddenly wasn't so resistant, but her whole self was dumbfounded. Ah Chow, for her sake, actually chased all the way here? What a shameless, clinging scoundrel. Wasn't he afraid of being caught by Dazhuang? My husband's coming back any moment. Hurry and hide. Li Yin forced down her sobbing, making herself stay calmed. After this is over, I absolutely must stay away from Ah Chow. If he dares come again, I'll give in to him, just this once. So it's Zhang Dazhuang outside. I raised an eyebrow. Her tone was off too. Just now it was life or death, and the moment she knew it was me, she stopped resisting. Wife, Dazhuang called from outside. My heart jumped, and I leaned close to Li Yan's ear. Too dark, and I unexpectedly kissed her lips. Li Yan's pupils contracted. This brat, kissing at a time like this. In that moment, she resigned herself to fate. Ah Chow surely wouldn't let it rest. With this one time, there'd be a next. Fine, fine. In a bit I'll hide behind the door. You lead Dazhuang over to your side, and I'll take the chance to leave. I came up with a lousy plan. Damn it. He Night Cao, an upright gentleman through and through, actually reduced to this state. Creak. Dazhuang pushed the door and came in. Li Yin spoke first. Dazhuang, come here a moment. What is it? Let me light the lamp first. He felt his way toward the side door. The kerosene lamp was probably over there. I slowly bent down. Li Yin gave a startled cry. Oh dear, there seems to be something here. Come quick. Da Zhuang hurried over, and I took the chance to slip out the door. Good thing I was familiar with this yard, or I'd surely have walked into a wall. Out of the yard, I didn't dwell on the absurdity just now, only pondering. Why wasn't Hu Xiuquan there? Li Yin and her husband living here. I roughly understood. The Zhang family was splitting the household today. But Hu Xiuquan, why had she left without a word of goodbye? Ah Chow, you're back. Xiaomin came out to greet me, brimming with smiles. Hungry, right? We can eat soon. Looking at my gentle wife, most of that jumble in my heart scattered. Hu Xiuquan's matter? I'd ask the brigade leader tomorrow. I put my arm around her shoulder and went in. What's for dinner tonight? Red deer hind leg meat. Dad made it so fragrant. Hong Lian and Li Sanmei were there too, da. While I was away, they talked it all out. Now we were one family, no need to eat separately. Once Caishia's injury healed, the He family would move over and crowd in with Li Sanmei. At the table, Li Sanmei picked out food for Caixia. Look how thin you are, eat more. Though they'd known each other only briefly, they'd grown familiar fast, long past the comrade this, comrade that. Thank you, Auntie Li. Caixia was still reserved. It was her first time eating with so many strangers. Treat it as your own home. Dad chuckled. Sister Caixia, I used to be thin too. My brother fattened me up. Shall we grinned. The whole family treated her as one of their own, and Caixia felt somewhat overwhelmed by the favor. The warmth of this little family. She liked it, and given the chance, she'd come again. Early the next morning, after the villagers had gone off to work, I made a trip to the office to ask about Hu Xiuquan. Hu Xiuquan? The brigade leader thought. Oh, she transferred her household registration away a few days ago. Said she was going to rely on her cousin. Transferred away? Where to? The county seat. That's what she said. You have business with her? No, just asking casually. Hu Xiuquan really left. Most likely because of her status. I didn't mind that she was a widow, but she cared, and I'd sensed that early on. On the way back, I sighed. Love is selfish, but excessive selfishness becomes harm. I liked her, but I didn't want to force her. I had to find her and ask her to her face. If she truly was unwilling, I'd stop pestering her from then on. She said she'd gone to the county seat, but I didn't fully believe it. What if she'd gone back to her hometown? Her hometown was right in Stone Village, not far from here. Back at the yard, a whole crowd of people, mostly come to build my house. Dad was assigning tasks. You 8 find rubble stone, 6 go up the mountain to fell timber and bring guns to guard against beasts. The rest level the room next door. Building houses in the countryside was originally you help me and I help you. No wages discussed. But the He family relatives were how they were. So I simply didn't call relatives. Just calling folks from the village would do. Helping the He family, brave and commended. Everyone was glad from the heart. A meal and making up the work point money was enough. I didn't care about any of that. As long as the work was done well. I'd just pay the money, have them bring their own food, and occasionally come to supervise. Only after everyone dispersed did I see 3 cops sitting in the inner room. Su Xinghua was there too. Comrade Su, I hadn't expected them so soon. It was only morning. Ah Chow, thank you. You and Sister Honglian rendered another great service. He gripped my hand. The military doctor had checked. Caixia was treated in time and had no lasting problem. Just passing by, a trifling effort. This time it's different. Comrade Caixia is our. Caixia coughed lightly a couple of times. Heh. Comrade Caixia is a core backbone of our public security. Su Xinghua changed his wording, then suddenly asked, We'll definitely investigate this trap case. Do you have any leads, any suspects? Yes, I actually do. The first ones I thought of were Zhang Lung and Chen Fengshou. Zhang Lung of West Village, Chen Fengshou of Stone Village, both hunters. That day, I briefly recounted the run-in at the co-op. Good. If the intel's accurate, public security will surely reward you and Sister Honglian handsomely. As long as it helps. I can't be certain it's them either. Rest assured, white can't be turned black, and black can never turn white either. Su Xinghua rose, about to go investigate Stone Village and West Village. I went along. My bag held a piece of cured meat, 2 jean of rice, and a pair of liberation shoes, to have a good meal at Sis's place later, and along the way to look for Hu Xiuquan, to see if she was hiding in these 2 villages, that county seat, perhaps just a smokescreen. I kept the military doctor behind to look at my wife and Lee San Mei and them, to see if any ailment lingered. Reaching East Village, I headed straight for the office to find Sis Hongmei. A few people outside are looking for you, from the Public Security Bureau, and your little brother's here too. Lu Hongmei's pen stopped. Could Ah Chow have gotten into trouble? That couldn't be. Just yesterday the announcement had commended him. She'd meant to go to East Village to see me, but thinking of the 2 awkward nights, she hadn't dared come. She hurried out to greet us. Seeing me smile, she relaxed. What trouble could this rascal little brother be in? You brat. Her voice pressed low, and she rolled her eyes at me. But turning her face, she was all courtesy. Hello, comrade officers. Comrade Su. This is my elder sister, Lu Hongmei. Hello, comrade Lu Hongmei. Su Xinghua didn't dare ask why the siblings had different surnames. A couple of pleasantries, and I got straight to the point. Sis, do you know where Zhang Lung is? Should be home. Zhang Lung hadn't joined the co-op, living off hunting. She couldn't be sure. I'll take you to look. Out of the office, Lu Hongmei was in a bind. She didn't want to ride in my cart, nor to carry me, nor to be around me at all. Get on, sis. Don't worry, my skills are top-notch. Is this a matter of skills or not? She gritted her teeth and got on anyway. Not riding her brother's cart would cost me face, and others would surely laugh. Screech. I slammed the brakes, and Lu Hongmei, sitting sideways, lurched with the momentum, her hands instinctively wrapping around my waist. This little rascal, did he do that on purpose? Smack. She whacked my back hard, opened her mouth, but again said nothing. What are you hitting me for? There's a pit ahead. The others had stopped too. There really was a pit. Reaching Zhang Lung's home, the door was open, he was in, and someone else sat in the room too, the former brigade leader, Da Tong. In the Wang Xiong case, Andy Liao had implicated him, saying the idea was Da Tong's. Though not deeply involved, spared the death penalty, but not lesser punishment. He'd been fined, and was now just an ordinary villager. The idiot. Da Tong clenched his fist, his eyes full of grudge. It was I who'd cost him his brigade leader post and cut off Andy Liao's long-term meal ticket. But the moment he saw the cops, he wilted at once. Your comrade Zhang Lung? Su Xinghua asked. Zhang Lung hurried out to greet them. He could snub anyone's face, but the cops he had to give. That's me, come in and sit. The room was such a mess there was nowhere to step, a stench of liquor, and hardly any chairs. Comrade Zhang Lung, where did you go the day before yesterday and yesterday? Answer truthfully. One officer took out paper and pen. Zhang Lung's heart lurched, and he instinctively glanced at me, then suddenly breathed easier. There wasn't a single injury on me. The day before yesterday, I went up the mountain to hunt, and made a trip to Pingyi town. What time did you reach town? What time did you return? With whom? The officer pressed on relentlessly. Under this authority, Zhang Lung said all he should, and not a word of what he shouldn't. You say the day before yesterday afternoon, after selling your game, you returned to West Village before dark? Any eyewitnesses? He can vouch for it. He even drank with me that evening. Zhang Lung pointed at Da Tong. Right. That evening I nearly got drunk here. Da Tong echoed. After I got up yesterday morning, lots of people saw me. The women's director can testify too. Lu Hongmei nodded. She had indeed seen him. Comrade officer, what's happened? Zhang Lung probed. Someone set a trap on the road and injured our public security comrade. We've come to investigate suspicious persons. The moment the words landed, Su Xinghua and I stared hard at Zhang Lung's face, hoping to read something. But this man was homely. Without a smile, he wore that same look. Startled or not, it was all the same, and we simply couldn't tell. Only that gaze of his kept darting toward me. So the idiot's fine. Someone took the fall for him. Damn lucky. That day he and Chun Fengshuo had raced off. Chun Fengshuo stayed to lie in ambush, and he returned to East Village, dumped the horse cart, and doubled back to wait for me midway. Waiting till dark without me showing, he'd endured till the crack of dawn, starving and unable to hold out, yet unwilling to give up. Chun Fengshuo came up with the lousy idea of setting a trap with logs, and once done, each went home to play innocent. Little did they expect the one who triggered the mechanism wasn't me. If there's the slightest falsehood in this statement, you understand the consequences? Of course, every word is true. Zhang Lung hurried to change the subject. Comrade officer, can I file a report? File a report? Speak. We're questioning you. And you go filing a report? Having gotten the go-ahead, Zhang Lung fixed his eyes on me. Him. A while back on Dongping Mountain he stole my game. He's a game-stealing thief. Are you sure? Slander is punishable. Think it over. Sure. It was him who stole it. And that game was definitely no small size. Zhang Lung held his head high, looking sure of victory. Impossible. My brother wouldn't do such a thing. You've got it wrong. Lu Hongmei was the first to speak. Ah Chao might be a rascal, but petty theft and sneaking around, she firmly believed he wasn't capable of. How's it impossible? Those 2 days only he went up Dongping Mountain. He admitted it himself. Ask him if you don't believe me. Ah Chao, what's this about? Su Xinghua looked at me. That day Annie Liao lured my wife away, and she fled to Dongping Mountain. The game from Zhang Lung's mouth was actually my wife. Just mentioning this made my blood boil. I leaned close to Su Xinghua. He had a gun and was digging pits all over the mountain, nearly costing my wife her life. Su Xinghua got it instantly and immediately said gravely, Comrade Zhang Long, hand over your firearm. I suspect you of armed assault. You dug pits on the mountain and caused injury. Fortunate the person was rescued in time, or it'd be lifelong reform through labor for you. This? Impossible. It must be he nigh. Zhang Lung's voice cut off abruptly. Only then did he remember I had connections with the cops. Lifting a stone to smash his own foot, he accepted his loss, handed over an unregistered single-barrel old fowling piece, was fined 5 yuan as medical fees for my wife, and had to immediately go up the mountain to fill in all the pits and report to town the day after to accept criticism. Zhang Lung had tears, but no way to cry, trying to steal a chicken only to lose the rice. Noon. The 2 cops sat in the main room while Sis and I were outside. Sis, look what I brought you. I held up a big piece of cured meat and 2 jean of rice. You rascal, why so extravagant? Buying rice too. Look how you're showing off. Lu Hongmei rolled her eyes at me irritably. Rice was precious in the north. The locals ate sorghum and corn. The Permu yield was pitifully low, and who could bear to eat it? As she spoke, she fished out from the little crock the wild boar meat I'd given last time, still cured. One person eats little, and she was all the more loath to touch the meat. Stew the red deer leg together too. This is delicious. So the meat I gave, she hadn't been willing to eat it all? She glanced at the inner room and lowered her voice. Having wild boar meat is already fine. Take the red deer leg back with you later. Eat it sparingly. I turned my head to look at her, and my heart ached. What are you looking at me for? She tucked her hair behind her ear. Sis, you're really pretty. I said it out of nowhere. You, talking nonsense, all foolish talk. She hurried to crouch down and wash the meat. Stew it. I handed over the 2+ jean of deer leg. Look how thin you've gotten, not 2 liang of flesh on you. Consider it treating the public security comrades well. Then, all right. She couldn't win against me. The fragrant deer meat hit the table, whetting appetites. I'd brought plenty of seasonings, and it was the first time Lu Hongmei ate meat this fragrant. You siblings really have a good bond. Su Xinghua praised. This little brother of mine is truly good. I just don't know whether he's got this sister in his heart. Lu Hongmei's words carried an edge, and she glared at me again. Sure enough, her anger hadn't cooled. I hurried to put a piece of half-fatty deer meat in her bowl. Of course I do. You're my sis for this whole life. Comrade Su, this meat has to be finished. Don't leave me my sister's leftovers. You got it. The meal was thoroughly enjoyable, the several of us chomping big mouthfuls of meat, not even fearing the runs tomorrow. After resting a while, it was time to head to Stone Village. Comrade Su, wait outside first. Su Xinghua was tactful. The siblings had things to say. Sis, some good news for you. Our home started building the house. The old man says come back and take a look when you're free. Oh, I'll find time to go back and help. No need to help, for big tiring things. Just come back and take a look. I pulled the paper-wrapped shoes from my bag. These are for you. Shoes? For me. Lu Hongmei blankly cradled the pair of liberation shoes. She'd never worn new shoes, all made by her own hand. Everyone in our home has a pair, just you left. Too valuable, I can't take them. Shoe coupons were hard to come by. Ah Chao must have spent a lot. This size is just right, try them on. I laid a hand on her shoulder and pressed her onto a stool. She couldn't win and put them on, a bit loose. With socks it'd be just right. No wonder that time we were fooling around. He shamelessly grabbed my foot to look. It was to measure my foot size. I really wronged him. Then I'll head off first. Remember to come home often. Lu Hongmei watched my departing back, her heart glad. The He family was her everything, even with such a rascal who took advantage of his sister among them. Stone Village. even more remote than East Village, with the fewest people too. The three of us reached the office and, as usual, stated our purpose. Soon someone led us to Chun Fengsho's home. He wasn't in. Asking further, they said he'd gone to the Hu family. The Hu family. The first one I thought of was Hu Xiuquan. Sure enough, the villagers said there was only one Hu household in Stone Village. I just didn't know if she was there. In the Hu family yard. Sis, what's wrong with Qin Fengsho? He can hunt and has money, house, cart, and gun. He's just a bit older, that's all. It was Hu Xiuquan's younger brother, Hu Di. An older man knows how to cherish you. His family's just him alone, no elders to wait on. How easy for you to marry over. Ma doesn't want you all alone when you're old either. It was Mother Hu. Stop trying to talk her round. I've already taken half the betrothal gifts. Xiuquan, marry you must, whether you want to or not. It was Father Hu, giving a cold snort. Take a good look at yourself now, a widow. Chun Fengsho fancying you is your fortune, that he doesn't mind you. Just count your blessings in secret. I said I won't marry. Hu Xiuquan screamed, her voice choked with sobs. Before coming home, she'd settled it with her parents. She'd farm and work at home, and wait on the two old ones her whole life. Only after they agreed had she come back. Who'd have thought they'd go back on their word the moment she turned around, secretly hiring a matchmaker to arrange Chun Fengsho. The instant Chun Fengsho heard she was back, he came calling at once, red envelopes and gifts in place, dazzling the whole family into a stupor. The reason was nothing but money. Marry Hu Xiuquan off, and Hu Di would have money to take a wife and even build a house later. In their eyes, the daughter coming home was a happy event, and marrying her off was joy upon joy. You unfilial daughter, say it again? Father Hu's eyes went round. Slap. A hand smacked the table. Raised you this big, and this is how you repay your parents? A widow, and you want to sponge off the Hu family your whole life? Not afraid of being laughed at. The whole village is saying the husband-cursing woman is back and dodging around us. The whole family wanted to turn Hu Xiuquan into money. Hu Xiuquan's tears fell drop by drop. She snatched up the bundle she'd readied. If that's how it is, I'm leaving. Stop right there. Going to the county seat to rely on your elder cousin. Yes, I don't want to stay in this home anymore. Don't even think about it. Father Hu shot Mother Hu a look. Grab that bundle, see where she goes. Hu Xiuquan threw the bundle to the ground and rushed out crying. There was no place for her here. Her family wasn't family, but money slaves who'd eat a person and not spit out the bones. From childhood, her little brother was the treasured jewel. After she married, over these 2 or 3 years they'd raided East Village for her things plenty, forcing her to barely eat her fill. Nearly everything Ah Chow bought her got taken away by her mother. She could let all that go. The one thing she couldn't bear was that they'd settled her marriage without asking her a single word. And they said it was for her good. Stop right there. Father Hu shouted again. No introduction letter can be issued. See how you get to the county seat then. In the 2 days since coming home, she'd been tangled up in the matchmaking, not even allowed out the door. She had no introduction letter, and her household registration hadn't been settled. Put plainly, she was now a vagrant. Hu Xiuquan's steps halted, and unable to hold it in any longer, she wept softly. Mother Hu hurried over and embraced her. Foolish girl, how can a woman not marry? Without someone to lean on, how will you get through the rest of your life? Ma thinks Qin Fengsho is a good sort. Half coaxing, half persuading, she pulled her back into the room. Father and son retreated to the main room to keep Chun Fengsho companied. Qin Fengsho had heard the whole commotion in the Hu house, clear as day. Fengsho, Xiuquan's just muddled for the moment. Wait a bit more, come August you'll wed. June wasn't fit for the wedding ceremony. A second marriage midway was inauspicious. You two live together first, and making up the rights later isn't too late. Deal. As long as Xiuquan's willing, I'll take her home today and present the rest of the betrothal gifts right away. Qin Fengsho had been fixated on her for more than a day or two. In earlier years he'd been poor. When he came to propose, the Hu family disdained him for being 10 years older and penniless. Later, once she became a widow, he proposed again, and it fell through once more. Today opportunity had come to his door. How could he let it pass? After a while, Hu Xiuquan was helped out to meet the guest. Her cried-out face was flushed, her eyes moist, pitiably lovely. Chun Fengsho watched, swallowing hard. This figure, this look, marry her in, and he'd not leave the house for a month, guaranteed. A few pleasantries, and Hu Xiuquan stayed silent throughout. before long returning to her room again. Just then, footsteps outside. "Excuse me, is Comrade Shinfengshou here?" Everyone turned their heads in unison. 3 people pushing a cart, 2 cops, and the other one. Was he Night Cao? Ah Chao. It's Ah Chao. Hu Xiuquan pressed against the window, staring blankly through the gaps in the yellowed old newspaper, unable to hold back her tears no matter how she tried. She'd never imagined Ah Chao would find his way here so soon. She'd deliberately told the brigade leader she'd gone to the county seat. Her feet couldn't help stepping toward the door, then abruptly halted. "No, I can't go out. I can't ruin Ah Chao's home. I'll marry." Her voice trembled. "What?" "I'm willing to marry Chen Fengshou." As if she'd used all her strength, yet it came out so faint as to be barely audible. "Really? But you must promise me 2 things." "Speak. We'll agree to it all." Mother Hu rushed to answer. As long as she'd marry, everything was negotiable. Hu Xiuquan drew a deep breath and wiped her tears. "First, this marriage is not to be publicized." She feared that if Ah Chao found out, he'd come looking again. "No problem." Mother Hu agreed readily. A second marriage wasn't glorious to begin with. Not publicizing it suited fine. "Second, if anyone comes asking, you say you've never seen me, that I never came back." This. Mother Hu didn't understand, but still agreed offhand. "All right, Ma promises you. Who'd be so idle as to come looking for a widow like you?" Turning her face, she launched into a nagging lecture, drumming the how good Qin Fengshou is logic into her daughter. In the main room, I was the first through the door, my gaze going straight to that tightly shut bedroom door. On the radar, 2 red dots in the inner room. Yet only 2 people were visible in the main room now. The intel said 4 in the Hu household, including Hu Xiuquan. 2 missing. "Comrade officer, what business do you have with me?" Chen Fengshou spoke up. He shot me a glance. "This idiot isn't injured. What do the cops want with him?" "Could it be your comrade Chen Fengshou?" "I am." The Hu father and son hurried to pour tea and play host, and Mother Hu came out from the inner room too. 6 people sat in the main room. "Comrade Chen Fengshou, where did you go the day before yesterday and yesterday? What did you do? With whom?" The cop held his pen ready to record. "This concerns whether you've committed a crime. Answer truthfully." The Hu family exchanged looks. Chen Fengshou committed a crime? But Chen Fengshou wasn't flustered. That day when parting with Zhang Long, they'd already matched their statements. He and Zhang Long were of one mold. Say what should be said, and not utter a word of what shouldn't. They questioned him, but I stared at that door. Inside, only one red dot remained, refusing to show itself for the longest time. Could it be Hu Xiuquan? Behind the door, she was peeking at me through the gap. Seeing me look over, the corner of her mouth trembled slightly. Ah Chao really had come looking for her. "Ah Chao, what is it?" Su Xinghua called out. The 2 of us had grown familiar, dropping the comrade. "Oh, nothing. Just felt there's still someone in the inner room." I looked toward the Hu family. Mother Hu reacted extremely quickly and said with a smile, "There is one in the inner room, my relative's kid, asleep." As she spoke, her foot nudged Father Hu under the table. Father Hu got it instantly. "Right? Only brought over yesterday. Didn't sleep well in the night." Chen Fengshou raised an eyebrow. "It's clearly Hu Xiuquan in there. How'd she become a child?" A moment's thought, and he understood. Those who had much contact with Hu Xiuquan in East Village were only the idiot and Lu Ermi. Lu Ermi was dead, so now only this idiot was left. Borrowing about a hunt, too. Damn him. Actually got his eye on my future wife. Humph, you'll have it coming. A child? I withdrew my gaze and muttered inwardly. Could Sister Xiuquan really have gone to the county seat? Before long, the interrogation was done, the statement flawless. "Comrade Chen Fengshou, is what you just stated true? If you lie, you'll be taken away for reform through labor. Think it over. Every word is true. If there's any falsehood, may I be struck by lightning." Chen Fengshou was resolute. "I hear you have a hunting rifle. Is it registered?" Su Xinghua suddenly asked. "This?" Chen Fengshou looked at me. "It must be this dog who reported it." "I do have one, an heirloom. The Chen family has hunted for generations. Having a gun's quite normal, isn't it?" "That's not your reason for keeping a gun. Hand it over." The meaning was plain. Chen Fengshou gritted his teeth. "Idiot, you started it. Don't blame me for finishing it." "This I accept, but I'm reporting him too. There's a woman named Honglian in East Village who likewise illegally keeps a gun." "All right, I'll handle that matter. First, we'll go to your home to collect the gun." Su Xinghua said flatly. The corner of Chen Fengshou's mouth twitched. "That's it? Even a dog wouldn't believe those words. These two were plainly in cahoots with the idiot. But he had no backer, so he could only comply. Today was truly rotten luck. In the room, Hu Xiaochuan pressed both hands to the window, watching me leave through the gap. Even a distant glance was enough to content her. Leaving Ah Chao was a resolve she'd struggled long to make. She didn't want to throw his home into disorder because of herself. To like someone didn't necessarily mean being together. Keeping this feeling buried in her heart, not disturbing him, was her fate. She also secretly made up her mind. In these couple of days, she'd find a chance to leave. 10 minutes later, we reached Chun Fengsho's residence. Gritting his teeth, he handed over the single-barrel hunting rifle, surrendering the bullets along with it. Same as Zhang Long. He had to report to the Pingyi Town Bureau the day after. The moment we left, Chun Fengsho went down into the cellar and lifted the long wooden chest. Inside lay a double-barrel hunting rifle, even better than the one he'd surrendered. He Cao, I'm not through with you. A savage smile surfaced on his face. The three of us returned to the Stone Village office to check who'd gone in and out of Pingyi Town in the 2 days around the incident. On the West Village side, Su Xinghua had asked too. The list came down to a mere handful of people in the end, yet every one of them was suspected of setting the trap and had to be sifted through one by one. Any newly arrived residents lately? I asked the women's director. If Hu Xiaochuan had really come back, registration would surely leave a record. None. Stone Village only sees people leaving, who'd come to our place. She even flipped through the book on purpose. The latest entry was still 2 months ago. Really none? Her name's Hu Xiaochuan. You mean Xiaochuan? Isn't she in East Village? That one line said it all. Hu Xiaochuan wasn't in Stone Village. Could she really have gone to the county seat? Out the door, I still wasn't ready to give up. Brother Su, I'll be right back. I pedaled quietly back to the Hu family. From afar, I only saw 3 to 5 kids romping outside the yard, a bunch of adults chatting. It was true. Hu Xiaochuan wasn't there. It seems I'd have to find a chance and make a trip to the county seat. I went back to the office again, said a couple of words to the women's director, and left. Ah Chao, you're quite the flirt. You brat, found her? Su Xinghua was no fool. He could tell the woman I was looking for was probably involved with me. Brother Su, what are you saying? Didn't the health center already give you the lowdown? Marrying so many, can you handle them? 1 wife and 2 kids already had him worn ragged. Everyone has something they like. I just like women. Without marrying a few, I don't sleep warm. I laid my cards out. I was simply a lecher. Brother Su, I'll get you some good stuff later. Heh. What good stuff? He was actually still thinking about the item good for men I'd mentioned last time. You'll know when you're back, guaranteed to satisfy. I kept him in suspense, leaving him itching with curiosity. Stone Village, Chun Fengsho's residence. Lungzi Dadong, why do you two look so glum? Chun Fengsho ushered the two into the room. Ugh, that damned idiot ruined me. Zhang Long had paid Datong to go up the mountain and fill the pits he'd dug back in one by one, a huge effort. He spilled the morning's events all at once. Even my family heirloom was taken by the cops. Smack, he slammed the table. He Cao, I'm not through with him. Datong grumbled beside him too. The one who'd cost him his post was likewise He Cao. Sigh, I'm not much better off. Chun Fengsho puffed on a cigarette, hatred in his eyes, and recounted the afternoon's ordeal one by one, then lowered his voice at the end. But they didn't expect. I still have one. Smack, the double-barrel hunting rifle hit the table. Brother Datong, Lungzi want revenge? The 3 exchanged looks. Datong was the eldest here, nearly 50, with no children. You have a plan? Datong asked. This gun, within 50 meters, I'm absolutely sure of hitting. Chun Fengsho cut straight to the key point. Find a place to hide, lure that idiot over, and finish him. Who does the luring? Zhang Lung looked at Datong. Datong looked at Zhang Lung. I have to report the day after, or it's straight to reform through labor. Zhang Lung was unwilling to be bait. What about Brother Datong? Killing, I'll have no part in. Datong feared death. A grudge was a grudge, but not to the point of risking his life. Chun Fengsho pondered a moment. Then this way, Brother Datong, you just handle gathering intel. I'll pay you. Lungzi's in charge of luring the man over. Tomorrow the 3 of us go up East Village's big level mountain to lie in ambush. If we can't get him, we pull out and report the day after all the same. Whether it works or not, it won't delay the reporting. His mouth curled. I also hear that idiot has a pretty wife, married over from your West Village, named Liao Xiaoman. Oh, right. And he's got a little sister not yet in bloom. Heh. And besides, that idiot's been quite loaded lately. Thinking it over carefully, all three felt it workable. Be sure to be careful. Don't let anyone catch on. Datong urged. Rest easy. As long as I'm hidden, no one can find me. Chun Fengsho was full of confidence. Up the mountain, the advantage was his. The three drank and talked until the sky darkened. East Village, the He House. The workers had all knocked off. Brother Su, any leads? Having checked back from the various offices, there'd been no market days these 2 days, so no one had left the villages at all. Su Xinghua shook his head. No thread to follow. I'll take Comrade Saixia back first thing in the morning. So soon? Won't you stay a couple more days? No. I'll investigate on this end when I get a chance. You keep an eye out for me, too. I suddenly cut off, leaning close to his ear. Who's Xiuchuan? Oh, got it. At night, Su Xinghua took his people to spend the night at Wang Xiong's vacant house on his own initiative, so as not to disturb others. Early the next morning, Li Sanmei borrowed a horse cart, and Saixia's bicycle was left behind, to be exchanged next time I went to town. Saixia lay down in the cart. Su Xinghua's bicycle was tied on too, and he drove. Sister Saixia, be sure to come see us when you're free. Shall we clung to her? The two of them had chatted up a storm these days. You come to town and find me too. I'll show you around. Saixia said her goodbyes with a smile. She truly liked this family, lively and warm. How wonderful. Ah Chow, thank you. A trifling effort. Heartfelt words, a matter done in passing. I stepped up to remind Su Xinghua which stretches of road were rough, not to drive too fast, and secretly stuffed a long item into his hand. He hurriedly tucked it away, exactly like a thief. The whole family watched them off into the distance. Ah Chow, we should pack up too. Move over to your Andy's place. Dad reminded. I'm not going anywhere today. We'll move together. I put my arm around my wife's shoulder and went in. Her face reddened. Hong Lian watched from behind, wanting to be held like that once too. They were husband and wife after all. Yet Ah Chow wasn't more forward, truly. And she herself was too embarrassed to open her mouth about it. Those moving things moved things. Those pulling carts pulled carts. Another busy day. Not far off, Datong, who'd been secretly tailing, quietly slipped away and headed up Big Timber Mountain. On Big Timber Mountain. That idiot's not going out today. What do we do? Datong reached the rendezvous point and passed the word along. Chun Fengsho pondered a long while. Brother Chun, just waiting isn't a solution. How about next time? Zhang Lung prompted. It'll have to be that way. Bring more dry rations. Come again fully prepared. Lung Zi. Tomorrow at the bureau, stick to your statement to the death. If he hits you or scares you, don't admit a single word. Chun Fengsho had experience. As long as you refuse to admit, they can't convict. Got it. The three hurried down the mountain, each returning to his own home. In the afternoon, the family hauled their things by cart, big and small, to Hong Lian's home. 2 rooms, 2 fire kings. At night, I couldn't sleep with my wife in my arms, but conditions were what they were. For women crammed into one room, Dad and I in the other. 2 days of this, and I was already fretting. Building the house would take several months, and enduring like this, a man would go stir-crazy. Dad had even hinted that when no one was around I could do this, and that. I couldn't get over that hurdle in my heart. It grossed me out. Never mind. Find another room. On the 3rd day after moving, I went to the office. Brigade leader, I'm reporting the matter of my old man and Li Sanmei, to spare any wagging tongues behind our backs. Anyone with eyes can see it. They're just short of registering. He'll come register himself once he's done with the busy work. I'm just giving a heads up. Rest easy. There's rarely any gossip in our village. Catch one, and I'll deal with them. The brigade leader paused. I heard about your house building. Anything else? Are there any empty rooms in our village? Small is fine, as long as it's livable. The brigade leader was stumped. How about crowding in at Hunter Zhang's? They just split the household. I wouldn't mind, but it's mainly my wife. Then, how about Zhang Dazhuang's place? You young folks, not so many barriers. That line stopped me cold. Live with Li Yan? That'd blow up into a huge mess. Anything else? Ah Chow Tian Guidong's place. Would you dare live there? A murderer's cursed house. No one dared touch it. I shook my head. Living there myself would be one thing, but I feared it'd gross my wife out. Ah Chow, maybe there's one that'll suit you, but it'll need tidying. Lu Damei, off to the side, spoke up. As long as it's livable, I'll ask Uncle Zhang Ding to fix it up. It's not that bad. I'll take you to see it. It's on the way, as it happens. Before leaving, I handed the brigade leader a pack of cigarettes, as a bit of grease. He was decent, refusing twice before accepting. There, this one, what do you think? The fence was in tatters, the yard overgrown with weeds, clearly vacant for some time. The house was small but had everything, just a bit old, with neighbors not far off next door. Sister Lou, who lived in this yard before. Why is it empty? I had to be clear on its history. I wouldn't live somewhere someone had died. Rest easy, no problem. A young fellow used to live here, went to the city, and hasn't come back for several years. All right then, I'll live here a few months first. I'll move once he returns. When Lou Damie left, I grabbed a handful of candy and stuffed it to her, to take back for her kids. Going inside to look, there were no major problems, just a lot of dust and cobwebs. I'd get Uncle Zhang Ding and his sons to tidy it up. I did what I said, bringing Uncle Zhang Ding over to see the place. He agreed on the spot, saying it'd be done in 3 or 4 days, and even insisted on not taking money. I went along with him. I'd add some things for his household later. Just then Dad came over. "Ah Chow, one thing I forgot to tell you." "What is it?" "This morning," Old Lee said, "when they knocked off yesterday evening, they spotted a wolf in that logging area. Lots of people saw it. Today I had him change spots to cut, to save the anxiety. There's a wolf." June wasn't wolf-free, just fewer. Wolves were mostly active in September and October. "How about I go with Ah Chow to take a look?" Hong Lian sidled over. "The timber in that area yesterday was the best. They'd cut quite a bit. Leaving it like that would be a waste." "That won't do. Too dangerous." Dad worried. Wolves often lived in packs. A lone one might be an old wolf king driven from its throne. "It's fine. I'll go with Sister Hong Lian to take a peek. If things look wrong, don't we have guns?" As long as I turned on the radar, if there were many I wouldn't approach. If few, just take them out. Such fine timber wasted would be a shame. Dad couldn't dissuade me, only urging over and over. "Tell Xiaomin and Xiaowei the two of us are heading out for a bit. Don't mention hunting wolves, so they won't worry." On Big Timber Mountain, the 3 of Chun Fengshuo's group lay in ambush on the slope, guns already loaded. That day, coming back from collecting the subsidy at the bureau, the 2 of them had been beaten black and blue, but in the end had no recourse. That very day they'd roped in Datong and gone up the mountain to lie in wait, and had been at it for 3 days. "Brother Datong, is this intel of yours accurate?" Chun Fengshuo was a little doubtful. "Can't be wrong. That idiot hunts all his game from Big Timber Mountain. Taking this road is a sure bet." Datong had scouted East Village for 2 days. "We'll wait one last day. If he still doesn't come today, we pull out and try another day." The dry rations were eaten up, and being absent from the village for several days might arouse suspicion. More importantly, Chun Fengshuo was anxious to marry Hu Xiuquan, planning to take her away as soon as he got back and shut themselves in to have their fun, setting the revenge aside for now. Night Weeping Mountain. "Sister Hong Lian, why'd this mountain get such an eerie name?" I shouldered a gun and slung a bow, fully armed. "Come nightfall, there's now and then the crying of a child on the mountain, so it got this name." Hong Lian was behind, her hand held by me, glad at heart. The mountain path was steep, so I gave her a hand out of habit, only to find she wouldn't let go. Held on, then held on. I didn't mind. But she took it as me having her in my heart, only not doing so at home out of consideration for Xiaomin, reading too much into it. Reaching the logging spot, all was as usual, no unusual red dots on the radar either. On the ground lay large trunks one after another, all prime material. Paired with fur, the house would be sturdy and durable. "Let's go up and take a look." Sure enough, gray-brown fur clung to the shrubs and rocks. There were footprints and droppings on the ground. Prodding the droppings apart with a stick, there were bits of undigested bone inside. A wolf, no mistake. Can't find it. Could I do the reverse? The thought struck, and I immediately undid my belt. "Ah Chow, what are you doing?" Hong Lian hurriedly turned aside. "Move off to the side. I'll take a piss, provoke them a bit. Encroach on its territory, see the reaction." Only then did Hong Lian come to her senses, her face flushing crimson. That thought she'd had just now was truly filthy. You could have said so sooner, honestly. She cut open the squirrel she'd bagged on the way, spread its organs on the ground, found a special kind of leaf, and began imitating a beast's mournful cry. This was the death-courting killer trick for calling wolves. Watch it, and you'd draw the whole pack. Hoo-hoo. The moment the whistle sounded, I was stunned. This was a real skill. Sister Honglian, didn't expect you had this trick. Truly impressive. I gave a thumbs up. Everything set. The two of us climbed a tree not far off, guns in arms, staring hard at that heap of organs, waiting in silence. Time trickled by bit by bit. Past 4. A red dot finally popped up on the radar. 2 of them. They were extremely wary. Honglian had tired out her mouth before drawing them in. 2 wolves, neither big nor small, 40 or 50 gene, tails tucked, looking around in every direction. Bang! Bang! The 2 shots came almost simultaneously. Both wolves dropped on the spot, thoroughly dead. The moment the shots landed, the red dots at the 100-meter edge vanished in a flash too. Those 2 were probably lookouts. It's said wolves are clever, understand tactics. Legend even has a bay that plots strategy for them. Ding. Killing game. Proficiency +7. Range +7 meters. Note: the higher grade the game killed, the more range gained it. Current sure shot range, 75 meters. 7 points. Not bad at all. Bag Hunter Zhang's Boar King in a couple of days, and I wonder if it could jump 10 plus points? Down the tree, walking up to the wolves. 1 shot in the head, the other with several bullet holes in its body. Ah chow, your aim's really accurate. Honglian admired it to no end. Really someone touching a gun for the first time? Or a born marksman? Just luck. I loaded my bullets just in case. Blood drained. The 2 of us shouldered them and hurried back. The later it got here, the more dangerous. Not a place to linger. Back at East Village, right at knockoff time. Everyone crowded over. Many saw a wolf for the first time. The 2 of us skinned them. A wolf's most valuable part is this pelt. 1 wolf's meat was divided among the workers, 1 gene each, and some even liked to take the offal. Wolf meat wasn't tasty, but free stuff, who'd mind? The other 1 was sold to villagers, 30 cents a gene, earning just a few yuan. The He family kept 4 gray squirrels for ourselves. For taste, they were the best after all. At the dinner table. Auntie, work less, your injuries just healed. Wife and little sis too, your frames are frail, don't overtax yourselves. I picked out food for them. Bro, I'm fine. A couple days work and I'll get used to it. Shall we shoveled rice? Sister-in-law's cooking is really fragrant. These couple of days her appetite had been unusually good. Ah chow I'm not tired. Xiaomin said she wasn't tired, but she ached all over. I reached out and touched her shoulder, and her brow furrowed at once. She'd carried loads all day, and beneath her clothes both shoulders were red and swollen. She lowered her head like a child who'd done wrong, making my heart ache. Xiaomin, listen to Ah Chow. Li Sanmei urged beside her. If you ask me, from now on the daughter-in-law, Honglian, and the little one just handle the cooking. Dad clinked his liquor bowl with mine. From tomorrow, you 3 don't crowd the work site. Xiaomin and Xiaowei handle needlework, Honglian and Ah Chow handle meals, and old Li and I supervise. Settled then. I said to the 3 women. Hear that? No going to the work site tomorrow. Oh, Come, no leftovers allowed tonight. Another day I'll go to the co-op and cut some pork. Saving wasn't for a time like this. Conditions weren't bad now. No need to suffer needlessly, just don't be wasteful. Early the next morning, the work site was again a scene of bustle. Ah Chow, someone's looking for you. Dad jerked his chin toward the tree outside the work site. A woman stood by the tree steadying a bicycle. Zhou Yin, the women's director of Stone Village. Seeing her, the first one I thought of was Hu Xiuquan. That day I'd specifically asked her, come find me the moment there's news, there'd be pay, and I'd even fronted a yuan as grease. Sister Zhou, is it news of Hu Xiuquan? Yes. Yesterday around noon, I saw a woman with a headscarf looking for the brigade leader. As she left, I deliberately called her name. She paused but didn't answer. I wasn't sure, so after knocking off I asked the brigade leader. It was Hu Xiuquan. I'd guess she came to settle her household registration. Really, my heart stirred. Hu Xiuquan was indeed in Stone Village. That relative's kid in the Hu house that day. Could it have been her? Thank you, Sister Zhou, you've worked hard. I pulled out 2 yuan and handed it over. She didn't dare take much, accepting only 1. Pressing it on her was no use either. Old man, keep this money. The co-op should be delivering the lime about now. Pay him the balance. If I'm not back tonight, don't wait. Let them know. Where are you going? Why the rush? Heading out for a bit. I left 1 line, got on the bike Cai Xia had left behind, and made straight for Stone Village. Yesterday she'd looked for the brigade leader, most likely to settle her registration. That person was surely still in the village. But there were always exceptions. What if it was something else? My feet pedaled faster and faster, and before long, I'd overtaken Zhou Yan, arrive a step late, and I might miss her. The Hu family. Since Xiuquan's gone missing, cough up my betrothal money. Chen Fengshou had changed into clean clothes, dressed up on purpose, meaning to fetch the bride. Who'd have known the Hu family put him off saying Xiuquan had gone visiting relatives? At first he believed it, but the more he looked at this family's expressions, the more off they seemed. Pressing again and again, he learned only then that Hu Xiuquan hadn't come home since last night. Damn it. So he'd been played for a fool round and round. 22 yuan of betrothal plus gifts, and before getting a wife, he'd shelled out 30 yuan. If you don't return the money and goods today, I'll go to the cooperative and report you for fraud. Send you off to reform through labor. Fengshou, Xiuquan just went visiting relatives. She'll surely be back tomorrow. Mother who stalled. Cut the crap with me. Hand over the money first. If she really comes back tomorrow, I'll present it in full all the same. How can this betrothal gift be returned? So unlucky. 30 yuan. And if it were returned, how would her son take a wife? Neither side would yield, so Chen Fengshou simply drove them all to the office. But the brigade leader said, Xiuquan? She came to me yesterday for an introduction letter, said she wanted to go to the county seat. What? Father who was dumbfounded. Didn't I tell you not to issue her one? What kind of talk is that? Didn't you people have her get the certificate? The brigade leader said it with an utterly earnest face. Yesterday Hu Xiuquan had slipped him 2 yuan, only saying the Hu family had already nodded and to keep the matter quiet for now. He'd puzzled over it. That side won't let it be issued. This side insists on issuing it. But in the end, he stood on the side of money. It was just issuing a certificate. Well now, so you were all in cahoots to fool me. The betrothal, the goods, cough them all up one by one. Chen Fengshou laid it out in front of the brigade leader. The Hu family had no choice but to return it all in full. Chen Fengshou and the brigade leader led the 3 of the Hu family back. The 5 had just reached outside the yard when they saw a bicycle, and then a man walked out of the yard, none other than me. Before they could ask, I spoke first. Uncle Hu, Auntie Hu, where did Xiuquan go? The East Village Edie, Ah Chow. Mother Hu nearly let it slip, forcibly changing her words. He'd been commended, after all. What do you want with Xiuquan? There's a matter. Where is she? Before Mother Hu could answer, Chen Fengshou cut in. You idiot, still hankering after my wife. The sight of me set him off. Waited 3 days with no luck, made him eat and sleep poorly on the mountain, and now even Hu Xiuquan had run off. You want to look for her? I'll be damned if I let you. He leaned close to the brigade leader and the Hu family's ears. That 22 yuan betrothal, I don't want it. You 4 split it evenly. Just one thing. Let everyone know Hu Xiuquan is Chen Fengshou's woman. Deal. No problem. All right. The Hu family agreed on the spot, and even the brigade leader was dragged into the water. Over 5 yuan, half a month's wages. Keep silent, and it was his. Fengshou, you said this yourself. The brigade leader said. I said it. All right then. I'll head off first. I know nothing. The brigade leader turned. Send the money to my house. And with that he left. My brow furrowed. Did I miss here, or was Chen Fengshou bluffing? Sister Xiuquan, married to Chen Fengshou? What did you just say? I fixed my eyes on him, enunciating word by word. I said you're an idiot. No mistake. What? Are you deaf too? Chen Fengshou was as arrogant as could be, and gave a light chuckle. Fine. I'm in a good mood today. No harm telling you. Xiuquan is my wife. We just had our wedding night last night, and that taste, it really was. Whoosh, I drove a fist over. With a yelp he was pinned to the ground. Say that again. Thud. Thud. Fists slammed into his face one after another. He Night Sao, what are you doing? The 3 Hu family members came up together to pull at me. What are you hitting my son-in-law for? Let go now. For that 5 yuan each, the whole family was thoroughly into their roles. Son-in-law, I clenched my fist, gritting my teeth. Chen Fengshou's words I could disbelieve, but with the 3 Hu family saying so, I half believed again. What parents would fling dirt on their own daughter's chastity? Villagers gathered for the spectacle. What's going on? He Night Sao from East Village wants to beat my son-in-law. Quick, help hold him back. Mother Hu yelled again. By now she'd helped Chen Fengshou up and leaned close to his ear. You'll have to add money. Add 10 more. And you have to let the whole village know Hu Xiuquan is my woman. Chen Fengshou wiped the blood from his mouth, glaring viciously at me. That won't do. This way it'll be 20 more. Mother who seized the chance to raise the price. Chun Fengsho gritted his teeth. This was a score he had to settle. If he didn't infuriate that idiot to death, he'd change his surname from Chun. Fine. Son-in-law, are you all right? Mother who immediately put on her act. You murderous wretch, beating my son-in-law like this. The crowd of onlookers grew and grew. Mother who's son-in-law. At every turn, saying I'd struck without rhyme or reason. All these words I took into my heart, my teeth clenched till they ached. Hu Shouchuan was my first woman. When I first crossed over, she was the first person I knew, and the first woman to fund my hunting with her own capital. In my heart, her weight was no less than family's. Yet now she'd married another man. Which man could swallow that? Loving someone means letting go? Bullshit. Thud. I swung another fist. 7 or 8 people couldn't hold me back. In a few minutes, Chun Fengsho was beaten unconscious, a pool of blood on the ground, and several teeth knocked out. Quick, carry him to the barefoot doctor. Mother who shrieked. Some went to fetch the doctor, some to find cadres. Kicking up a fuss to this extent, I'd meant to force Hu Shouchuan to show herself. But wait as I might, there was never a trace of her. Perhaps Sister Shouchuan truly didn't want to see me. I parted the crowd and left. No one dared stop me. Stop one, and down that one went. Unwilling to give up, I had to ask her to her face. I pedaled till outside Chun Fengsho's yard, looked a while, then left again. On the radar, the room was empty of people. My heart went cold to the bottom. Pushing the bike along the village road, my forlorn shadow stretched longer and longer until it melted into the dusk. Nightfall, West Village, Lu Hongmei's residence. A bicycle. She came home late, and entering the yard saw a bicycle, the inner room door still open. Who's there? Pitch black, she couldn't see. She called twice, no answer. She could hardly not go into her own home. She felt her way to light the kerosene lamp. On the table was a crock of liquor, the stains not yet dry, a strong smell wafting up her nose. What brat came to her house to drink? She raised the lamp and shone it toward the inner room. Someone lay on the calm, giving her a fright. Hey, who are you? She called several times, no response, poked with a stick, and the person turned over and went still again, stealing her nerve to draw close. It was no one else but her own little brother. Smack, a slap landed. You rascal, coming over and not even making a peep. Pinching her nose, she went closer. How much did you drink? She stood a good while, sighed, and bent to pull off my shoes and tuck me in. What on earth was wrong with Ah Chow? A home to go to, and he didn't. Running over here? After eating and washing up, she spread dried grass on the floor, put out the lamp, and was about to lie down when I muttered something. She just took it for me being thirsty and drew close. Ah Chow. Awake? Thirsty. She reached out to pat me, and was grabbed by me in one grip. Hey, let go of me. Don't go. Sis, don't go. I mumbled thickly. Sis, be my woman, all right. Lu Hongmei's whole self froze. Ah Chow wants me to be his woman? Mad. He must be drunk out of his mind. In her daze, I'd already pulled her tight into my arms. Ah Chow let go of sis, all right. No matter how she called, I gave no response. How could this be? I'm your sister. It must be drunken talk. She tried to struggle, but I held her too tight to break free. Early the next morning, I squinted, my head splitting, easing for a good while before I could open my eyes. My vision gathered bit by bit. This was Sis's room? Oh, right. Yesterday, I didn't go home, came here to drink alone, and passed out the moment I finished. Sister Shouchuan. I lay there, staring at the yellowed old newspaper on the ceiling, lost in thought. Recalling all of yesterday, my anger subsided. Once I'd cooled down, I felt this whole thing reeked of something odd. That whole Hu family, Sister Shouchuan had long said their character was rotten, that they'd do anything for money. Was there a possibility Hu Shouchuan's marriage was a lie from the start? The more I thought, the more it fit. At the time, anger had gone to my head. How could I stop to think it through? But someone taking a dump on your head, could that be endured? I flipped over and got up, determined to go to the Stone Village office and get to the bottom of it. On the main room table sat 2 warm pieces of cornbread. Sis had gone off to work. Gnawing one, I pulled out paper and pen, wrote and sketched on the table a while, then pedaled off toward Stone Village. Just as I entered the village entrance, 2 people rode over head-on, guns slung on their backs. Which village are you from? Militiamen, on their way to East Village to find me. Yesterday's beating had blown up big, and the militia squad had come to demand the person. I braked. East Village. Name. He Nightsao. Yeah, looking for you exactly, and you delivered yourself. Come with us. The two turned and left, not even afraid I'd run. Perfect. I was headed to the office anyway. Stone Village office. The brigade leader sipped his tea and spoke leisurely. He Nightsao. In view of your brave rescue of people and your frequent help to the cops, the Stone Village Cooperative won't publicly criticize you. But Chun Fengsho is badly hurt, lost 5 teeth, and needs some time to recover. I'll dock your. Neither of them joined the co-op. Zhou Yin reminded from the side. Oh, then nowhere points to dock. You compensate Qin Fengsho 5 yuan for medical fees. 5 teeth knocked out. He won't be able to eat hard food from now on, so add another 80 yuan. The whole room went silent. 80. The cadre's eyes went round. That was no small sum. He originally demanded 200. We didn't agree. It's not that serious. The brigade leader puffed on his cigarette. If you have any objection, feel free to say. Everyone stared at me in unison. They all knew that from the last commendation, I'd gotten 100 yuan bonus. This 80, I should be able to cough up. No objection. I said flatly. Able to correct a wrong. Well done. Write a self-criticism in a bit. That works. But I didn't bring money. I'll write an IOU and deliver it myself within a month. The brigade leader's expression shifted. Of that 80, he could pocket at least 20. A month's too long. How about within 10 days? All right. He was stunned. So I played him? He pushed paper and pen over. Right. I can't write. Brigade leader, you do it for me. A flicker of contempt crossed his eyes. A mere brute, just as expected. Only Zhou Yin knew I could not only write, but write beautifully. She didn't expose it. I signed my name. An illiterate person often knows nothing but his own name. Submit the self-criticism together within 10 days. The brigade leader put away the IOU without even looking closely. All right. My answer was too readily given. The cadres were instead left baffled. They'd figured this troublemaker would be hard to deal with, and who'd have thought he'd finish all the motions in a few minutes. Then go to Chun Fengsho's home and apologize, and we'll call this matter settled. Apologize? I'll apologize my ass. Paying money, writing self-criticisms, not a chance. Just now was only to wrap it up quickly so I could free my mouth to ask about the real matter. Brigade leader, I want to inquire about something. Go ahead. Who's Xiuchuan's disappearance? I'd like to look into it. The brigade leader was displeased at once. An outsider from another village. By what right does he demand the inside story from my stone village? This is our internal matter. Excuse me from disclosing it. If there's nothing else, hurry and be off. The other cadres echoed. Not enough to come make trouble. Now investigating people too? Who gave you the face? Unhurried. I drew a document from my satchel and set it on the table. I'm a temporary investigator specially authorized by public security, handling that road trap case from before. I have reason to suspect Hu Xiuchuan of involvement in the crime. I pushed the document forward. Please cooperate, brigade leader. Everyone leaned close. It bore the words of the Pingyi Town Public Security at the top, with a red fingerprint pressed and a signature below, the handwriting vigorous, clearly from a scholar's hand. Combined with the cops really having come to investigate a few days back, even without a stamp, they believed 70 or 80%. The brigade leader was quite shaken. They all said he Nightsao had dealings with the cops, and it was even tighter than rumored. His face went hot. That face he'd put on just now. This fellow wouldn't use public matters to avenge private grudges, would he? If the taking bribes business got out, forget losing his post. Public criticism plus a fine were unavoidable. He'd have to be sure to tell Chun Fengsho and the Hu family to keep their mouth shut later. Heh. Ah chow, such a big case. Of course I'll cooperate. Ask away, I'll tell all I know. He switched faces, courteous as a different man entirely. When did Hu Xiuchuan return to Stone Village? A week ago. She stayed at the Hu house the whole time after coming back. Never went out. I checked. She has no suspicion. A week ago? When I came 5 days ago, the brigade leader happened to be out in the fields, or this whole mess wouldn't have arisen. Damn coincidence. Whether she has suspicion, that's our call, not yours. I paused. Where is she now? I didn't ask when she'd come to get the certificate, for fear of implicating Zhou Yan. If the brigade leader made trouble for her later, I couldn't protect her. Where is Hu Xiuchuan? The brigade leader hesitated a couple of seconds, but told the truth. Not in Stone Village. These past days, I reckon she's probably reached the county seat by now. He laid out the whole business of the introduction letter, not daring to conceal it. My heart suddenly eased. The thing I feared most hadn't happened. Sister Xiuquan hadn't married. Chun Fengshuo's lie collapsed without a blow. I lit a cigarette, took a few puffs, then slowly said, "So then, Chun Fengshuo and the three of the Hu family were spreading rumors out of thin air? Rumors? Slandering a woman's chastity. This is a grave offense." I frowned. As I recall, the brigade leader was present at the time too, wasn't he? I vaguely recalled that after Chen Fengshuo murmured a few words to them, the brigade leader had waved his hand and left. Fine indeed. So you were all in on framing me. If I don't set you people straight, I'll change my surname from he. The brigade leader swallowed hard, his face darkening in a flash. I had urgent business at the time, and besides, it was other people's family affairs, not really fitting for me to butt in, right? Indeed so. I nodded. Seems this brigade leader was no pushover. I'd ask Su Xinghua to have a chat with him later and invite him to the bureau for some tea while at it. Good that Ah Chao understands. He stacked on a smile, but inside was churning like a river turned over. He had to hold steady and later tip off Chun Fengshuo and the Hu family. So if the cops really came questioning, the statements would align. Does the brigade leader know if Hu Xiuquan has relatives in the county seat? I probed. If she did, it'd be easy. Have Su Xinghua check and it'd all be clear. This? I really don't know. Her family's just 4 people. Whether they have relatives over in East Village, I don't know either. Doesn't know, pity. I asked a few more, then put away the document and rose. Bullshit document. It was something I'd hastily risen up and written at Sis's home. If not for the earlier days' investigation laying the groundwork, how could they have taken the bait so easily? Zhou saw me out. Ah Chao, Hu Xiuquan most likely went to her elder cousins. Elder cousin? Yes, married into the county seat. And I hear she's quite well off, just don't know the exact address. Thank you, Sister Zhou. I reached out and shook her hand, sincerely. Without her passing word, I'd still be in the dark. A matter done in passing. Zhou Yin was in her 30s, her charm still lingering. Are you married, Sister Zhou? I suddenly asked. Huh. She hurriedly withdrew her hand and tucked back her hair. A handsome young fellow like me, no woman was averse. I'm already married. Just then someone came looking. Director Zhou, the Youth League people have arrived. Oh, coming. She turned to go, not even bothering with a farewell, as if fleeing. I grabbed her in one motion. Sister Zhou, take these, for your kids. I grabbed a handful of candy and stuffed it to her. Only then did she understand. My asking that had a reason. Married. In her 30s she'd surely have kids, so give candy. Unmarried. I'd give something else. This time's matter, I did owe her a thanks. A small token, take it. The Hu family. I went in and didn't bring up yesterday's matter. Losing my temper at such people was useless. Yield to their face, and they'd stab you in the back all the same. Let them be smug for a few days, and I'd bring Su Xinghua to deal with them later. I took out the fake document and got straight to the point about Hu Xiuquan. My tone turning cold. This pack of illiterates couldn't help believing, and grew courteous at once. This elder cousin you mentioned, is there a definite address? We know. Her elder cousin's from Linjiang Village, married to a worker at the county seat's timber processing plant. As for where she lives, that we don't know. Mother who didn't dare conceal. This concerned the road trap murder case, not to be taken lightly. Xiuquan never went out after coming back, busy with the marriage to my son-in-law, perfectly innocent. Yesterday afternoon, she said she was going to the county seat to visit relatives. Perhaps she'll be back in a few days. Even at this point, she still took me for an idiot, son-in-law, NG at every turn, not knowing he'd seen through it all long ago. Timber processing plant. Wasn't that exactly the turf where next-door Lin Guodong worked? Knowing where she'd headed made things much easier. I asked a few more and left the Hu family. The rumor business. Exposing it now was useless. Gossip wouldn't stop over a few words of your defense. It needed the cops to issue word, publicly clear Hu Xiuquan's name, and force the Hu family to confess before everyone. Only then could the public opinion be pressed down. Let them jump around a few more days. Out the door, I pedaled to Chun Fengshuo's residence, stopped a while, then left again, several red dots on the radar, inconvenient to act. Otherwise, I'd have killed him outright and tossed him into the space. That score, I'd settle later. Out most of the day, the family was probably worried. But before leaving, I had to give Sis a heads up. Slept a night at her place and left without even showing my face. That wasn't decent. West Village office. Lu Hongmei sat by the desk holding a pen, absent-minded. Hongmei? Hongmei? Huh? She started. What? The youth league people have come. Wasn't it all arranged long ago? The cadre beside her leaned in. What's the matter with you? Something on your mind? No, nothing. She smiled awkwardly. It's written all over your face, and you're still stubborn. That person glanced outside, a sly look on his face. I say, Hongmei, have you taken a fancy to that young leader of the youth league? Want me to help set you two up? Get lost. There's no such thing. Still stubborn? Look at you like you've lost your soul. Just as he was teasing, someone came in at the door. Hongmei, your little brother's here to see you. Ah chow. Her brow instantly furrowed with worry. The person was just about to leave when she called him back. Wait. What? Tell him to go. Just say I'm busy.